The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 901 Old Friend. Tony was so excited that he didn't sleep all night, thinking about going to the inner world as soon as possible. For him, what could be more exciting than a new world? He strongly requested to go to the inner world immediately. But he was rejected by Kai. Because going to a new world is a very serious matter. It's not just picking up a bag and leaving. After all, the environment of the two worlds is too different. After thousands of years of independent evolution, the inner world and the surface world have become very different. For example, the cold virus on the surface may not exist at all in the inner world. If Tony and his team happen to bring this virus into the underground, it may cause a plague in the inner world at any time. The same is true in reverse. If they bring some viruses that are not on the surface from the underground. In short, this kind of thing must be prepared in advance. Of course, Kai did not think of this kind of thing in advance. It was only after arriving in the underground world that Merlin, Kingsman's, reminded him. So when Kingsman built the secret base, the first thing he built was the biological laboratory and the biological purification laboratory. So Tony needs to do some necessary inspections and preparations. Of course, there is a more important problem, which is, Kai has been in the inner world for too long and needs to take a vacation. So the trip was postponed for a few days. On the S.H.I.E.L.D. side, Nick Fury received new information from Natasha. Kai went to help Camelot deal with the threat from the other dimension. Nick Fury looked at such information with a serious expression. Kai has been accusing Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. of destroying the success of Camelot for thousands of years. Nick Fury did not take it seriously on the surface, and even directly expressed his disbelief. After all, I can't believe what you say. But in fact, Nick Fury attaches great importance to such information in secret. Maybe Nick Fury is stubborn and has a strong desire for control, but to be honest, his desire to protect the world is still real. Knowing that the world is in danger, he can't just sit back and watch. So he kept inquiring about the so-called threats from the other dimension in secret. The result is self-evident. According to the news from the demon hunters, various supernatural events have increased dramatically in recent times. Many demon hunters have been busy and have caused many casualties. The Shadow Bureau has been tracking and solving related cases recently. Captain America went to exorcise the devil. No one would believe it. In this regard, S.H.I.E.L.D. is relatively slow. There is no way. The Shadow Bureau has a natural advantage in this aspect. There are vampires, werewolves and mummies, and they are naturally suitable for handling similar events. What's worse is that these should have been the property of S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, these are all minor details. What he really cares about is that even Kai was dragged into such events by the Ancient One, and Kai has been elusive for several months. Obviously, the trouble he encountered is extraordinary, but for now, the trouble should be resolved. Otherwise, Kai would not have time to have a party with Tony. But it is precisely because of this that Nick Fury feels bad. In fact, since knowing Camelot, Nick Fury has never stopped wanting to contact the other party. It is true that the mystery of Camelot makes Nick Fury feel very insecure. But there is no doubt that the strength of Camelot is also very attractive to Nick Fury. If this organization can be used by SYNOPSIS, then many things can be easily solved. Of course, Nick Fury also knows that this is a delusion. How could a mysterious organization that has existed for 10,000 years be absorbed and merged by SYNOPSIS? But if there is no contact, then everything after that is empty talk. Up to now, SYNOPSIS doesn't know where Camelot is, let alone what kind of mechanism they are operating with, where their funds come from, where their personnel come from, where they are trained, where their power comes from. All of this, SYNOPSIS is confused. This is even more of a headache for Nick Fury. Originally, he heard Batman say last time that Camelot is now busy and exhausted. He was thinking about whether he could start from this and cooperate with Camelot. S.H.I.E.L.D. has people and resources. If it can cooperate with Camelot, then Camelot will naturally get twice the result with half the effort. And S.H.I.E.L.D. can also get what it wants from the cooperation, such as getting specific information about Camelot, such as seeing if it can win over the mages of Camelot, etc. As long as there is contact, He believes that they can slowly understand and even infiltrate Camartage. But now it seems that Camartage and the Ancient One have a very serious prejudice against S.H.I.E.L.D. They would rather contact Kai and ask Kai for help, and are unwilling to have any contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. This makes Nick Fury have all his skills but no room to display them. Well, we can only do it slowly. Then Nick Fury turned his attention to the recruitment of the Flash. These days, those superheroes have become popular all of a sudden, and many organizations have begun to win over those with supernatural abilities, hoping to incorporate them into their own systems. However, most superheroes are resistant to joining government departments. But not everyone is like this, such as the Flash. This relatively friendly superhero suddenly made all parties start to pay attention to him. S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally cannot be left behind. Phil's team has started to contact the Flash during this period. I hope there will be a good result. Did you find the problem? That is, Natasha did not say anything about the intelligence of the inner world. The reason why Natasha did this is very simple. She began to consciously overthink the intelligence. For example, the inner world. Natasha believes that with the style of S.H.I.E.L.D., once they know the information of the inner world, they will definitely do whatever it takes to control this mysterious place. And it is related to the safety of the whole world. If it is not handled properly, it will immediately cause a chain of disasters. For example, so many monsters, once they riot, the whole world will be destroyed. So Natasha thinks that it is better to hide this information. So she didn't report it at all. And Natasha doesn't think she is wrong. Change has come quietly. Just one day before Kai and Tony were going to the inner world, an unexpected visitor forced Kai to change his itinerary. Frank, why are you in New York? Kai was just about to get off work at the 15th precinct that day, but Frank, who hadn't seen him for a long time, actually found Kai. When Kai saw Frank, his first reaction was, is this tough guy going to end his retirement and go back to his old job? Seeing Kai's surprised expression, Frank's face, which seemed to never smile, suddenly showed a smile. This made Kai immediately understand that the Punisher would not come back. Are you worried that I will go back to my old job? Frank quickly restrained his smile. Although he was still serious and stern, he was less murderous. No, I was worried at the beginning, but now. I think you have gotten used to retirement life. Kai shook his head. Kai still remembers the first time he met Frank. Kai still remembers his expression and temperament at that time. The suppressed desire to destroy everything, the surging anger in his eyes, the murderous aura around him, and the deep sadness hidden behind him, make people feel that this man wants to destroy the world at a glance. Frank nodded. Indeed, a comfortable life will make a soldier weak. I am living well now. The reason why Kai wanted to save Frank was, on the one hand, because he was indeed very miserable. His family was killed for no reason. Shouldn't he allow others to take revenge? On the other hand, he only killed those who deserved to die, so Kai naturally turned a blind eye. After the revenge, Kai was afraid that the Punisher would eventually lose control, so he sent him to Jade Town. At that time, Frank's mental state was already very unstable. If he was allowed to develop, who knew if his string of reason would break? It was not worth it for such a person to perish with a group of scum. After Frank went to Jade Town, he gradually calmed down as Kai wished. Jade Town had experienced a period of rule by evil, so it had a deep pain. After being saved by Kai, it could indeed be said that the people there were simple and honest, and the remoteness, sparse population, slow pace of life, and deadly peace. For young people, it was of course a boring hell. But for a person who was traumatized and exhausted, it was a rare pure land. This is true for Logan and Frank. Frank took the account he received and bought a forest and a farm in Jade Town. When he was in a bad mood, he would do farm work, cut wood, and hunt to keep himself from thinking about the sad past. When he was free, he would go to the town to drink, go fishing with a few friends, or go camping in the forest. In short, he lived a pretty good life. Perhaps men with stories would attract each other, and Logan and Red Tank became friends with Frank. This is a good thing, Frank. No one can live on hatred, and your current state is very good. Do something you want to do, and life is not long. Kai is very satisfied with Frank's current situation. Helping people is actually a pleasant thing, especially after success. You will have a sense of satisfaction. Tell me, what are you doing in New York this time? Since you see that Frank has no intention of returning to his old job, there are some things that you don't have to worry about. It's nothing. But a former comrade in arms found me and asked me to help train a group of new recruits. Train new recruits? Kai was a little surprised. You seem to owe me a big favor for inviting you out. Frank's current state makes it very difficult for him to come out again. Anyway, money and other things can't impress him. As for the reason for inviting him out, Kai was not surprised. Frank is a soldier from the former U.S. Marine Corps with the rank of captain. Because of his outstanding and powerful performance during his time in the Marine Corps, he was awarded the Medal of Honor, the Navy Cross, 3 Silver Star Medals, 4 Purple Heart Medals and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. After retiring from the frontline battlefield and returning to China, he also served as a training instructor for the Special Forces. It's a perfect match for him to train new recruits. Marvin Borgs, my old comrade. He helped me a lot. In my most difficult period, he was the only one who supported me in revenge. Frank had 4 best comrades in his life: Curtis Hoyle, Billy Russell, Marvin Borgs and blacksmith Ray Schoonover. Among them, blacksmith Ray Schoonover was the murderer who killed his wife and children, and he has been killed. Now there are only 3 left. Among them, Curtis held a veterans sharing meeting in Georgia, aiming to let veterans find their own spiritual corner in the normal world. But the effect? Just look at Frank. After Frank escaped from the hospital with serious injuries, he hid in Georgia. Curtis concealed the news that Frank was still alive from everyone. Under the alias of Peter Castany, he worked as a construction worker for a period of time under the introduction of Curtis. Unfortunately, Curtis could not make Frank forget the hatred. And it was Marvin Boggs who helped Frank escape secretly. After Marvin retired, he first joined the FBI and transferred to the CIA 3 years later. He worked as a field agent for a long time, and then he quit the CIA. No one knows what he has experienced. He looks neurotic and seems to have paranoia. In short, he has become extremely mysterious and does not trust anyone, except for his old comrades. It was with his help that Frank made everyone think that he was dead. Later, he decided to take revenge, and it was Marvin who helped him collect information and solve the problem of weapons. After all, before he decided to take revenge, Frank was a military model and did not understand many things at all. Without Marvin, he would not be the Punisher he is now. As for Billy Russell, Frank recognized their friendship, but he felt that Billy would not understand his approach, so he had never looked for Billy. Billy was also the best among his comrades. After retiring, he opened a private armed company, specializing in government work, and was a big boss. And this time it was Marvin who suddenly found Frank. Frank only gave Marvin his own place to stay. Curtis was likely to have no accidents. After all, he was an honest man. Billy was a rich man and had a private armed company, so Frank naturally did not need to worry about it. Frank was worried about Marvin. But Frank didn't expect that Marvin would find him for government affairs this time. This made Frank a little worried. After all, since Marvin left the CIA, he had extremely distrusted government agencies. He always believed that he was being monitored and even tortured. Now he was found for government affairs, which made Frank very worried. That's why Frank found Kai. Well, it's a bit suspicious. Wait a minute, I'll check it out. Kai heard this and understood why Frank was looking for him. As he said that, Kai called Ray Monroe, the former deputy director of the National Security Agency. Now Ray no longer works in the security agency. He has entered the cabinet and is responsible for intelligence work. Ray and Kai are old friends. In addition to Kai's relationship with President Benjamin, it is not a big problem to ask him for some intelligence. Soon Ray answered the phone. After a round of greetings, when the matter was mentioned, Ray was also very happy to ask him to wait, and he asked immediately. As a result, in less than a minute, Ray gave the answer. Marvin did accept the government's commission. As for why Marvin would help the government, this involves another matter. Ray couldn't reveal this aspect, so he only told Kai that Marvin did cooperate with the government again. In addition, Ray also revealed that the new recruits trained by Frank this time were a bit special, and that was why they came to Frank. It seemed that they knew Frank's identity. Chapter 902: The Church and the CIA. The Punisher's identity was exposed, which was not unexpected by Kai. In front of the state machine, it is basically impossible for those superheroes to truly hide their identities. Not everyone has Kai's ability to split himself. Among them, the murder of the blacksmith is the biggest flaw. Ray Schoonover was Frank's boss. At the same time, Ray has another identity: an expert in performing secret missions and early work for several organizations around the world. Once a team member dies in a secret mission, their identity is mercenary and has nothing to do with the United States. Therefore, Ray has many privileges in the U.S. military. For example, most of the records of his and a team's movements and transportation are in the hands of a few people. Many of the things they bring out or bring into the United States are quite sensitive and basically will not leave records in the military. With such a convenient channel, Ray has been in contact with those private and dirty jobs for a long time, so he will naturally not miss this advantage. Most of the drug trafficking of others has to go through very cumbersome means. After all, once it is lost, the loss is too great. But Ray has no concerns in this regard. During the Vietnam War, American drug lords transported drugs through the coffins of fallen soldiers. This is already sensational. But when it comes to Lay, others swagger and use military aircraft to transport tons of drugs. All the way is smooth, and he can even land at any U.S. military base in any country, and no one will check his means of transportation. Even the gasoline money is reimbursed by the U.S. government, which is almost cost-free transportation. As a black love who specializes in doing dirty work, most of the areas Lay goes to are war-torn areas, and these places are often accompanied by drug abuse. It is not too easy for him to get the source of goods. Even many sources of goods do not require him to pay. He can directly take those drug lords as mission targets, kill them directly, and take away the goods. In this way, Lay's cost is incredibly low, so he began to dump drugs in large quantities at a price that other drug lords vomit blood. What's more exaggerated is that even if other drug lords are unhappy about this, they can't do anything about him. Do you want to say that the bigwigs who command him don't know about his business? How is it possible? Without the acquiescence of those people, Lay would have been sacrificed long ago. But no one said anything about this, but instead condoned it from the side and even took the initiative to give some convenience. After all, a black-hearted subordinate who likes to make money is more useful than a loyal and patriotic soldier. If there's a problem one day, just clean him up and take away the money he earned. So as long as Lay does not have any problems, his business can continue. But the problem lies with Frank. Lay naturally cannot let Frank take the initiative to participate in this kind of private business. Because Frank has a strong resistance to the sale of banned drugs, and never holds back when killing dealers. Lay can't guarantee that Frank really knows nothing about it. It's not that he didn't think about winning over Frank, but unfortunately, Frank was unmoved. Frank didn't think about it at all. After all, the CIA did more excessive things, and even if he saw it, Frank would only think it was asked by the people above. This made Lay, who had a lot of bad debts under his butt, suspicious. Until 2 years ago when Frank was about to retire, Lay could no longer control his external communication. It was possible that someone wanted to get information from Frank to bring him down. Although Frank didn't know about the private business, he was likely to leak some sensitive information. As Lay's business grew bigger and bigger, he became more and more suspicious. Ray chose to silence him. Everyone knows what happened afterwards. Not many people know about these things, but those behind Ray Schoonover definitely know. So it is not difficult for the people above to get Frank's true identity. Then they put forward this condition, obviously wanting to use Frank's criminal record as a bargaining chip. Kai doesn't think there's anything wrong with this. It's just training new recruits, and the previous criminal record can be erased, so you can live a normal life in the future. It's worth it. You can go over. I'll say hello. After this, all your files will be erased, and you will be a normal person in the future. Frank's face was calm, and there was no special expression. He was willing to help because of Marvin's favor, and as for the criminal record, he didn't care much. After he made the decision, he had the corresponding awareness. Okay, as long as Marvin is not coerced, I have no problem. After saying that, Frank left very casually. The two of them are not friends in the general sense. In fact, the time they really spend together is very short. If I really want to describe it, it should be the type of people who cherish each other, so forget about those trivial things. Everyone can do whatever is comfortable for them. Watching Frank leave, I don't know why, I have a bad feeling in my heart. To be honest, Frank has never been a good person. He can even be said to be a walking troublemaker. Wherever he goes, trouble will inevitably occur. I hope I am overthinking. Kai shook his head and stopped paying attention to this matter. He and Tony are still going to the inner world. The inner world is an undeveloped virgin land, which has resources that are incomparable to the entire surface world. As long as it is used properly, The Earth can be taken to a higher level in a short period of time. After all, no one knows what will happen in the future, so some preparations must be made. Frank soon came to Washington and met his old friend Marvin. When he saw Marvin, Frank almost couldn't recognize his old friend. This guy is like a different person. How to say Marvin's previous state, like a drug addict, nervous every day, let alone appearance. The more important thing is that psychological problems have seriously affected his physiology, making him in a very bad state, looking like he may pass out at any time. Now Marvin is not only rosy-cheeked, but also dressed like a dog. Marvin, I remember you said you wouldn't work for the government anymore? What's going on now? Hey, don't say that. I just made bad friends. The people I know are all troublesome guys. Then he took Frank to the interior of the Pentagon. Soon they walked into an office where someone was already waiting. One of the bald men saw Frank coming in, and immediately stood up and walked over generously. You are the other troublesome Frank that Marvin mentioned, right? Judging from his age, this bald man is much older than Frank, at least in his 50s. He is well dressed and looks like a pampered middle-class person. But from his demeanor and movements, he is very well maintained, strong, and agile. He looks quite capable. He has a very likable face. Even if he doesn't say anything, he will have a slight smile on his face. He looks kind, gentle, and a muscle-loving uncle. Frank is not a person who likes to make friends, especially after his family passed away. He basically completely closed himself off. He looked at Marvin. He's also called Frank, and he's as troublesome as you. His name is Frank Moses, and he used to be my colleague in the CIA. You can call him Church, Frank Moses, or Church. He can be regarded as a legendary CIA agent. He also holds the record for the most completed missions. His code name is the idol of all field agents in the CIA. In the eyes of many CIA members, although Jason Berg and Ethan Hunt, the two strongest active CIA agents, are very powerful, they are still inferior to Church. The reason why I returned to the government is also because of him. Marvin told Frank about his previous experience without reservation. This story started with the retirement of Church. The most active and legendary era of Church in the CIA was actually the 1970s, when the United States and the Soviet Union were competing for hegemony. This guy was an enemy of the KGB and even slept with the other party's female agent. Although both of them had their own ulterior motives, this experience is still legendary. That's right, the real age of Church is much older than it looks. You are definitely an old man in your 60s or 70s. But you can't tell from the outside. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he disappeared internationally. But he didn't retire, but returned to the CIA to become a scavenger. This is not a good reputation. Because he needs to deal with the negative assets that are not needed or have become a problem within the CIA. In simple terms, he is an executioner who specializes in dealing with internal personnel. Among those who died in his hands were dictators supported by the CIA, corrupt officials, and CIA's own people. There are even some things that the CIA is unwilling to make public, which he cleaned up. It was also at that time that Marvin became a member of his team. They knew too much. When Church retired and gradually faded away from people's sight, the CIA also started the cleanup process for Church and Marvin. As long as they all disappeared, the CIA's bad things would disappear completely. No one would be able to find out anymore. Of course, it was mainly aimed at Church. After all, Marvin was crazy. Well, this is also the work of the CIA. Marvin quit because he knew too much and his position was not firm. In order to make Marvin shut up, the CIA has spared no effort to give Marvin hallucinogens for more than 10 years, destroying Marvin's mind and body. But the CIA people obviously underestimated Church. Even though he was in his 60s, he was still as skilled as ever and let him run away. Then he found Marvin and discovered the secret of Marvin's mental illness. Then there was nothing to say, just fight back to save his life. As a senior agent, Church knew too well what would happen if someone knew too much. His loyalty to the country was beyond doubt, but it didn't mean he would surrender. He naturally had ways to deal with it. He found the FBI. Sold the CIA. The CIA is very powerful. It is the most experienced intelligence agency in the United States and has a complex network of power. It is simply too much to expect such an agency to act according to regulations. According to regulations, the CIA has no law enforcement power in the United States. But can the CIA really give up its influence in the United States? No. Then who will be most affected by the CIA's actions in the United States? Naturally, it is the FBI. The FBI used to be very powerful. How powerful was it? No one could do anything to Edgar Hoover and his FBI. Edgar Hoover served as the director of the FBI for more than 20 years. But when Edgar Hoover died, the FBI was in trouble. His power and influence were divided up by many large organizations. It was no longer as grand as it once was. A super organization like the FBI has its own interests, which has nothing to do with who is the director. Whoever is the director will be pushed by the entire organization. If the FBI wants to restore its former glory, it must take back its power from other organizations. What the church gave to the FBI happened to allow the FBI to force the CIA to make concessions. And the church also escaped the pursuit. After all, if only the church knew those secrets, then the church must die, because as long as he died, everything would be over. But the problem is that now that the FBI knows, can the CIA still kill all the FBI? First of all, we must make it clear that the CIA has no hatred for the church personally. Even if they want him dead. The only thing that drives the CIA to do that is interests. Now that it has come to this, wasting manpower and resources to kill the FBI special consultant, unless the top leaders of the CIA are all reckless. Of course, don't expect the CIA to treat church well in the future. I told you to die, but you didn't. You are disloyal. After hearing this, Frank looked at his predecessor with the same name in surprise, not knowing whether to admire or sympathize. Being betrayed by the organization you have worked for many years is definitely not a pleasant feeling, but he was able to overthrow the CIA by himself, and this strength is absolutely worthy of admiration. Oh, let's not talk about it. Now I can only run out to work for the FBI, and I won't talk about the past. For a legendary agent like Church, the FBI naturally can't really throw him aside. Apart from other things, just based on his experience, he is a valuable asset. And this legendary agent still has gas in the tank, so don't waste it. The CIA has fallen a big fall this time. Not only was it suppressed by the FBI and forced to spit out benefits to settle the FBI, but it also pushed its own legendary agent to the FBI. Just for this, the FBI should worship Church. Don't think that the relationship between the super agencies in the United States is so harmonious. As I said, Congress only allocates so much money. If you give more, I will give less. They must fight. These are all later. Soon the church introduced Frank's students to Frank. When Frank saw a blue-haired wild man, a nerd in a wheelchair, a bad boy, a otaku and a skinny black guy, even with a certain psychological preparation, he still felt absurd. Marvin looked at his comrades with expectation. The people from the FBI and the Pentagon also looked at Frank expectantly. Are you kidding me? Frank said with an ugly face. How do they look like soldiers? Isn't this asking you to turn him into a soldier? Marvin also knew that it was a bit too much, but he believed that Frank had a way. Frank was not only a soldier king himself, but also a tactical master. He could design the most suitable tactics for them according to their characteristics. Let them play the greatest role. They are not ordinary people. Oh, of course I know they are not ordinary people, but the problem is, they can't be soldiers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 903 Tony is a country bumpkin. Frank was so annoyed when he saw this bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled people. He wanted them to be soldiers? Don't be funny. Marvin, do you know why the army has enlistment standards? Frank said expressionlessly. Of course Marvin knew that it was to eliminate these old, weak, sick and disabled people, but the problem is, they are mutants. They are different from ordinary people, and they have great potential. When the others heard what Marvin said, they turned their heads away silently. If that was the case, they would not have come all the way to find Frank. It's because it's too weird that they are at a loss. Neither the FBI nor the Pentagon has experience in training people with superpowers. Secondly, these candidates are too weird. It's difficult, so of course find a professional boss to train them. Just when Frank was about to say something, the Professor Charles Francis Xavier, who had been silent, spoke up. Please believe in our determination. We are willing to make a contribution to this world. We hope to let everyone know that mutants are not monsters. We also love this world and we are willing to protect this world. That is why more and more people accept us. Frank found something wrong at the first time, because he only heard the voice but did not see Charles open his mouth. The voice sounded directly in Frank's mind. You, telepathy. Frank looked at Charles. Yes, Charles' voice sounded in Frank's mind again. Get out of my head. Don't you think this is very rude? Frank's face changed, and murderous intent immediately appeared in his eyes. The murderous intent made Charles pale. Unlike other people, when performing telepathy, Charles could sense Frank's true intentions very directly. It was not to scare people, but he really wanted to kill them. The murderous intent even affected Charles's ability to use. I'm sorry, Mr. Frank. I just want to shut up. If you dare to enter my mind again next time, I will twist your head off. Frank did not give Charles any good face. Then he looked at Marvin coldly. Is this the kind of guy you want to train? He doesn't even know what politeness is. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has some special abilities, and that he is superior to others. If you want to train them into warriors, you'd better give up. He can't even control himself. Marvin looked embarrassed, and gave Charles a complaining look. But in his heart, he was relieved. Because he was familiar with Frank, if Frank didn't take this job, he would never say such nonsense. What he did now was nothing more than a show of power. Now, all he needed to do was to give Frank a way out. So he gave the church a very covert look. Charles looked a little embarrassed. He knew that it was very impolite to do so, but he couldn't help it. After all, no one wanted to listen to others' belittlement. He just wanted to prove himself. The church over there received the signal very keenly and quickly stood up to be a peacemaker. Frank, don't be angry first. Kids nowadays are like this. That's why we asked you to come. We know they have a lot of problems, but it's precisely because of this that we need you more. What has the world become now? We need more power to maintain peace. In short, he said whatever was good to say. The FBI people also helped to speak, and Frank was stabilized. The mutants didn't have any special feelings about Frank, but the momentum that Frank just burst out, and the cautious attitude of others, made them understand that the man in front of them was not an ordinary person. So they became uneasy. After all, they were just a group of young people with some special abilities, who had never experienced the dangers of society. This is all a routine. Although Frank thought that this group of people were ugly, he really didn't like to owe favors to others. At most, he treated them as playing with children, but when Charles used telepathy, he was really interested. Telepathy can be said to be the most desired superpower of every commander. This thing is absolutely a panacea on the battlefield. It can be used for reconnaissance, command, and communication. One person can handle the affairs of a group of people. Since he was free anyway, he might as well see what surprises these kids could bring him. Just when Frank was on duty, Tony finally arrived at the center of the earth. Where is this? Tony opened his eyes and saw not the natural scenery of the center of the earth that he imagined, but a city full of fantasy style, Disney. No. This is the legendary city, Camelot. Tony turned his head and looked at Kai. Are you kidding? Of course not, Kai said seriously. So the legend of King Arthur, haven't you seen the Night King? Why do you doubt the legend of King Arthur? Kai said. But why are you here? Tony insisted. Then how the hell do I know? Kai didn't want to explain. After all, if the matter of the clone was really exposed, it would really be social death. But, we are here, won't that person be angry? Tony pointed at the Kingsman agents who were busy in the city and asked a little unconfidently. Do you think he'll care about this? It's okay, I've said hello. Kai didn't continue this topic with Tony. After all, if you tell too many lies, there will always be loopholes, so just tell half of it and let him fill in the rest in his mind. Although Tony was confused, he saw that Kai didn't want to talk more. He didn't think much about it. After all, it involved the Night King. Kai's unwillingness to talk more was not something particularly difficult to accept. Anyone facing the Night King's destructive power would be cautious. By the way, you said this is the center of the earth, but why is it so bright? Tony had wanted to say it a long time ago. The brightness here is very similar to the natural light on the surface. It is completely different from what Tony imagined at the beginning. Look up, Kai pointed to the sky. Tony looked up and saw the spectacular crystal dome at first sight. The light here is all emitted by the huge crystal mountain range. That, Kai laughed. How is it, spectacular? The first time I saw it, I was also shocked. Huh? Too spectacular. This, formed by geological changes? No, it shouldn't be. Is the crystal at the center of the Earth true? Humans are more curious about the world than they think. For example, it is very difficult for humans to go 10,000 meters underground, but they want to know what is at the center of the Earth. There are roughly 3 hypotheses about the center of the Earth. The first hypothesis is the liquid core theory, which advocates that the core is composed of a material with a density of 9.0 to 11.5 grams per cubic centimeter under extremely high temperature and high pressure inside the core. The pressure is estimated to range from 1,550 tons per square centimeter at the top of the liquid core to about 3,875 tons at the center of the Earth. The temperature is more uncertain, but it is known from deep mines that the temperature will increase with depth, and based on the thermal conductivity of rocks, geologists estimate, roughly, that the temperature of the liquid core is about 5,000 degrees Celsius. The center of Jupiter may be as high as 50,000 degrees Celsius. The second hypothesis is the two-substance theory, which advocates the silicate mantle and the nickel-iron core, the same composition as egg white and yolk. They also believe that the early Earth must have been liquid, and later it may contain 2 immiscible liquids. The silicate liquid is lighter, floats on top and radiates heat into space to cool down. The molten iron below is isolated by the upper layer and cannot be directly exposed, and the heat release is very slow, so it may still be liquid until now. The third is the crystal theory, which claims that the center of the Earth is composed of a huge crystal. However, due to lack of factual basis, it has been denied. Kai was just about to explain a few words when Tony suddenly widened his eyes and pointed to the sky and shouted, "Pterosaurs! There are pterosaurs!" Tony acted like a country bumpkin. However, Kai could understand, as he wasn't much better when he first came. Roar! Just as Tony was observing the pterosaur, suddenly a red lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a roar of the beast, and the lightning struck the pterosaur. Tony was shocked. He quickly adjusted his smart sunglasses, and saw clearly that it was a larger flying monster that bit the pterosaur. What is that? Tony quickly used his smart sunglasses to zoom in and replay the scene just now, and then he could see the whole picture of the monster. It has 2 pairs of wings, and the patterns all over its body are very conspicuous, and it doesn't look like a creature on Earth at all. What surprised him even more was that the monster was speeding towards them. Getting closer and closer. Hey, hey! That thing seems to be coming towards us. Tony yelled, thankful that he didn't ask Pepper to come along. It was too dangerous. The thing flew faster and faster, and soon it was over Camelot. Boom! The thing dropped the pterosaur corpse in its mouth, and landed not far from Kai and Tony, then slowed down and descended. Tony saw this and immediately kicked a suitcase next to him. This is Tony's Mark 8 transformable armor, an improved version of the Mark 7 mecha used in the last New York battle. It is more flexible and more maneuverable than Mark 7. Its materials have also been greatly optimized, and it can provide stronger defense, which is also due to Tony's further research on the knowledge from Asgard. At the same time, in order to ensure firepower, Tony also designed many weapon mounting interfaces for this armor. Mark 8 retains the famous red and gold tones. It has a slightly different appearance from Mark 7 and has a unique, smooth mask design. At the same time, the transformation efficiency is much stronger than the previous Mark 5. Mark 5 is the mecha Tony wore when the racing car was attacked by the whip rope. It can be folded into a shape the size of a briefcase. After the transformation of this Mark 8, it is only the size of a portable briefcase. After Tony put on the Mark 8, a huge metal cabinet not far behind him was transformed, and immediately ejected several weapon components. These components were quickly linked to the Mark 8. In an instant, Tony became a small arsenal. All weapons have entered the activated state. Don't move. Tony's violent reaction startled Kai, who quickly called out, "That's my friend." Tony was stunned. WTF, in a gust of wind, the huge flying monster landed beside Kai, but its 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on Tony, full of vigilance. It's the Phantom, the most powerful flying creature in the inner world except for the Titans. Kai walked up and touched the Phantom's head to calm its emotions, while explaining to Tony. Tony saw that the monster, which looked difficult to deal with, became as docile as a kitten under Kai's comfort, and his heart was sour. Men, as a matter of fact, have never been able to resist robots and monsters. Especially for a monster like the Phantom that looks ferocious, when it is subdued. That feeling, it's so cool. Where is this thing? I want one too. Tony has never been inferior to others in his life, so it is impossible for Kai to pretend all by himself. No. I want a bigger one. A more powerful one. Kai glanced at Tony with disdain. Dream on. The phantom is a very smart and proud creature. It is not something a weakling like you can do to subdue it. Why? I brought the Mark 8 with me on purpose. That's why the phantom won't pay attention to you. This is cheating, you know? It said that the phantom is very smart and proud. How could it accept a cheating guy writing on it? Actually, this is Kai's nonsense. The phantom doesn't have so many tricks. If it is defeated, it is defeated. It doesn't care about anything else. Of course, Kai is not wrong. The phantom is indeed not so easy to subdue. There are many creatures that can defeat it, but no one has subdued it. It is not difficult to defeat it, but it is very difficult to subdue it. At least Kai can't see that Tony has any hope. Boys naturally hope that they are unique. If Tony subdues one, his achievements will soon decline. So, no. Are you kidding me? Humph. If you don't believe it, go find it yourself. Kai walked directly to the neck of the phantom, jumped on it, grabbed the phantom's tentacles, and the ends of the tentacles directly split open, and several sneaky tentacles appeared. See, this is a neural connection. Once connected, the phantom and I will be connected in consciousness. Looking at Kai's naked and boastful expression, Tony felt particularly unhappy. But he was very interested in this neural connection. Tony's mecha is still a force feedback type. The reason why it is not as slow as a force feedback mecha is entirely because it is equipped with an advanced intelligent system. So when fighting Tony, it is not just fighting Tony alone, but fighting a supercomputer. But this still cannot be compared with a neural connection. If Tony's mecha can hit the neural connection system, then his mecha will be integrated with his body, and it will be easy to operate. The difference is very big. After all, no matter what, Tony is still separated from his own intelligence system by a layer. But if there is a neural connection device, Tony's intelligence system can receive a thought. Can I study it? Get lost. Chapter 904 Mutant Attack. You are gifted and born superior. Why do you want to mix with these inferiors? Come, join me and create a new era that belongs to us. A man wearing a black suit, a flower scarf around his neck, and a funny helmet on his head, opened his arms and shouted to the shocked members of Team X. Professor Charles, lying on the ground in a mess, fell off his wheelchair. Just when he was about to use mind control to control these attackers, a red devil-like guy flashed to his side and grabbed his neck and lifted him up, interrupting the mind control, and almost strangled him to death. Thanks to Darwin Amon, who used his ability to turn himself into a stone man and force the opponent back with a punch, Charles was able to save his life. No. Mutants have never been a superior race. We are just ordinary people. I can't let you take them with you. Charles would never follow this man, so he didn't include himself in his words. He is a typical pacifist. But obviously the man opposite is not. That's a shame, but you can't make a choice for others. Well then, give your answers. Who is willing to follow me to create an era without discrimination, without oppression, where all mutants can hold their heads high? The man was not angry at Charles's rejection, as if this situation often happened. The others looked at each other. Just now, this man led two people to break through the FBI guards from the front and rush to them like a whirlwind. Hundreds of soldiers and agents died at the hands of these three people, which gave them a great shock. At the moment of stalemate, a slightly panicked voice came. It's Angel. Angel, whose real name is Salvador, has the ability to have a pair of insect bionic wings on his back, which can fly through sound wave vibrations. In normal state, they are attached to his shoulders, like tattoos. He can spray flames, venom, etc. His left and right hands can generate ice and fire energy respectively. Salvador, Charles shouted. His eyes were full of regret. He didn't expect that his companions would betray them at this juncture. Unexpectedly, Charles' shouting strengthened Salvador's faith, and his originally tangled and panicked expression slowly faded away. I'm sorry, Charles, come here, little girl. The man was very happy that someone had joined him. He opened his arms to welcome the arrival of a new companion. Salvador walked to the man, hugged him, and turned to face Charles. I'm sorry, Charles. But it's only to you. I don't owe those people. You are great, and your ideas are beautiful. But, I can't accept it. You know, I'm only 17 years old, and I have to be a stripper to support myself. Just because I am a mutant, my father abandoned me and my mother. Just because I am a mutant, my mother who is addicted to alcohol all day long believes that her tragic experience is all because of me, because I am a demon and bring disaster to her. Just because I am a mutant, my mother wants to kill me. Just because I am a mutant, I can't go to school, can't find a good job, and can't have a normal relationship. In fact, when Salvador said this, his tone was not fierce, but he emphasized it when he questioned a few times. But it was precisely because of this that he seemed so determined. Tell me, Charles. Why should I fight for those people? Why? Charles' eyes were filled with sadness, for Salvador and for many people like him. That's why we should fight. Only in this way can more people accept us. Salvador shook his head and said nothing more. She was a person who couldn't even survive herself, but she had to consider others. She was not that great. The flashy man looked at the others again. Who else wants to join us? Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out from behind them. The bullet hit the man. But the man turned around as if nothing had happened. Hey, there are still fish that slip through the net. He turned his head and said to the red-skinned man who looked like a devil beside him, Azazel, it's your fault. Yes, boss. My fault, the man named Azazel said indifferently. Then the next second he disappeared. His name is Azazel, code-named Red Devil. His whole body was red, and he looked a bit like a demon of Satan or a messenger from hell. He had the abilities of medium and short-range space jumps, telepathic transmission, immortality, energy explosion, and was good at swordsmanship. Just now, he killed all the people protecting Team X by himself. Azazel was now planning to complete his unfinished work. But when he used his teleportation ability to come to the place where he had just fired a gun, he found that there was nothing there, only a corpse. He tilted his head, and just as he was about to turn over the corpse, he heard a very rapid beep, beep sound. Not good, this thought just came up. Boom. The explosion directly engulfed him and the body. His two companions immediately turned their heads to look at Azazel's position. Swish. The next second Azazel appeared beside them. Half of his body was covered in blood, and his clothes were burning in a large area. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, Azazel howled angrily, I'm going to kill him. I must dig out all his internal organs and dry them in the sun. Pew. But before Azazel could finish venting, a slight gunshot was heard. Azazel's keen sixth sense saved him. Before the bullet hit him, Azazel felt his hair stand up. At the critical moment of life and death, he immediately lowered his head and crouched. A bullet hit the devil's horn on his forehead. The bullet left a long mark on his horn, and also made him fall to the ground in embarrassment. At this time, the man who had been staying with Azazel and the flashy man, the man who had been silent and had long hair, moved. His two forearms began to rotate very fast, and then a white object formed between his hands. Then, pew, boom. Like a missile, everything in front of him, including the cement on the ground and the buildings on the ground, was blown up into the sky in an instant. Azazel saw his companions take action and immediately teleported to the sky. He knew his companions too well. Ripplegenus Questy has the ability to spin his body at high speed, which not only attracts objects around him, but also creates storms out of thin air. At the same time, his bones can produce calcifications. When spinning at high speed, he releases these calcifications through his skin, and its lethality is comparable to that of missiles. This is an extremely dangerous guy who can create destruction anytime and anywhere. If one is not careful, people who stay by his side will also suffer because of his power. On the contrary, the leading man stood in front of the angel without any care, allowing the rubble and cement blocks to hit his body. Every time his body was hit, it was like a TV with poor reception and double images on the screen. But when the double images disappeared, he was still standing there intact, as if those things were illusions. The angel behind him was also safe and sound, but a little confused. On the other side, Darwin hugged everyone, and then his hands turned into a pair of huge wings, wrapping everyone in them. Then his body became full of metallic luster. Stones and debris hid him, but there was no effect except for the clanging sound. The man with a helmet looked at everything Darwin did, his eyes full of amazement and appreciation. This is the future of mankind. Children, do you see it? This is a miracle. A miracle that only exists in us. He looked at Darwin and said passionately, look at yourself, child, look at yourself. You are the best example of human evolution. You deserve everything and enjoy the life of a king. Instead of begging for the acceptance of those inferior people like now. You are born to be a king. Why do you live with cattle and horses, Darwin Amon listened to these bewitching words with a complicated expression. To be honest, he was very moved. Who doesn't want to be born noble? Charles struggled to grab Darwin from the ground. No. Darwin. No. Amon looked at Charles and finally nodded with a sad look in his eyes. Although he was tempted, he could also guess that this group of people were not human rights fighters. They were real terrorists. On the other side, after doing all this, Gilliu looked around, trying to find the damn attacker, but there was no movement. He should be dead. After all, Gilliu's power is a large-scale attack. As long as you are within the attack range, it is not so easy to escape. Just when he was about to return to his boss, suddenly a black cylindrical object bounced and rolled to his side. Be careful. Red Devil Azazer came to Gilliu as soon as possible and wanted to take Gilliu away, but the cylindrical object just exploded. Bang! Buzz! It's a stun grenade. Azazer and Gilliu instantly felt that their brains were hit hard. For a moment, their eyes lost their vision, their ears were occupied by roars, and their brains became a mess, with no reaction ability at all. At this time, from the ruins not far from them, a fully armed man rushed out from nowhere and shot at Azazel and Gilliu. Bang 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 bang. After a series of gunshots, Azazel and Riptide were both hit and immediately lost their ability to move and fell to the ground. Leave them. The man came to the Red Devil and kicked the troublesome guy unconscious. Then he pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the bleeding and struggling Riptide on the ground. He aimed his rifle at the man in the helmet with his other hand. The man in the helmet was really shocked. He didn't expect that his capable man would be knocked down so easily. And it was by an ordinary person. All the members of Team X looked at the man in surprise. Instructor, that's right, the person who came was Frank. Although the Punisher retired, it seemed that his skills had not deteriorated much. You did a good job, mortal. The helmeted man was still not panicked. After all, in his opinion, no one in this world could kill him. You are qualified to be my subordinate. How about switching to my side? I can give you a place in the new world. Shut up, idiot. Unexpectedly, Frank disdained his solicitation and thought he was mentally ill. After all, there are a lot of superheroes in this world, and each one is more powerful than the other. Just a mutant. Actually called him immortal. It takes a lot of idiots to say such a thing. Of course, Frank also knew that he couldn't do anything to him. Frank was not here before, so he happened to escape the first wave of attacks from these mutants. It was also because of this that he had the opportunity to collect intelligence. That's why he was able to take down those two mutants. For a man like Frank, as long as the intelligence is collected properly, he dares to kill you even if he is a god. Of course, this is an exaggeration, but it is enough to explain the problem. The man in front of him is an existence that a whole team of regular special forces can't hurt him at all. Anyway, Frank couldn't see what his weakness was. So he asked for external help. Well, this is very un-Punisher. But Frank didn't think it was a problem at all. He's retired, remember? What's wrong with a retired old man asking for support? Let go of those kids, or I'll kill your companions. Knowing that threatening the helmeted man himself was useless, Frank directly threatened his two men. The peeping man was indeed a little bit afraid to act rashly. It was not that he valued feelings, but really, his career was still on the rise, and he needed to rally people's hearts. If he casually gave up his men, it would seriously undermine his prestige. But the next second, the peeping man smiled again. He raised his hands. Don't be so excited, I give up. Don't hurt my companions. Frank was stunned. It was the first time he met such a loyal criminal. Now, the moral standards of the underworld are so high? But the next second, Frank felt something behind him, and without any hesitation, he turned around and shot. Only then did everyone see that there was someone not far behind him. A blonde woman in a white leather jacket, with a very explosive figure. Facing the flying bullet, the woman's body immediately turned into a diamond, sparkling. Ding ding ding. The bullet hit it, but it had no effect except for some sparks. No one knew how this woman walked there without being discovered. After all, with her appearance, no one should ignore her no matter where she was. Stop. Seeing the woman getting closer and closer despite his firepower, Frank raised his pistol and shot at Gilliu's thigh. Bang! Gilliu screamed immediately. The woman immediately stopped and looked at Frank. Frank looked at this scene, and while he breathed a sigh of relief, he secretly shouted in his heart, "Fuck, Kai! Come here quickly. I can't take it anymore. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will make up 2,000 words each, as compensation for not updating yesterday. Chapter 905 White Queen. But in the next second, the environment in front of Frank changed suddenly. It became the sunny afternoon of that day, on the grass of the park that broke his heart. Before he could react, two children ran past him. "Dad, come and chase us." "Ha ha ha, Dad, come and chase us." That voice, that was a voice he would never forget. He stood still like a statue, watching a little boy and a little girl running away with laughter. He could even see the sweat on their faces. Frank opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but it was as if a stone was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak. "Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing here?" Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind him. That voice made Frank tremble as if he had encountered the most terrible thing. His face was full of disbelief. He was like a rusty puppet, twisting his neck with a creaking sound and looking back. In the bright sunshine of early autumn, a woman stood not far behind him. The sun shone a warm light on her body. She was like a goddess coming out of the warmth, expelling the bottomless ice that was wrapped around Frank. Frank's heart, which was wrapped in ice and as hard as iron, became soft and became hot again. Maria. Frank was a man with a firm mind, even a little bit unconventional. But at this moment, he hoped that all this was true. Yes, Frank knew it was fake. When he saw his two children, he knew it was fake. He was Frank Custer. Nothing could affect his heart, except his wife and children. But at the same time, he knew very well that his wife and children had left him forever. Forever. But even if he knew it, he still couldn't let go of that touch of tenderness, even if it was fake. "Honey, what's wrong with you? You look like you're very tired." Frank's wife was not a very beautiful woman. She was very ordinary, but in Frank's eyes, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. So even facing a fake wife, Frank still couldn't help but fall into her infinite tenderness. "Well, I'm really tired. Maria. I'm really tired, so tired." Frank is the kind of man who will never give up even if it hurts. Even death can't defeat him. But in the tenderness of his wife, he is like a moth flying into the fire. Maria hugged Frank gently. "If you are tired, just take a rest." Frank closed his eyes. In the outside world, the woman who can turn into diamonds finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh?" The helmet man smiled and said, "Why? Dealing with an ordinary person actually made the White Queen so tired, huh?" "Don't talk nonsense, Sebastian. This man's mind is the strongest I have ever seen. I can't control him with mind control at all. In order to keep him quiet, I took a lot of effort to let him enter the illusion." The White Queen. This is a character that appeared in this book. She is also Logan's sister-in-law. Her real name is Emma Grace Frost. She is a powerful mutant and a very rare multi-powered mutant. Emma is considered a world-class telepath. For example, Charles is just a child in front of Emma. Basically, she has all the abilities that telepaths have. For example, she just used mind control on Frank, but it didn't work, so she immediately used mind illusion and used Frank's inner desire to confuse Frank. And before, the reason why she was able to hide from everyone was because she used mind invisibility. Mind invisibility is not really invisible, it just makes people ignore her. Simply put, it is to reduce the sense of existence. Even if she is standing in front of you, you will ignore her existence in your consciousness when you see her. Of course, this ability is not so effective. For example, she was about to launch a sneak attack just now, but Frank reacted. Emma has controlled many people, but Frank is the most difficult one she has ever met. "Can we go now?" Emma is not as relaxed as Sebastian. She thinks it's better to leave quickly. It will be bad if those superheroes react. "Don't worry, I just wanted to say hello, but I didn't expect." Sebastian is very annoyed now. He appeared here because he thought that the people found by the FBI were all good seedlings. If mutants want to overthrow a Homo sapiens and establish a new order, they need a lot of manpower. The more powerful mutants, the more he needs. On the other hand, it is also to destroy the reconciliation between the federal government and mutants. Yes, the establishment of Team X this time is an important signal of reconciliation between mutants and the US government in Sebastian's eyes. He said that he was seeking benefits for mutants, which is not wrong. He did have this plan. But it would be wrong to say that he is really that great. The reason why he gathered mutants is more for his own ambition. He can't rule the world by himself, so he needs to create a ruling class for himself. The mutant group is just right. They are capable, and have great contradictions and barriers with ordinary Homo sapiens. It perfectly meets his requirements. In this way, if he leads the mutants to overthrow the rule of Homo sapiens and establish a world ruled by mutants, then he will undoubtedly become the leader of all mutants. The society of his dreams. He is the emperor. Mutants are nobles. And Homo sapiens are the common people. But if more and more mutants and humans coexist peacefully, what is he doing? In short, the more acute the conflict between mutants and Homo sapiens, the better, and it would be best if both sides wished the other to die. So Team X cannot succeed. He did not come here to kill these people. So what if he killed them? The government can just recruit another batch. There are indeed not many mutants, but in the United States with a population of 300 million, it is easy to find 100 or 80 people. And mutants, the ability is generated very randomly. Who knows who will be the next Team X? What if a very powerful one comes? That would be a headache. So what he wants is to create a rift and recruit them directly. In this way, the distrust between the federal government and mutants will increase, and then they will continue to make trouble, naturally making Team X a model of distrust between Homo sapiens and mutants. But who would have thought that he came to show off? Not only did he fail, but he almost lost 2 generals. Sebastian Shaw, an ambitious man. He is also a mutant. He has the ability to absorb all forms of energy and convert it into his own energy, and can release the energy. He can absorb any form of energy, whether it is thermal energy, kinetic energy, electrical energy or any other messy energy. Not only that, he can also use that energy on himself. Improve your physical strength, speed and endurance, and even make yourself immortal. He was born in 1897. But now it seems that he is still only 30 years old. All these made him extremely conceited, and he didn't even allow himself to have weaknesses. For example, he had no resistance to telepathic abilities, so he made a helmet specifically. As long as he wore the helmet, no telepathic person could invade his mind. But now, he was actually embarrassed by a mortal. Even if he himself was fine, he still felt embarrassed. That's how conceited he is. So he has lost his patience now. Chapter 906 Rescue. He wants to kill people. Anyway, there are many opportunities to provoke hatred between humans and mutants, so this time it's just a warning. What do you want to do? Emma frowned and looked at Sebastian. Emma is also a radical, but unlike Sebastian, she is not so radical. She is more group-oriented and thinks that every mutant is precious. Just a warning, Sebastian sneered. He knew the mentality of White Queen Emma very well, and at the same time he was dismissive. Of course, this itself is also a matter of indifference. Revolution requires bloodshed, Emma. Whether it is the enemy or own, don't go too far, Sebastian. Emma also knew that she couldn't stop Sebastian. The Hellfire Club they belonged to was actually an elite secret society similar to the Skull and Bones Society or the Freemasons a long time ago. At that time, they were all ordinary people. It was a group of upper-class people who were bored or formed a secret organization for the convenience of interest exchange. This is not surprising. Americans like to form associations. But since this secret society was infiltrated by mutants, it has changed. After Sebastian entered, he reformed the entire club. In the Hellfire Club, Sebastian's code name is the Black Emperor. It is the same as the code name of the White Queen. As for why Sebastian calls himself the Emperor, it is not because of his speech. It is because of his strength. It is obviously an elite club, but it is divided by strength. It can be regarded as a subtle irony. In short, Emma knew that she was not Sebastian's opponent, and she also believed that mutants needed Sebastian's leadership. So she could only make some compromises. I will. Sebastian looked at those little cuties with a grin. At this time, Angel's face changed drastically, and she immediately stood in front of Sebastian. You promised me. You won't hurt them. Sebastian looked at Angel and showed a very gentlemanly smile. Darling, this is not a scene that ladies can participate in. Emma, let this little lady sleep for a while. We will be ready soon. Emma sighed, and without her making any movements, Angel fell to the ground. Ah! Charles suddenly covered his head and screamed. Just now, Charles had been using his mental power to influence the Rapids and the Red Devil, so that they could kill Sebastian and save the Angel. As a result, Emma destroyed it and taught Charles a lesson. Little boy, you are still far from it, Emma said. Sebastian was stunned and understood what was going on. Really? Our little professor doesn't look honest, so let's start with you. Don't even think about it. Darwin stood up. His body suddenly turned into metal, and he swung his fist at Sebastian. The fist hit Sebastian's face firmly, but Sebastian didn't even move. He rolled his eyes and felt it carefully. Amon, well, your fist is really weak. Then he stretched out his hand and slowly pushed Darwin's fist away. His speed was very slow and his movements were very light. But Darwin was completely unable to stop his fist from getting farther and farther away from Sebastian. He kept exerting force, but the force seemed to disappear and had no effect at all. Here's a piece of advice for you. Don't swing your fist at someone stronger than you, because the consequences will be very bad. Sebastian's fist swung out a shadow, and Darwin flew out and smashed into the wall. The metal body was deformed. Just as Darwin did this, Alex Summers, the destroyer, who had been protected by Darwin and Charles, clenched his fists, and a red light appeared on his body, and then a high-energy beam shot towards Sebastian. This is Alex's ability. His body can shoot out high-energy beams and launch extremely powerful plasma explosions. But as mentioned before, Sebastian can absorb any form of energy. He raised his hand, and the crimson high-energy beams were immediately absorbed and compressed, forming a ball of light in his hand. On the other side, the siren Sean Cassidy also woke up from a dream and launched a sonic attack on Sebastian. This was somewhat useful. Sebastian was indeed covered his ears by the sound waves. Sean was greatly excited and immediately increased the output power. Alex also saw hope and fired several high-energy beams in succession. For a moment, Sebastian seemed to be at a disadvantage. But within a few seconds, Sebastian approached again, and both the sound waves and the high-energy beams were absorbed into his body. Ugh! The siren's neck was grabbed by Sebastian. Snap! The siren was killed. No. Alex, Charles finally came back to his senses from the backlash of his mind, and saw Sebastian pinching Alex's body. Alex's body didn't want to emit red light, but those red lights were uncontrollably absorbed into his own body by Sebastian. As a large amount of energy was absorbed, Alex's condition became worse and worse. His face began to turn pale, and his body began to shake constantly. Stop! Stop! Charles dragged his paralyzed lower body and crawled towards Sebastian frantically. He wanted to stop it, but his weak body couldn't cause any harm to Sebastian at all. Charles grabbed Sebastian's trouser legs and shouted, "Let him go! Let him go! You bastard! You bastard!" As expected of a professor, his curse words were so elegant. But this posture made Sebastian extremely comfortable. That's how it should be. He should crawl at his feet and beg for his mercy. Unfortunately, the great Lord Sebastian was not going to show him mercy. Alex's struggle became weaker and weaker, and the red light on his body became weaker and weaker. Finally, the light went out, and Alex was like a person who was frozen to death, stiff and pale all over. No. 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 Charles's cries became weaker and weaker. He was close to collapse. Sebastian squatted down and gently lifted Charles' face. Look at you, you think you are the savior. But what about the reality? You know nothing. This world is cruel. Live in peace with humans? No, no, no. We are born with strength, we are born stronger than humans. They fear us, so they hate us. Just like the Neanderthals who first discovered Homo sapiens, the encounter between two races means war. But you want to go against human nature. This is the price, Charles. Take your innocence and repent well. You originally had the opportunity to enjoy glory. Although Darwin was seriously injured, he saw his companions being killed one after another, and he didn't care about his physical injuries. He got up and wanted to rush forward. But the next second, his body ran out uncontrollably. No. Charles. Stop. Charles, Darwin shouted loudly. Charles looked up at Sebastian, smiled with tears in his eyes and said, "Fool. Run." It was Charles who used mind control to control Darwin and let him run. His suggestion is correct, Sebastian said with a smile. And then he took out the energy ball that absorbed Alex's high-energy beam and stuffed it into Charles' mouth. Most of the power inside the energy ball was absorbed by Sebastian, leaving only a little energy. But this little energy was enough to burn Charles to ashes. When the energy entered, Charles' face began to deform, and bursts of red light came out of his throat, and then his chest. His skin began to crack, and his eyes began to collapse. I'm sorry, his body began to glow, and it looked like it was going to explode. But at this moment, suddenly a shadow swam on the ground like a python, first passing Frank and swallowing him, and then pounced on Charles and Sebastian. Facing this unknown thing, Sebastian instinctively dodged. Charles was also swallowed by the shadow a second before the explosion. Emma met up with the Rapids and the Red Devil at the first time. With the Red Devil, they were basically invincible. The mobility of the Red Devil ensured that they could retreat at any time. The shadow quickly retreated. A figure appeared in the same place holding Charles, and Frank appeared behind him, holding his forehead, and his expression was not clear. The energy in Charles' body had disappeared. Only a corpse was left. The energy in his body was sucked away. Emma and the Red Devil looked at each other, and both of them were confused. Instead, Sebastian was the first to react. Hannibal, after a while, Frank put down his hand and said in an interfering voice, "Did Kai notify you to come?" Frank didn't know Hannibal, although he had heard of Hannibal's legend. "Kai is in New York and can't get here so quickly." Hannibal gently put Charles on the ground. "I'm sorry, I seem to be late." "No need to apologize, this is not your problem." Frank raised his head, his eyes full of bloodshot. The terrifying murderous aura that was as real as substance burst out in an instant, and even Sebastian was stimulated by the terrifying murderous aura and couldn't help but step back. You bastards." Frank's words were like whispers from hell. The temperature around them dropped a few degrees for no reason. Bang bang bang. Following Frank's words, 3 gunshots were heard. 3 bursts of fire, aimed directly at the Red Devil. The Red Devil was frightened by the murderous aura and reacted a little slower, resulting in a bullet. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and teleported away immediately. By the way, he also took away the Rapids and the White Queen. But the next second after they appeared, 2 big mouths suddenly stretched out from under their feet, biting the Red Devil and the Rapids respectively. The Red Devil had to teleport again. He wanted to take Emma and the Rapids away. But the next second, he only felt a pain in his arm. He teleported to another place, but the Rapids and Emma were left behind. He turned his head and saw that his hand holding the Rapids had disappeared. The Rapids was holding Emma, and his lower body had sunk into the shadows, while his upper body was holding Emma. "Save me, save." Emma's body turned into a diamond, and he tried desperately to pull the Rapids out of the shadows. But everything was in vain. A huge force dragged the Rapids into the shadows. Emma had no choice but to let go unless she wanted to be dragged in with him. Then a shrill scream came from the shadows. Seeing this, Sebastian immediately shouted, "Red Devil, this is so weird." Before they can figure out why this is happening, they must retreat. Otherwise, they will be too passive. The Red Devil didn't want to fight anymore. It was so weird that his teleportation couldn't escape the opponent's attack. The Red Devil completed 3 teleportations at the fastest speed in his life. The first time he caught Sebastian, the second time he caught Emma, and the third time he caught the angel, and then he disappeared. The speed was so fast that even his tenderest lord didn't have time to catch up. Of course, this was also related to their bad taste. After catching the Rapids, they spent a little time torturing the poor guy. And all that was left here was a mess. Bang! The White House. President Benjamin slammed the documents on the desk. "Is this the answer you gave me?" In the district. Inside the Pentagon. Under the protection of hundreds of special forces and agents, our Team X was defeated. "Is this the answer you gave me?" Benjamin was angry, of course, but more of it was fear. Damn, under this kind of defensive power, the enemy not only defeated Team X, but also ran away. Even if Hannibal hadn't suddenly appeared to help, they would have been beaten to 0. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? Of course, this is only the angry part. The real reason that made Benjamin angry to the point of losing his composure, is more out of fear. Those terrorists can swagger into the Pentagon like this, so who can guarantee that they won't rush into the White House? Not just the White House, who can guarantee that any institution in Washington, D.C. is safe? Opposite Benjamin, a group of cabinet officials and the FBI director all bowed their heads and said nothing. Although the power of the president is limited in the American political system, it is undeniable that this position still has powerful power. Moreover, at this time, no one would be stupid enough to get into trouble. Especially since President Benjamin has basically been re-elected. He still has 5 years left in his term. 5 years is not long, but not short either. Moreover, as mentioned above, this time it is not only about the face of the government. It is also about their personal safety. Who can guarantee that these lunatics will not cause trouble for them? They may still make excuses for public affairs, but when it comes to their own vital interests, these guys are more active than one. After President Benjamin finished his anger, the female Secretary of Defense Ruth McMillan immediately stood up. Mr. President, after this incident, we feel that the establishment of the X team is necessary, and we need to invest more resources. Otherwise, there will be huge loopholes in the defense of Washington, D.C. This is in line with the identity of the Secretary of Defense. Speaking of which, this is also a very embarrassing thing. Los Angeles has the Flash and some messy vigilantes, Batman occasionally appears, Chicago has 3 female heroes, San Francisco has Venom moved to San Francisco. Not to mention New York, where superheroes gather. But in the center of American politics, Washington, D.C., they don't have any decent superheroes or vigilantes. It seems that superheroes hate to have contact with the government. It wasn't obvious before, but now, the consequences have appeared. Then do it. Chapter 907, Leaving the Mountain. After yelling, Benjamin calmed down. No matter what, it had already happened, and they had to deal with it and look forward to the future. How are the rest of Team X, Darwin? Oh, that's Amon, an officer reported. Okay, I know their code names. Benjamin waved his hand impatiently to let him continue. Darwin is in a very bad condition now, not only physically, but also mentally. His psychological condition is very bad now. After he is out of danger, we will arrange psychological counseling as soon as possible. As for the beast, he was lucky that he was not there at the time, so he was intact, but he was also greatly stimulated. You must understand that they were all civilians before, and they were not mentally prepared for this. Benjamin took a deep breath, then smiled bitterly. Well, at least we are not completely wiped out. Then he shook his head and didn't intend to talk about this topic anymore. What about our Punisher, Frank? His psychological quality is good, but he seems very angry now and wants to find those terrorists, the officer said immediately. Don't let him get into trouble. He is very important, Benjamin said immediately. At this moment, another official suddenly said hesitantly, about the bodies of Team X, Benjamin immediately looked over sternly, with a look of surprise on his face. You want to make a fuss about the bodies of those warriors? Who gave you the courage? President Benjamin covered his head and said, get out. You are fired. And Judy, remember to remind me to ask the personnel department to prepare intelligence tests next time the White House recruits people. I don't want idiots to mix in my staff. The official was dragged out by the presidential security in a state of shame. Strictly speaking, even the President of the United States is not qualified to insult a person's personality like this, not to mention that the person who can walk into this office at this time will not be simple in terms of identity or background. But no one in the room stood up to speak for this person, and no one accused the president of being too hurtful. Because the times have changed. Look at the world outside. Things that were unimaginable before happen every day. Superpowers are no longer legends now. Supervillains and superheroes have been fighting in major cities. Gods, demons, monsters, vampires and even aliens have already appeared. If you still hold on to the old thinking. Haha, to be honest, this kind of idiot should stop as soon as possible. Don't come out to make trouble. Let's put this problem in the present. It has been proved that there is a mutant terrorist organization with malicious intentions towards humans, and the other party has the ability to raid any place in the world. In this case, someone actually proposed to use the bodies of mutants who have died in battle and are close to the government to make a fuss. How stupid is this? They don't have time to win over those mutants now. Doing it like that idiot will only make other mutants more hostile to the federal government. Is he planning to assist that terrorist organization? Now is the critical period for winning over mutants. So everyone thinks that this guy has a hole in his brain. Of course, maybe this guy has his own purpose, but no matter what the purpose is, this is not the time to mess around. This kind of person must be strangled. Otherwise, the subsequent problems will be serious. After the idiot left, even if the people present had various reasons to oppose mutants in their hearts, they understood what the general direction was. It's like the top leaders of the federal government really like Nick? No. On the contrary, most of the top leaders dislike Nick and even think they are redundant. But for the sake of interests, they can become the vanguard of protecting Nick's power. There is no other reason, it's the interests. Just like now. The bodies of those warriors must be properly buried with the specifications of a state funeral. We must let those mutants who pay attention to us understand the attitude of the Federation. Well, downplay their mutant identities, so that those messy organizations will not come out to make trouble inexplicably. Doesn't Benjamin want to study mutants? Of course. No national leader will let this kind of power go. But that also depends on the timing. Besides, isn't there enough research on mutants? After so many years, who has researched anything? In this case, why make it so ugly? Many things can actually be done in a more beautiful way, and the goal can be achieved. In short, there are many ways. Why choose the simplest and crudest one? Even if it takes a little more effort. It doesn't cost much. Next, we need to add personnel to Team X. I hope you already have backup candidates. Generally speaking, a president would not pay attention to such specific things. There are so many things waiting for him to do. Now that Benjamin has spoken, it shows the seriousness of the matter. Yes, we already have backup candidates. We have decided to borrow the power of the Shadow Bureau to defend Washington. No, Benjamin said dissatisfiedly. As a direct force of the federal government, the Shadow Bureau is of course fine to defend this special district, but if the power of the Shadow Bureau is reduced, it means that all their initial investment will be wasted. This is Benjamin's political achievement. He plans to separate any of this part of power during his term of office, and cannot let SHIELD dominate alone. If the Shadow Bureau is reduced, wouldn't he have worked in vain? Birds leave their voices behind, and people leave their names behind. Every president hopes to leave some achievements worth mentioning during his term of office. Benjamin is no exception. But the threat of the Hellfire Club is imminent. In a short time, the fate of the newcomers is in front of them. Even if a new batch of potential mutants is recruited, it will be useless. Should I ask for help again? Why did they form their own superpower team? Isn't it to avoid this kind of embarrassment? Benjamin thought about it and finally made up his mind. Let me do it. He opened the drawer and took out his personal phone. Then he dialed it. The result was a busy tone. Benjamin was a little embarrassed, so many people were watching. So he changed the phone, which was the person's office phone. Someone answered this time, a female voice. The secretary answered it. Hearing that it was the president, the other party was very polite, but the other party still helplessly told Benjamin that the director was not in. But the other party still gave the director the butler's phone number. The president awkwardly dialed the phone for the third time. This time someone answered. The butler was very polite, but told him that it would take 2 minutes. Benjamin felt his face burning. Damn it, he was a president looking for someone. But he couldn't find the real person 3 times, and the other party asked him to wait. But what can he do? This is not the time to lose his temper. After a long time, the other party called back. Kai? You bastard. What the hell are you doing? Why are you answering the phone now? Benjamin roared in a low voice immediately after the call was connected. Kai was confused on the other side. Of course I have my own things to do. I'm not your secretary who needs to be on call 4 hours a day. Benjamin also knew that he was a little bit reactive, but so many people are watching. Okay, no need to explain. I need your help. Help? Kai asked curiously. What help? You know about the previous Pentagon attack, right? Yes, Frank asked me for help, but I'm in New York and can't get there for a while. So I asked a friend of mine to go over there, Kai said honestly. As for the fact that the friend was Hannibal, he didn't mention it, and Benjamin also tacitly didn't say it. Everyone knows that if there is a chance, the federal government will definitely catch Hannibal. In this regard, no matter how good the relationship between Benjamin and Kai is, it will not change. After all, the big guys who can call the wind and rain in the federal government are not young anymore. If you can restore your youth, it's not certain what you can do. That is to say, Kai has a strong foundation, and ordinary people dare not pay attention to him. Otherwise, Kai would have been caught and tortured by those old and decrepit old people. Well, Team X suffered heavy losses. So, I need help to introduce some trustworthy people to re-establish Team X. There are not many people I can trust in this regard. I can only seek your help, Benjamin said sincerely. Unfortunately, Kai was unmoved. Are you kidding? Who is Benjamin? The president. To put it bluntly, he is also a politician. It is impossible to trust such a person. I'm sorry, Benjamin, I can't help you. Yes, I know a lot of people like you, but Benjamin, you are the federal government. You know, your reputation in the eyes of these people is not very good. Well, it should be said that it is very bad. After all, You have established many inhumane mutant research projects over the years. Those mutants did not become anti-government elements not because they are patriotic, but because they can't afford to offend you. You want them to work for you now. This is not convincing, Ben. Kai did not hide anything and told the truth. I know that there were indeed some misunderstandings between us and mutants before. Look, this is a politician who treats mutants as guinea pigs for slices and research, and others can still say it is a small misunderstanding without changing their faces. But I am working to change this reality, so we need more mutant brothers to join our cause. We can reach a consensus on some aspects and change the reality that mutants are discriminated against. Obviously he was asking for help, but he said it as if he was thinking about them. It's no use telling me this, Ben. I'm not a mutant, and I'm not in the same circle as them. I can be friends with them, but I can't change their views. In the eyes of more mutants, I'm a government lackey, and they are even less likely to believe me. Kai was silent for a while before speaking. He didn't lie. Mutants have their own circles, and they are usually very fragmented and hidden. For example, Logan never knew Charles. In order to hide themselves, these mutants usually don't reveal the fact that they are mutants. Unless the mutant characteristics are extremely obvious, it takes a lot of effort to find mutants. This also leads to their circle being extremely xenophobic. Not to mention trusting Kai as a policeman. Even Captain America can't be trusted casually. Kai doesn't think there's anything wrong with Benjamin using mutants. After all, isn't this how the world is? The most tragic thing is to have no value to use. Although most of what Benjamin said was nonsense, one thing was true. If you want to change the current situation of mutants, you really have to rely on the government. Emotionally, Kai is happy to see mutants join the so-called Plan X, but the problem is that his words really don't count. After all, the mutants he knows, not to mention Logan and Tank, are secluded in pursuit of peace, and Kai has no reason to disturb them. Selok and Bishop are living a happy life in Los Angeles, and occasionally they play superheroes to help Barry fight criminals. It seems that there is no reason for them to run to the federal government to do things. As for contacting other mutants through them, forget it. As I said before, they don't trust Kai. At this time, a phone call came in. Coincidentally, the call was from Logan. Wait, I'll take a call. Benjamin almost vomited blood. Please, big boss, I'm the president. Give me some face. But Kai didn't care about this. He directly transferred the call to Logan's phone and left Benjamin aside. Hearing the busy tone of the paused call, Benjamin wanted to hang up directly. But after thinking about it, he still waited patiently. He is not lacking in patience. After all, according to Kai, the situation of the federal government is very bad on the mutant side. If things continue to develop like this, the Hellfire Club might be able to pull out a mutant resistance army. That would be great fun. The federal government was not destroyed by aliens, but was destroyed by civil war. Logan? How come you have time to call me? Kai and Logan have each other's phone numbers, but they are not little girls who like to chat on the phone for a long time, so they basically don't contact each other. Some things are enough for everyone to understand, and the friendship between real men does not need those messy things to maintain. Frank called me. Logan is still the same as before, not saying much. I know what happened. So, Logan is so old, it is naturally impossible for him to ruin his life because of his passion. Kai didn't quite understand what Logan meant. Frank wants me to help him, huh? Kai was stunned. Frank actually asked for reinforcements? It's really rare. But Kai quickly realized that Logan called him. Is he going out? You want to help him? Think clearly, Logan. Your peaceful life now is not easy. In today's information-rich society, once exposed, it will be difficult to return to that peaceful life. Kayla, that Emma, suspected to be Kayla's sister. Wolverine was silent for a short time, and then said, "Who?" Kai really didn't remember who Emma was, but he knew Kayla. She was an undercover arranged by Stryker to be with Logan. As a result, the two really had feelings for each other. But because Stryker threatened Kayla with her sister, Kayla had to give in. But later Stryker was killed by Kai and Logan. Then the lovers finally got married. It's just that Kayla's sister has never been found. But it is certain that Kayla's sister had escaped from Stryker at that time. But Kai forgot what her sister's name was. Kayla's sister, a rare mutant with multiple abilities, can transform into a diamond form and is also a telepath. It just so happens that there was a woman with the same ability among the attackers yesterday. Kayla suspects that it was her sister Emma, Okay, I roughly understand what you mean. Have you thought it through? Based on Kai's understanding of Logan, he would not stand idly by in this situation. Perhaps Logan has experienced all kinds of things in the world, but his deep loyalty has not changed. By the way, Tank also wants to come out and move around. Fuck. Why is he joining in the fun? The original reason why Tank came out was even simpler. Frank and Logan were both his friends. That's why Kai was angry. Why don't you just talk about loyalty at this time? Isn't it better to live your own life? That's it. I'll trouble you next. The phone was hung up. Fuck. Tank. You bastard. The last voice was that bastard Tank's voice. This was a preemptive move, and he was asked to clean up the mess. He understood what Tank meant. He just wanted to go out and have fun without exposing GA Town, and he could still go back to his old life after that. It was a nice thought. However, it's okay for them to come out in this increasingly dangerous world. As mentioned before, mutants need to integrate into this world. With a sigh, Kai saw that Benjamin was still alive, so he said directly, Ben. I have 2 friends who are willing to help, but there are conditions. Since the federal government wants them to contribute, how can they not give anything? Kai will naturally help to fight for the conditions that should be fought for. There are 2,000 words left to be added tomorrow. Please vote. Vote for recommendation. Chapter 908 Protest. Joint Base Andrews, located in Prussia George County, Maryland, USA, 8 miles east of Washington, D.C., is also the base for Air Force One and helicopters used by the President of the United States. The joint base at night seemed very empty, and Frank stood alone by an airstrip. This was not normal. Joint Base Andrews was not an unimportant military base. On the contrary, due to its special geographical location, it was impossible for the entire base to be completely empty as it is now. In fact, this was an order from the top. Today, except for the necessary personnel, everyone else was under curfew, especially the runway, which had been taken over by the Secret Service, and no soldiers were allowed to approach. The reason for making it so grand was naturally that there was a big shot to pick up. After waiting for an hour, a very bright light suddenly appeared above the dark sky. That was the navigation light on the plane. Soon, a U.S. military transport plane landed steadily on the runway. The pilot of the transport plane was very skilled, and when the plane was stable, it just stopped not far from Frank. Frank had a rare smile on his face. The cabin opened. Logan, holding a cigar, walked down with Tank and Victor leisurely. He looked like a big boss. After that, Victor looked reluctant. Yes, it was Logan's brother, Victor. Back then, Victor was bewitched by Stryker and ran to deal with Logan. Victor was also half crazy because he was addicted to killing. In order to save his stupid Hao, he really planned to listen to Stryker. Then he was beaten half to death by Kai. You know, as early as decades ago during the First World War, Victor and Logan were both soldiers under Kai. After that, Victor, who was beaten, was also arranged by Kai in GA Town. Unlike Logan who hid in the mountains, Victor had his own farm and opened a moonshine shop on his farm, which was an unlicensed bar, doing business with cowboys and nearby farmers. Maybe he was beaten too hard by Kai, which had a personality correction effect, or maybe the peaceful life finally calmed the boiling murderous intent in his heart. Victor had unknowingly gotten used to the life of a farmer. For example, now, when Logan found Victor, Victor didn't want to come out and mess around. The sow at home is about to give birth. I have to go back. Why did you bring me here? Logan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought this bastard here. Why didn't he realize before that this guy was actually a chatterbox? Before, Logan thought that Victor didn't want to come because he simply didn't want to help him. After all, the two of them were brothers. That awkwardness has never passed. But now he realized that Victor really didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. Can you imagine a battle maniac suddenly becoming a otaku? And the sow gave birth. Logan now wanted to turn the plane around and let this bastard go back. But in the end, Logan still held back. Frank was also stunned when he saw Victor. He knew Victor, but he was not familiar with him. Victor didn't like Frank. Because he couldn't see that Frank was his former self, full of anger and endless desire for destruction. Of course, Frank's symptoms were much milder than Victor's. Victor was completely intoxicated at that time. Not to mention the bad guys, he wanted to kill anyone, no matter if they were good or bad, men, women or children. But no matter what, seeing Frank reminded Victor of his past life, so Victor didn't like Frank. Frank didn't find it strange, but he thought Victor was a little weird. He didn't know that Logan and Victor were brothers, because neither of them mentioned it. Tank wouldn't interfere in other people's brothers' affairs, so he didn't mention it. Others didn't know even more. "Is Kayla okay?" Frank asked softly after shaking hands with Logan. "Fortunately, she wanted to come with me, but I refused. She's taking care of the farm and Russell now," Logan said with a warm face. When talking about Kayla and Russell, Logan is always softer than usual. Because of their own experiences, mutants often have an instinctive resistance to getting married and having children, especially having children. They themselves are miserable enough, and they don't want the next generation to suffer. Although in fact, the probability of children born from mutants to mutants becoming mutants is the same as the probability of ordinary people giving birth to mutants. Mutants themselves are full of uncertainty. But mutants are still unwilling to get married and have children. So Logan has no children, and so does Kayla. And at this time, the fat boy Russell appeared in their lives. Although Russell is lazy and naughty, but he is very much liked by Logan and Kayla. Perhaps it is some kind of emotional projection. If Tank had not adopted Russell first, they would have wanted to adopt Russell. And don't look at Russell. Usually he looks like a lecherous and mean little fat boy, but when facing Kayla, he seems to be unusually obedient. Others also know why. Because Russell lost his parents when he was young, Tank can bring him fatherly love, but maternal love is something that Tank, a rough man, can't give. So every time he faces Kayla, Russell is like a good child of his mother. Frank smiled and shook Logan's hand vigorously. "Treasure them, I will." "Hey. Guys, have you forgotten? I am Russell's adoptive father." "Don't talk as if Logan is Russell's father." Tank heard this and felt that he could no longer remain silent. Otherwise, his eldest son, who he had raised for several years, would be gone. "Come on, brother. As for the way you and Russell get along, I really can't tell that you and Russell are father and son," Frank said with a pout. If Logan represents a strict father in front of Russell, then Tank. It's hard to believe that this guy is Russell's father, given that he often fools around with Russell. This is the way father and son get along in the new era. "You know nothing. Old antiques." Tank was very proud of this, because he and Russell really have a good relationship. Several people chatted while walking towards the car prepared for them. In less than half an hour, they appeared in a secret room in the White House. Just when Logan was about to push open the door, a nasty voice came from inside. "Wow. Am I serving the White House this time? What an honor. By the way, brother, where is Clinton and that intern XX's room? I want to watch it. My girlfriend and I's favorite movie is about Clinton and the intern." "Really? That intern's figure is really great. My girlfriend and I have restored the scene, but it lacks the atmosphere. Maybe I can refer to the layout of that room and make one for myself. By the way, do you know Clinton and intern XX? After all, you are the Secret Service, you should always monitor the White House, right? By the way, how is your treatment? I am willing to serve the president." Logan looked at Frank. "Why is this bastard here?" Frank shrugged. "Kai asked him to come here. Anyway, this guy will do anything as long as he is paid." "That's right, this chatterbox is our little bitch. Wade went abroad with his girlfriend before, and then he went back to the pre-liberation era. God knows how these two people spent all their savings in just a few months. That's tens of millions. It happened that the White House was short of people, so Kai threw this guy over. Although he is a psychopath, Wade is generally quite reliable. He will do anything for money and never slack off. In this regard, his ethics are perfect. Of course, the bill this time will still be paid by the federal government. Although it is expensive, it will definitely be worth the money because this thing can be used to its full potential. Anyway, it won't kill you, so use it to death." Logan was silent for a while, then he took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Just as the victory meeting was taking place in Washington, Kai finally couldn't help but drag Tony from the inner world to the surface world. Tony's condition was very bad, with dark circles under his eyes as heavy as a panda, and his hair was messy, just like a drug addict. "What did you do? Party all night long?" When Pepper saw Tony's appearance, she felt bad. She was too familiar with this. After all, Tony had done this before and almost urinated blood. Tony returned home and gradually recovered from that frenzy. "It's okay, I just did some research," Tony comforted Pepper, and then said to Kai, "Wait for me, I'm going to take a shower, And we'll talk about the construction of the base later. The inner world is a world completely different from the surface world. The immortals left too many secrets there. These secrets fascinated Tony deeply. Although many things belong to the category of metaphysics, who is Tony? He doesn't believe in metaphysics. He thinks that the reason why those things are classified as metaphysics or magic is because there is no scientific explanation. And he is a firm believer in science. There is a scientific explanation for everything in time, whether it is magic or something else, it is all scientific principles. So after seeing the inner world, the whole person was like a mouse falling into a rice jar, and the whole person went crazy. Even the thing that he had been clamoring to catch a phantom was thrown aside. Fortunately, this guy still remembered why Kai was looking for him. Kai pouted, found a bottle of whiskey and sat down. Just after sitting down, he saw the news from the super large TV in Tony's house and found that there was another protest. And the protest was downstairs from Stark. Westerners like to protest and march, and they will do anything. It's nothing, it's a beautiful scenery. But this kind of protest often changes. In the end, it will turn into looting and burning. What happened in New York recently that is worth protesting? What did the Stark group do? What's going on? As the director of the 15th precinct in New York, Kai is quite well informed about some news on the market. Even if Kai's mind is not on the police station recently, he is not ignorant of everything. Pepper watched the TV and said helplessly, "It's all the fault of Aquaman, Arthur? What did he do? Did he conflict with the Stark group?" Aquaman has a good image in public opinion because he has the endorsement of S.H.I.E.L.D. What's more, others come to Atlantis. Many environmental organizations highly respect the Atlanteans and believe that Atlantis is what environmental organizations should be like. Appeals and protests can no longer save the Earth. They should have their own punishment mechanism. That's right, a group of environmental organizations are actually planning to form an armed force. This was of course suppressed by various governments. What are you thinking? You guys usually do some things and make a little money, and everyone turns a blind eye to it for the sake of profit. But Nima actually wants to set up an armed force. What is she planning to do? But even so, these people are not at peace. They have made Aquaman their spokesperson. But because of this, Arthur's current identity is very complicated, but I can't think of any conflict between Stark Group and Arthur. Did they fight with Black Manta in Sokovia before, which affected civilians, resulting in protests from African countries, and then the black rights organizations in the United States also heard the news, plus some other messy organizations, and it turned into a protest against all superheroes. Wait? Is there a connection between these? How did Arthur make a mistake and involve all superheroes? Kai was a little confused. How did this get involved? Tony is not someone who will go out casually. He is usually very busy, and ordinary crimes can't alarm him at all. You can't ask a billionaire to chase a few thugs who are robbing on the roadside. He will only go out if there is an incident that really threatens the safety of the world. Not to mention Kai, his main job is a policeman. He is very strict in everything he does, so everything he does is legal. As for the others, they either insist on the principle of not killing or just stay in their own territory. Or they turn to covert operations like Captain America. How is this related to Arthur accidentally injuring civilians? Because of Tony, Pepper doesn't have a good impression of these far-fetched guys. She shrugged with a gloomy face. Are you going to talk to them about logic? But why didn't I receive a notice? Logically speaking, if all the superheroes are really involved, he and Tony are the superheroes with the most transparent identities. There is no reason to only trouble Tony and not him. Kai doesn't think he's so cute that he can be let off. Then why didn't the police report to him? That's because they didn't protest to the 15th precinct at all. Speaking of this, Pepper was even more unhappy. What is this? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? In fact, Pepper knows what the purpose of this group of people is. They can't escape the word interest either way. Looking for Kai? Haha, he is the representative of the New York police. If you really go to find trouble with Kai, believe it or not, all the police in New York will be watching you. What's more, Kai is not Tony. Since his debut, Kai has no principle of not killing, and he has no habit of compromise. Anyone who goes against him will either die or spend the rest of his life in prison half dead. This record is too brutal. In addition, Kai is a policeman. What's the benefit of dealing with the police? Let the police issue more tickets when they see you breaking the law next time? But Tony is different. The first financial group in the United States belongs to him. But it is also because of this that Pepper is even more angry. You dare not find bad luck with the Atlanteans for what Aquaman did. Find trouble with Tony in turn? It's okay to find it. Obviously, Kai and Tony are both superheroes with public identities, but you think Kai is not easy to mess with, so you are specifically targeting Tony? Do you really think that rich people are easy to mess with? But the reality is that Pepper really doesn't have a good solution for the time being. The reason is simple. Stark Group is a listed company. Sometimes they can be a little bit arrogant, but sometimes they have to maintain their image. It's very contradictory. Those people probably saw this clearly, so they bullied Tony. Today's 2000 update was postponed. It's too late. Sorry, I will definitely make it up. Please believe in my integrity. By the way. Chapter 909 6,000 words chapter asking for votes. Tony, what bad luck, such moral kidnapping tricks are endless these days. The time when Kai traveled through time was even more magical. The guys downstairs were just a little bit worse. It's not that serious. We just need to ignore them and they will naturally disperse in a few days. Pepper just felt that these guys were a little annoying, but they were not a problem. After all, no matter how this country makes trouble, its owners are all capitalists. Don't look at those people shouting happily, but in fact, that's because neither Tony nor Pepper took them seriously. As long as they make too much trouble, the public relations department will naturally be dispatched. Public opinion? Public opinion is always just a plaything of capital. Really recently, the rotating chairman of the Black African Union will come to New York to attend a speech at the United Nations. It seems that he will also accuse Aquaman of the casualties caused overseas. These people heard the news, so they followed suit. After Pepper said this, Kai understood. American blacks and African blacks have always been two species. Don't think that when American blacks talk about blacks all over the world, they like to talk about Africans the most. In fact, it is American blacks who look down on Africans the most. If you don't believe me, look at Liberia, the little American country in Africa. This small country was established by American blacks who were sent to Africa by American whites. Others have created the American black community, and they are actually aristocrats, treating the local indigenous blacks as slaves. In short, don't take what those Nige said seriously. Kai was not a racist before, and he didn't have any special views on blacks. He was not from Guangzhou. But after coming to the United States, he saw too much. It is undeniable that generalizing is a very unwise behavior. But the problem is that after seeing too much, you will find who is partial and who is complete. There are not many blacks who work honestly and live their lives. On the contrary, there are many blacks who live a lazy life. Just like Saji, he is obviously black, but he never admits that he is black. He and his family think they are Asians, and in terms of bloodline, they are indeed from the Asian continent. In short, you must not have too much expectation from those niggas. Do these people really fight for the black brothers who are thousands of miles away? The answer is no. Everything is driven by interests. In the past, 80% of the black people who were marching outside knew the chairman of the Black African Union. It was even unknown whether they knew about this union. They just saw this wave of popularity. Those so-called equal rights organizations also need to be exposed, otherwise where would the popularity come from? Without popularity, how can there be all kinds of financial support? As for those who follow the booing, many of them just follow to join in the fun, release the violent desires that they dare not release at ordinary times, and buy for free. Black African Union? What is that? Kai had never heard of this organization. You don't know? Very famous. It's okay. It is an international alliance mainly composed of African countries south of the Sahara, and the main member states are black countries. Oh, it became clear after hearing this. But Kai doubted whether that thing was useful. Because there are not many purely black countries that can be independent. For example, France, which has been despised on the internet, is still controlled by many African countries. Many African countries are still using the CFA franc. Africa, franc, you can tell what it means. Not only that, France is the second country with the most military bases abroad after the United States. Where are those military bases? Of course in Africa. So although France is looked down upon, it is still a de facto colonial empire. It is a very unique country among modern countries. In this case, what is the use of the Black African Union? It depends on Dad's mood. Seeing Kai's disapproval, Pepper didn't say much. Because she thought so too. What king of Wakanda? Listen, a chief came to the General Assembly to talk about human rights and equality. Isn't this funny? Only those Africans are excited. Just as the two were chatting, Tony came out in a bathrobe. While wiping his hair with a towel, he asked, "What are you talking about?" "Talking about those people down there." Tony glanced casually and was stunned. "Why are there so many messy people in front of my building?" He looked at Pepper. "Because of the Aquaman incident. I remember I told you." "Really?" Tony thought about it and felt that he had no impression, but since he had no impression, it meant that it was not important. Since it was not important, he didn't need to care. "Forget it. We have to notify the public relations department to deal with these guys as soon as possible. This is Stark Building, not a place where these unemployed guys can mess up. You can't expect a capitalist to have any empathy for a group of unemployed vagrants, even if he is a superhero." Hearing Tony's words, Pepper nodded to show that he understood. "By the way, I need you to take out the artifact again. I need to do a few more tests. Otherwise, I'm not sure if it will work. After all, you know, that thing is different from anything I have encountered before." Speaking of this, Tony got excited again. Seeing Tony like this, Pepper couldn't help it. "What are you talking about?" "Telepathic transmission device." Tony said it casually without hiding anything from Pepper. Kai glared at Tony fiercely. Tony, however, acted as if nothing had happened, and instead turned the tables. "What does it matter? Pepper is not an outsider anyway. Don't you trust her?" Pepper looked at Kai. Kai was as steady as an old dog. "This is not a question of trust or not. The fewer people who know about this, the better." "No, I just think that Pepper will know about this anyway." Kai was just about to ask why, but immediately thought of Tony, the bastard, who would definitely tell Pepper when he was not around. There was no way. Tony, the playboy, was like a match made in heaven when he met Pepper. One thing conquers another. I don't know if it was because he had done too many evil things in his first half of his life, so God arranged for him to have a woman who could hold him tightly. Thinking of this, Kai said bitterly, "If I had known, I would have gone to find Bruce Banner." Then you really think too much? Now Banner has gone to work for the Shadow Bureau. He is considered our enemy." Kai was completely speechless. Indeed, it was really difficult for Kai to find Bruce Banner for this kind of thing. Not being familiar with him was one thing. And Bruce Banner now worked for the Shadow Bureau and was considered to be a government official. This kind of thing was too sensitive, and Kai was not willing to let the government know too much. "Okay, here's what happened." Kai told Pepper his thoughts. Although the inner world is dangerous, due to the existence of Camelot, it is undoubtedly an excellent choice for a secret base. Putting the secret base there can basically isolate everyone from prying eyes, and even the wizard can't peek into the secrets inside. That's right, the wizard can't do anything. Ancient One said a long time ago that after repairing the spell note of the Great Guardian, all the wizards of Camartage will withdraw from the inner world and never go back. Ancient One's idea is very simple, that is, the immortals did not share the secret of the center of the earth with the first generation of supreme sorcerer Agamotto, and they naturally had their reasons. After all, mages are very curious creatures. It's okay if they haven't discovered the center of the earth. Once they find it, they can't help but study it. The mages of Camartage may be unusually pure in material life, but the pursuit of knowledge will never stop. It's not that there have been no mages in history who fell into darkness because of the pursuit of knowledge. The magic dome of the center of the earth is said to be strong, and it is indeed very strong. It can withstand the mantle pressure of the entire earth. That's a joke. But if you say it's fragile, it's also quite fragile. That place is equivalent to the core processor of the Great Guardian. If a mage really wants to destroy it, it's not that difficult. So in order to protect the center of the earth, Ancient One decided a long time ago that once the repair is completed, all mages will be forced to exit the center of the earth. As for entering again, Ancient One has modified the entrance program of the center of the earth, and no mage can enter the center of the earth through the vortex. The only one who can help mages enter the center of the earth is Kai. Or, the Poseidon trident in Kai's hand. Remember the titans in the inner world rioted collectively that day? It was also at that time that the riot occurred, and a chain reaction occurred. The Poseidon trident hidden in the inner ocean was awakened and finally came out. That is the key to the outside world. With a trident, you can teleport to any place in the surface world. Kai doesn't know what this mechanism is. Anyway, the Poseidon trident didn't have this function before. Maybe the immortals added it to Poseidon later? As a divine weapon, the Poseidon trident is of course very powerful, at least much stronger than the Neptune trident. But the problem is that this thing is not very valuable to Kai. After all, he has no shortage of divine weapons, in addition to the ability to teleport. But then again, this teleportation ability is only for the holder, which is quite useless. So Kai wants to find the smartest person on Earth to help him create a teleportation technology developed based on the Poseidon Trident, so that the inner world can become a strategic gear. You can look for it at Ancient One, but the things she made can only be used by mages, and the application range is too small. Pepper was stunned. She didn't expect Kai to be so bold. Are you planning to form the most mysterious agent organization in the world? Tony nodded. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not trustworthy. And we can't really do everything. So Kai and I decided to form a brand new agent organization, a truly neutral agent organization independent of all countries in the world. Tony seemed very excited. His father formed S.H.I.E.L.D. If he can form an organization that is more powerful than S.H.I.E.L.D., doesn't it mean that he is more powerful than his father? Think about how awesome this organization is. The backbone is composed of Kingsman's super agents, plus the Wayne Consortium and the Stark Group. The financial resources of the two consortiums are the foundation, plus Tony Stark's scientific research ability, and Kamar Taj as a magic support. Finally, there is a geocentric world that no one can reach except them as the most strategic gear. It is difficult for such an organization not to take off. So Tony is very enthusiastic about this matter. Kai shrugged and agreed with this. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not doing very well. It's not enough that they have a crooked butt. Their style is just like that of the United States, and they do things without considering the consequences. What's more, Kai discovered a long time ago that there seemed to be something hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D. For example, the last time he contacted the Indian agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. to get information from Ajax in order to help Wade, the chatterbox. Hydra. Kai didn't have a very intuitive impression of Hydra, but he also knew that it was a villain during World War II. This made people feel vigilant. So even if it was to prevent it from happening, Kai felt that there was no harm in forming an agent organization. As for the name, it's still Kingsman. There's no need to be so troublesome. Take out the Trident of Poseidon quickly. I'll use the instruments here to test it carefully, Tony said impatiently. Pepper also looked forward to it. The dragon bone that Kai took out before made Pepper amazed. So she was quite looking forward to it, especially the way Aquaman looked when he was holding Neptune's trident. She especially wanted to see what Poseidon's trident looked like. Kai had no choice but to take out Poseidon's trident. Boom. When Poseidon's trident was taken out, the whole room was enveloped by a blue light, which surged rhythmically like the waves, and one could even faintly hear the sound of the sea tide bullying. However, Poseidon's trident itself was golden in color, shining brightly, and had a simple and elegant style. In the center of the trident, there was a huge sapphire. The sapphire seemed to contain endless storms and constantly emitted light. Between the three golden forks, golden lightning kept jumping. Wow, Pepper didn't understand what power was. Her first feeling was, this thing was too beautiful. Tony immediately rushed up impatiently to grab the trident. Pepper ran away with envy. Kai curled his lips and finally shouted loudly, you can test, but don't be like S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't want the whole New York to be submerged by the sea. The last time the trident was messed with, it was the last emperor of the Atlantis Empire, and the whole Atlantis sank into the sea. I know. Who do you think I am? I'm Tony Stark. After Kai returned to his job again, George ran over with a head full of anger. God, you're finally back. What's wrong? I have to take a vacation. Kai was stunned. Then you take a vacation? George was confused by Kai's attitude. Really? When did I not allow you to take a vacation? Kai asked strangely. This is fucking American imperialism. He can uphold justice because of his personality, but he doesn't have to run to exploit others for the American empire. Besides, Kai basically handed over the affairs of the entire police station to George. If he wants to take a vacation, he can approve it himself. At most, he will ask Kai to sign. George was choked by this explanation. Is this what people say? In recent months, Kai has been mysterious and always away from the police station, leaving all the things to him. In this case, can he just pat his butt and go on vacation? Instead, he is busier than before. Of course, George himself enjoys it very much. Which deputy is as happy as him? The power of the entire police station is in his hands, and he is more like a director than the real director. Although he is not a fan of officials, who doesn't love power? However, the consequence of doing so is that his family is very dissatisfied with it. He has not taken a vacation for 3 consecutive years. Even if his family understands the nature of his work, it is too hard. As mentioned before, American police are just a profession, similar to security guards and bodyguards. Going to get off work on time is a normal requirement, unlike the people's police, who have a sense of mission. For example, this time, his baby daughter is going to participate in the National High School Knowledge Competition. And she has made it to the finals, so he must participate, so he mustered up the courage to run to Kai to ask for leave. Gwen is going to participate in the NAQT finals. Kai was still quite surprised by the news. Congratulations, NAQT, the full name of which is National Academic Quiz Tournament, is the National High School Knowledge Competition. NAQT is the most valuable, the most participating school in the largest interdisciplinary knowledge competition in the world. The history of knowledge competition can be traced back to 1953. The world's top universities invest a lot of money every year to support students to participate in the competition. The project has gradually become a cultural tradition and is known as the Academic Super Bowl. There are more than 40,000 students in the high school level every year. The scope of NAQT covers 11 types of academic knowledge that students need to master, from mathematics, history to pop culture. The annual NAQT Global Championship Finals, there are 6 levels, including junior high school, and college, can be called the Academic Olympics. The significance of reaching the finals in such a competition is self-evident. Many outstanding contestants can receive invitations from various prestigious universities without even having to wait until they graduate from high school. If Gwen can win the award, then basically all the famous universities in the United States will be on the list. The kind with full scholarships. Universities in the United States are very expensive, but if you are a truly outstanding student, those universities will not only not charge fees, but will also give you money. If the full scholarship just mentioned actually refers to a scholarship, fellowship. Fellowship is a non-service scholarship with the highest amount but the most intense competition. In addition to being exempted from tuition and fees, accommodation fees, insurance fees, and book fees, the fellowship will also give the winning student a certain amount of money as their personal consumption expenses, and it is tax-free. That's right. You will have money to spend. Anyway, George's financial situation is not enough to pay for the full tuition of the university, and there are many children in their family. If Wenger can get a full scholarship, then not only will he not have to spend money to go to college, but he can also make money. Many public universities in the United States do not charge tuition, but do you think public universities are cheap? On the contrary, in addition to tuition, there are many other charges for universities, and the total amount is also a sad number. In short, no matter what university it is very, very expensive. After all, in the United States, education is also a business. In short, this is a very important moment for both Wenger himself and their entire family. The Chinese may be the nation that values education the most in the world. Kai will naturally support this kind of thing. Where will the finals be held this time? I can give you a few more days off, Kai asked considerately. The venue of NAQT is different every time, but generally speaking, it is not a bad place, either a big city or a place with beautiful scenery. After all, with the financial support of so many famous colleges and universities, NAQT is not short of money. George looked at Kai with a strange expression. How much do you not care about what's happening outside? It's in New York. It's already the finals. Kai was confused. He really didn't pay attention to it. It's not Kai's fault. Although the NAQT is a grand competition, it is also aimed at those good schools, and its universality is far less. The polarization of education in the United States is as serious as the class differentiation. Most American colleges and universities promote the so-called quality education, which is what everyone calls happy education. As for what the result will be, everyone knows it. Education and the like, almost forgotten, only happiness is all. And the real good schools promote elite education. Competitions like NAQT are destined to be the competition field for top colleges and universities, and those who are happy with education basically have no chance. In this way, the attention will naturally be less. As a result, Kai basically doesn't care much. After the colleges and universities in each state passed a brutal qualifying competition, 6 teams from each state participated. Then they came to New York to experience brutal fighting. Today, there are only 2 colleges and universities left. They are both in New York. They are Trinity High School and Midtown High School. Trinity High School is the best high school in the United States. It is also the best aristocratic school in the United States. Of course, the corresponding tuition is also terrifyingly high. Those who can study there are basically rich or noble. Those financial elites on Wall Street like to send their children there. Because Trinity High School's business, law, literature and design courses are the best in the United States. Although Midtown High School is also a top high school in the United States, it is still a step behind Trinity. If they can beat Trinity and win the championship, then those students from Central City High School will be remembered in the school history, and their photos can be hung in the school's Hall of Honor. No wonder George was so nervous. The competition is tomorrow, right? I'll give you 3 days off. If you win, I'll give you 3 more days to celebrate with Gwen. I'll cover all the expenses. In Kai's opinion, this kind of thing is equivalent to the imperial examination, and giving 6 days off is not too much. Speaking of Central City High School, I remember that Peter seems to be from that high school, right? Kai remembered that Peter and Gwen were classmates. Yes, Peter is on the team this time. George had an impression of Peter. After all, he often followed his daughter around, looking like he was trying to get something for nothing, and it was hard for him not to notice him. What a coincidence, Kai smiled. In that case, I'll go and join in the fun tomorrow. Cheer for them. George naturally couldn't disagree. After all, this was a big money sponsor. He was still worrying about how to celebrate. It's too ordinary, a little too shabby. After all, it's a big event. But it's too grand. We have to consider the reality. But with Kai's promise, there is no need to worry about it, just build it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Period. Chapter 911 Influence. Investigate immediately. Any laboratory that can make this kind of polymer liquid bomb must be investigated, the commissioner shouted immediately. Now it was the turn of other police officers to feel difficult. Commissioner, laboratories with such qualifications are basically laboratories cooperating with the military. And most of them are not in New York, and we have no law enforcement power. The New York Police Department is no exception in New York. After all, it is their own territory, but outside of New York, whether others will ignore you depends entirely on their mood. Not to mention the military even refuses federal law enforcement agencies to intervene. They have their own law enforcement power. Many well-known military corruption cases, the federal government wanted to intervene in the investigation, but they were rejected. That was blatant corruption. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it, but the military just wouldn't let it. You, the New York Police Department, you are blinded by your desire. The commissioner himself was not embarrassed, but shouted more powerfully, then send a request for assistance. This is a terrorist attack. This attack was really a big deal. Unless the military manipulated the explosion itself, they would not have the courage to stop the investigation. Of course, the New York police didn't have the ability to make the military give in. If they really wanted to investigate, they would have to deal with a military with the size of the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI. The reason why the commissioner said this was to add drama to himself, to prove that he was not lazy and was working, which was an invisible blame. It's not that I didn't work hard, it's that the military didn't cooperate. He thought very well. Even if the military knew his thoughts, they would not pay attention to him. After all, the military is the largest force in the United States, and there will be arrogance. Although others didn't understand the commissioner's attitude, they still curled their lips in their hearts. This person is not smart. Fortunately, the commissioner quickly restrained those nonsense and said to Kai, I now officially appoint you as the Deputy Commissioner of the New York Police Department, in charge of counterterrorism and special forces. You will cooperate with the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI and contact the military to promote the investigation of the case. I need the results as soon as possible. Give New Yorkers a safe New York. Kai was stunned. He was promoted? But he didn't want to. The salary of a promoted person was not enough to buy him a suit. I don't plan to leave the 15th precinct. I'm fine here, the commissioner waved his hand and said generously, then you can continue to serve as the director of the 15th precinct, There is no such thing as obeying orders in the United States. There is a lot of flexibility. It depends on the specific operation of the person. Appointments like this, which absolutely violate organizational principles in China, are not uncommon in the United States. After all, other people's diplomats are appointed based on political donations. That's right, in the United States, diplomats, positions that require extremely strong professional knowledge, are basically sold by the president. Many rich people who want to step into the political circle take this path. There are several ways to get involved in politics in the United States. Either start participating in politics from a low-level administrative district, such as starting to work for a party in a county and being promoted step by step. This is the most traditional way. Many establishment factions of the two parties take this path. If such people can climb to a high position, they are basically considered bigwigs of the two parties. Because they have the strongest foundation and huge connections and prestige in the two parties. But the disadvantage is that they are relatively slow. Hillary is one of this faction. She has been rolling in political parties all her life. Another option is to be a lawyer. Lawyers can switch to become prosecutors at any time. The mobility of the two is very high. After becoming a prosecutor, you can enter the political channel, continue to struggle, accumulate popularity and connections, and then go for election. Or continue to be promoted directly within the system, reach a certain level, and then go out for election. Or you can go for election directly. If you are rich, you have resources to build momentum for yourself. However, the effect of doing so is generally not very good, except for Teobeo. Basically, there is no achievement. Compared with experienced candidates, voters naturally believe those experienced candidates. When other candidates are running for election, they open their mouths and say that they have served the people for so many years. What do you, a rich man, say? I made so much money in my own company? Don't be funny. Voters vote to elect someone who can represent their interests, not a guy who only makes money for himself. This point has always been regarded as a consensus until Teobeo came out. Only then did this curse break. And the rich who can do this need to be very rich. After all, elections cost money, a lot of money. And if you are not rich enough, you are not well known enough. If you are not well known enough, then the cost will increase exponentially, otherwise how will voters know who you are? So for those rich people who are rich but not particularly rich, this path is basically hopeless. There is one last way, which is to sell official positions. Don't be surprised, this is a basic operation. It is legal to accept political donations in American elections, and of course there are regulations, but there is a lot of room for maneuver. Interest groups with various purposes have generously provided political donations. The political donations of these interest groups not only provide financial support for candidates, but also open up special channels to Congress and the White House for the interest groups themselves, as well as channels to influence the formulation of various American policies. After all, people give money for returns. Those interest groups naturally hope that their investment will be supported by living policies. And those personal investments also need returns. How to return? Of course, let him become an official. The most obvious example is the Kennedy family. Kennedy's father Kennedy became a diplomat by supporting the then president. Then he began to pave the way for Kennedy, and finally transformed the most famous political family. In short, under this system, there is no so-called organizational principle at all. Of course, the commissioner dared to do so. Anyway, it's not a life-threatening position, and others won't complain. Of course. More importantly, he tied Kai to the chariot. If he wants to hold him accountable, then look at it. Kai is the direct person in charge of the New York police. If you have the guts, deal with him first. Kai is not easy to mess with. The political power behind him is not small at all. In this way, he will be much safer hiding behind Kai. The police system in New York determines that the position of the police commissioner does not necessarily have to be a police officer, but because of this, every commissioner is a politician. Kai is relatively slow about this and has not thought about it so much for the time being. After thinking about it, there is nothing to be unhappy about. Others are so sincere, why not agree? Although you don't care about power, you will also have face if you say it out, right? Later that day, the president came to the United Nations headquarters. Those national representatives naturally would not do any political show with a U.S. president. Except for a few countries that really regard the United States as their father and need to flatter, The representatives of other countries have no intention of putting on a show with the US president. Each country is urgently contacting the country. This matter is too big, and the impact on international relations cannot be brought about by the death of a few hundred people. This means that the United States can no longer maintain its position. Once the United Nations headquarters is relocated, it means that a new situation will be formed. This is related to every country in the world, and no one will not care. At the same time, SHIELD is also worried about this matter. Why didn't our intelligence department notice this at all? Nick Fury was roaring. Nick Fury is very cunning. Generally speaking, even if he is angry, he will not be too angry. Such undisguised roars are even rarer. Phil was not here this time. He and his team went to hunt a shark with Aquaman. Well, a shark that looks like a human, or a human who looks like a shark. Anyway, this thing seems to have something to do with the abnormal movement in the inner world of the Earth. It ran out of the inner world of the Earth. This thing not only attacked an outpost in Atlantis, but also landed in Australia and ate a lot of people. The one who took over Phil's scolding was the Indian agent. There are still 2,000 words to make up tomorrow. Chapter 912 Winter Soldier. Sitwell was sweating all over his forehead. He really didn't expect this to happen. As the confidant of the previous director, he was considered a remnant under the leadership of the current director and was destined to not become the confidant of the new director. Both he and the people behind him knew this, so his route was now to take a safe route and move up step by step. He was finally transferred from the field to the intelligence department, which was undoubtedly a huge leap. Although he was still only a level 7 agent, working in the intelligence department meant that he entered the core class and could directly advance to the leadership. This was undoubtedly the most important step. But something went wrong. Not to mention the intricate connection between SHIELD and the United States. Just saying that SHIELD is nominally a subordinate agency of the United Nations Security Council, there is no way to get out of this matter. This is a serious dereliction of duty. The American police do not have the power to enforce the law at the United Nations headquarters, but SHIELD does. So SHIELD can't escape this biggest pot. Several members of the Security Council have already cursed at Nick Fury. This is our mistake. We never thought that things would develop like this. Sitwell was also speechless. According to their analysis, this was just an ordinary UN General Assembly. The UN held meetings every day anyway. This place was born for meetings. Although this time it seemed to be aimed at those superheroes with great momentum. But everyone who knows that these people are just hyenas who see the benefits. The real giant crocodiles are all sinking to the bottom of the water and have no intention of floating up. Now the situation is very clear. For superheroes, most of the forces are mainly trying to win them over. Their shield is the mainstream. Even their Hydra is the same. After all, Atlantis represented by Aquaman has too many things that Hydra wants. In addition, the rise of superheroes such as Batman and Kai has made Hydra feel threatened, so they must have their own superhero power to fight against it. So now those guys who are jumping happily are all minions, not worth mentioning at all. Take a closer look at the various media. Are there any important figures who express their opinions? Even at the White House press conference, the White House press spokesman pretended not to hear this question at all. There was no intention to respond at all. Since the various big crocodiles did not take action, it means that this storm is just like that. Who would have thought that such a big mess would come out? Nick Fury is not an understanding and intimate uncle. He is an agent king who is extremely strict with his subordinates. He doesn't care about the reasons. Anyway, things went wrong. There are many reasons. He can think of thousands of reasons. He doesn't need his subordinates to tell him again. He only looks at the results. Now the result is that they messed up. The Security Council has begun to hold people accountable. The US government has begun to hold people accountable. Anyway, those big guys will not listen to his reasons. Are you sure you want me to report it like this? Nick Fury said faintly. I'm sorry, Director. We will find out who did it as soon as possible. Give you the answer you want as quickly as possible. Time. Expressing determination is actually similar to drawing a pie in the sky. He often does this. Just fool the leader, as if everyone will do it. Leaders like him, who have come up step by step from the grassroots level, are simply too skilled in the means below. Sitwell's face was bitter, but there was nothing he could do. A higher rank can crush a person, not to mention that the person in front of him was more than one level higher than him. 3 days. Within 3 days, we will definitely give you an answer. That's the best, Agent Sitwell. I signed your promotion approval in person some time ago, so don't embarrass me. Otherwise, understood. Sitwell felt that his career was shaky. Just when Agent Sitwell was lamenting his career, his subordinates soon brought him a surprise. Unexpectedly, there was a breakthrough so soon. Agent Sitwell immediately felt that the sky was clear and the rain had stopped. He felt that he was okay again. But the next second, how happy he was just now, how terrified he was now. Bucky Barnes, his subordinate, handed him a video. In the video, a man dressed like an ordinary tourist left the bomb explosion site. Judging from the quality of the video, it should have been shot by a mobile phone. Just a few minutes before the explosion, it should have been taken casually by the marcher or an ordinary passerby. The man was not in the center of the picture, but his face was captured. This is the sequelae of the development of consulting. Everyone is the terminal for receiving information, and everyone is the starting point for releasing information. None of the surrounding cameras captured any suspects, which is enough to show that the culprit who caused all this has a strong entire reconnaissance ability and evaded all cameras, but he was unlucky and was casually filmed in a mobile phone video, and the video was posted online. And this information was intercepted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't be surprised, this ability is not only possessed by S.H.I.E.L.D., but also by CIA, FBI and other institutions, which have this information algorithm and can filter what they want from the massive amount of information on the internet. Sitwell recognized a person in the video as soon as he got the video and enlarged it. Bucky Barnes. Others may think that they just look like each other, but Sitwell knows very well that it is him. Winter Soldier. Hydra's secret killer. Why the hell is he there? For a moment, Sitwell planned to silence his subordinates. After all, this person is not Hydra, but on second thought, if he really did that, there would be many people to silence. Who knows how many people in the entire intelligence department have seen this video? What's worse is that, as mentioned above, if S.H.I.E.L.D. can find it, it means that other agencies can also find it. Can he also silence the CIA, FBI, and even the Department of Homeland Security? This matter can't be concealed at all. Fuck. Sitwell took a deep breath and said to his subordinate, I will report to the director in person. You go back first and mobilize all resources to investigate this suspect. I have found all his information. Yes, the subordinate said very excitedly. After all, such a big case, so fast progress is a good thing for everyone. Sitwell waited until the subordinate left, then immediately turned back to his office, opened the secret mezzanine in the office, took out an anti-eavesdropping device from it, and then called his old boss. It's me, Director Pierce. Speak. Alexander Pierce seemed to be having a meeting. It was not convenient to talk. The Winter Soldier was exposed. Exposed in the bombing case. Then Sitwell heard a shout on the other end of the phone. What? There was also the sound of a chair being knocked over, and it was obvious that Alexander Pierce was also startled. Then the voice of Alexander Pierce's apology came from the other side, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. After a while, Alexander Pierce asked sharply, What's going on? I don't have any information here now. But the bombing should be related to him. He was filmed. Can it be covered up? No way. It was a video posted on the internet. We can see it, and other people can see it. This matter can't be concealed, Sitwell said very calmly. Then he hurriedly said, Please give instructions as soon as possible. I must report this matter to Director Fury immediately. Alexander Pierce understood that Sitwell couldn't hide it either, and Nick Fury would definitely find out. Go report, and report to me in detail later. In this case, even if Pierce had great ability, he couldn't cover up this matter. Finally, Pierce couldn't help it, these bastards. Sooner or later, they will ruin us. It's almost the end of the month, so don't hide your votes if you have them. Vote quickly. Chapter 913 Vibranium and Wakanda. Sitwell didn't say anything, but just hung up the phone silently. Those who can be scolded by Director Pierce are all big guys. Because if their status is not enough, they would have been killed long ago, so why would they waste time scolding them? This involves the struggle between big guys, and it is better for him to hide. Hydra is not a monolithic entity. Alexander Pierce is nominally the boss, but it is limited to the United States. The leaders of Hydra in other regions have a cooperative relationship with Pierce, but there is also competition. In short, it is very complicated. After hanging up Sitwell's phone, Pierce had no time to host any meetings. Anyway, it was a virtual meeting, and it didn't matter whether it was held or not. So he left directly and returned to his manor. Before going back, he issued a meeting call, requiring all Hydra leaders to respond. When he got home, he went directly to the secret meeting room. Sitting in the main seat, he put on holographic glasses. The moment the eyes were put on, the picture he saw was different. The originally empty conference table was full of people. "Pierce, why summon us at this time? You know, it's still late here," an old man with French emphasis asked. "This is Gideon Malik, a former member of the World Security Council. He is one of the oldest leaders in Hydra. During World War II, his family made a lot of efforts in the surrender of France. At the same time, his family was also the most important behind-the-scenes promoter of the Red Skull in forming Hydra. The Winter Soldier is exposed." Pierce didn't care about the other party's complaints at all and said directly. "How could it be?" a woman in a green dress asked in surprise. "She is Mrs. Viper. A real old monster. Old Germany is a stick. She helped Germany as early as World War I. However, after being defeated in World War I, she hid her identity. Before World War II, she was invited by the Red Skull to become Mrs. Hydra. Although she is already 100 years old, she now looks like a young woman in her 30s. That's because she signed a contract with the ancient evil god Chthon, which gave her the ability to greatly slow down aging and almost stay young forever. The only sequelae is that his aesthetic taste has gone astray. He likes green. Except for his skin, everything else is green, even his lipstick is green." Humph, now this news has been known by intelligence agencies all over the United States. "Do you think I would lie?" Pierce looked at a man who had been silent. The anger in his eyes was not concealed at all. "Daniel Whitehall, don't you want to explain?" Daniel Whitehall, whose real name is Werner Reinhardt, joined Hydra before World War II. He is a standard believer in science and controls many scientific research institutions in the world. He has lived from World War II to today, using scientific power to recover from old age to youth. At the same time, he is also the host of the Winter Soldier Project. In other words, the Winter Soldier has always been controlled by him. Of course, the Winter Soldier is not his property, but the common property of Hydra. Many assassination missions of Hydra are completed by the Winter Soldier. After all, it is the most successful test product of the Super Soldier Serum at this stage. It is very rare. But this time, no one else knows about the actions of the Winter Soldier. Mr. Daniel Whitehall, I think you really should explain. Another man spoke at this time. He wore a monocle and had an aristocratic accent. He was Baron Stark, whose real name was Wolfgang von Stark. He was born into a Bavarian noble family in the late 19th century. His family used their wealth and knowledge to support the Nazi Party and eventually invested all their assets in Hydra. Stark's body has been chemically and mechanically enhanced to become extremely strong. Since he was a Nazi officer under Hitler, he has hardly aged. He is also an old man. He still looks young now. Daniel Whitehall, who is the general, did not panic at all, but spoke very calmly. "Because it is worth it." "The reason," Pierce said coldly. "Vibranium, endless vibranium, is this reason enough?" Daniel Whitehall said calmly. In fact, his anger was no less than Pierce's. He did not expect the Winter Soldier to be exposed. Originally, this secret belonged to him alone. But now, he had to share it. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, is the most perfect metal that can be found on Earth at this stage. Vibranium is very hard, and its special molecular structure makes it almost indestructible, because its molecules are relatively static, making it almost non-conductive of heat and kinetic energy. This characteristic allows it to absorb heat, energy and kinetic energy. The most famous example is Captain America's shield. In addition, adamantium is also the product of vibranium plus an alien substance and carbon alloy. But the problem is that this metal is very rare. So far, the whole world has only discovered a little bit, and part of it has become Captain America's shield. Another part is in the hands of the US government and is one of the top secrets. Hydra doesn't know where it is. Another part is in the military. This part has been lost. At least that's what the military said. The role of vibranium is not just to make shields or other cold weapons. On the contrary, in the eyes of scientists, that is the most wasteful approach. This metal is the best material for many high-precision instruments. In short, it is a very precious strategic material. How is it possible? Baron Strucker was the first to express his disbelief. Why not? Daniel Whitehall said sarcastically. Have you never thought about where Howard Stark's vibranium came from? Everyone else looked over. Of course they had thought about it, but it was a pity that Howard had always regarded it as a secret and didn't tell anyone. Did you find out? No, to be precise, someone found me. Who? Ulysses Claw, the arms dealer, Baron Strucker asked in surprise. The others looked at Baron Strucker. They had never heard of this person. Baron Strucker took the initiative to explain. He is one of my partners. He doesn't know my true identity. He can provide a lot of high-quality arms and scarce materials. I didn't know he was actually in the vibranium business. Of course he won't tell you, or even tell anyone. After all, he himself didn't know that his family was actually related to vibranium. The vibranium that Howard Stark got back then was bought out from his family. The Claw family is a very old family that has been doing arms business since a long time ago. This family originally came from Britain. During the Napoleonic Wars, this family, as a British aristocrat, sold arms to the French to use against their own country. So the Claw family was expelled from Britain. Then the family settled in France. But soon the family's habit of reselling arms came back. During the Franco-Prussian War, they sold French arms to Prussia, resulting in France's defeat. Then the Claw family was liquidated again. After that, the Claw family was divided into two branches. One stayed in Europe, and the other went to the New World to develop. The one that stayed in Europe developed very well, while the one that went to the United States was relatively poor. In the generation of Ulysses Claw's grandfather, they discovered vibranium and sold it to Howard, so there was Captain America's shield. In the generation of Ulysses Claw's father, he hoped to replicate his father's feat and once again paid attention to vibranium, but this time the result was not good. Ulysses Claw's father disappeared and never appeared again. You mean, he knows the origin of vibranium? He doesn't know, but he knows who knows who. A prince who wants revenge. At this moment, Pierce suddenly looked at Daniel Whitehall. The King of Wakanda. Your target is the King of Wakanda? Pierce had been guessing what this had to do with the explosion of the UN building, until he said the word prince, and Pierce quickly thought of the King of Wakanda. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? That's right, Daniel Whitehall admired Pierce's reaction ability. Wakanda? That place with only primitive tribes and rhinos actually produces vibranium. Wakanda is a country with a very rare presence in the international community. It is considered one of the few countries in Africa that has not been colonized. Because it is useless to colonize, there is nothing there except grasslands, lions and rhinos. Hunting is okay, but colonization? You will lose money. This country is in the interior of Africa, with little rainfall, poor land, savanna everywhere, and no minerals. And the geographical location is bad, surrounded by either deserts or mountains, and the cost of colonization there is too high, so during the colonial frenzy, only small European countries such as Portugal or Belgium that were unable to compete for good places went there to try their luck, and the result, not to mention making money from colonization, they also lost a lot. So just like that, it has been a forgotten country since the colonial period. In modern times, it has not been very popular. Most people probably have never heard of it. Haha, this is the most interesting part of this matter. The prince told me that this group of black people actually have technological capabilities far beyond the outside world. The reason why those countries failed to colonize is entirely because of the tricks of the Wakanda people, making those colonists think that there is nothing there. Huh? Everyone was confused, wondering if Daniel Whitehall had Alzheimer's disease. Everyone here is a standard racist, but a very extreme one. When Pierce chose Nick Fury to be the director of SHIELD, he was ridiculed by them for a long time. Even now, they still look down on black people. Don't doubt it, I can say such things. Naturally I have verified it. Daniel Whitehall shrugged. He himself was a Nazi, so he was naturally an extreme racist. Daniel Whitehall told them the cause and effect. It turned out that a long time ago, a huge meteorite fell on the African continent. And that meteorite was the original vibranium. Later, the ancestors of Wakanda discovered the place and vibranium. So when the whole of Africa was still in the period of ignorance, the Wakanda tribe began to use vibranium to develop rapidly. But because of traditional reasons, this country in Eastern Africa has been isolated from the world for centuries. On the surface, it is a poor and backward agricultural country, but in fact it is the most technologically advanced country on the earth. But not everyone is willing to this tradition. 30 years ago, When the current king of Wakanda was still a prince, another prince of Wakanda, the younger brother of the late king of Wakanda, felt the current situation of oppression of black people and Wakanda's indifference to this situation, so he was determined to change this situation. But because he was not the heir to the king, it was impossible to change the entire kingdom, so he decided to start a new business. He left Wakanda and abandoned his status. Came to the United States. As a result, naturally, he thought too much and didn't make any waves at all. Until he met Ulysses Claw's father, the thief who planned to sneak into Wakanda to steal vibranium. The two hit it off and decided to steal vibranium to the outside world. The prince, who was beaten by society, could not do anything until the outside world had no money, so he planned to use this to get funds to start a black revolution and let blacks be above all other races. According to him, it was to let blacks return to where they should be. As a result, the matter was exposed. The kingdom of Wakanda decided to clean up the door. So he sent his brother, the king of Wakanda who was killed in the explosion, to kill the prince who was seeking death. By the way, he also killed Ulysses Claw's father. But no one knows that the second prince actually had a child in the United States. That is, when the prince in distress grew up, he found Ulysses Claw and planned to renew the family's relationship and cooperate again. But the problem is that one of them is a black man who can fight a little, and the other is just an arms dealer. Deal with Wakanda? Dream on. So Ulysses Claw found Daniel Whitehall. Remember Ulysses Claw's Claw family, his cousin in Europe? Ulysses Claw has been able to live so well these years because of his cousin. This cousin is connected with Daniel Whitehall, and Ulysses Claw learned some details about Daniel Whitehall through his cousin. So this cooperation came about. If the plan wants to start, one thing must be done, that is, to kill the current king of Wakanda. When the plan is completed, the prince in distress promised that he would open the vibranium resources in Wakanda to Daniel Whitehall. So, you plan to help him finish the prince's revenge? No. I prefer another story, called The Mantis Stalks the Cicada While the Oriole is Behind. Why should I spend money to buy vibranium? Why can't we die? We have all the vibranium? Anyway, that country has no sense of existence. As long as we plan, we can completely swallow up the whole of Wakanda. The eyes of others lit up. Indeed, since Wakanda is so well hidden, just keep hiding. It's just convenient for them to do things. Ahem. Okay, this is all later. Even if we agree with your reasons. But the most important thing now is that the Winter Soldier has been discovered. How do we deal with it? Pierce suddenly said calmly. The others also came to their senses immediately. It is true that vibranium is great, but that is all for the future. What they need to consider is the present. The exposure of the Winter Soldier will bring them a lot of unnecessary variables. You know, Tony Stark and Captain America have been looking for traces of the Winter Soldier everywhere. This time they will definitely not let go so easily. Daniel Whitehall did not shirk responsibility. This time I didn't plan it well. This happened. I'm sorry. So, I decided to start the cleanup procedure if necessary. I can leave the decision to you, Pierce. Chapter 914 Multiple Parties. The Winter Soldier was abandoned. Pierce was a little surprised. You know, this old man has always regarded the Winter Soldier as his own private property. Although the Winter Soldier is the common property of Hydra, in fact, the series of maintenance and upkeep of the Winter Soldier are in his hands. But now he is actually going to abandon the Winter Soldier. Will it be too wasteful? This time, Pierce felt distressed. Apart from anything else, the Winter Soldier is absolutely perfect as a weapon. His missions have never had any problems in these years, which is the best proof. It's a bit of a waste, but the problem is that we can't extract much value from him. For so many years, the project of Super Soldier Serum has completely failed. His greatest value is gone. As for being a weapon, to be honest, he is really great, but not irreplaceable. If one person can't replace him, then use more people, and it won't cost much money, Daniel Whitehall said coldly. To this day, Whitehall suspects that Dr. Erskine's creation of Captain America was just an accident, and he himself couldn't make a perfect super soldier serum. They are researching a defective product, which will only lead them further and further down the wrong path. So everything they do needs to be torn down and started over. What Whitehall didn't know was that his idea was actually correct. The original sample of Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum came from the devil. This creature is completely different from humans, and the power contained in its body is impossible for humans to understand. This also led to the fact that the super soldier serum they envisioned could not succeed from the beginning. The extreme power of the devil has a very unfavorable impact on humans. Perhaps only good people can control that kind of power, while bad guys will become uncontrollable because of that power. In other words, the good ones are better, and the bad ones are worse. For example, the Red Skull thought that he became like that because the serum was not perfect, but in fact it was not the case. It was just because he was a bad guy. This is why Dr. Erskine chose Steve Rogers, a thin, sick, but kind, and full of justice. To be honest, shouldn't the test subject be as healthy as possible in this experiment? Perhaps Dr. Erskine had guessed the reason at that time. In short, no matter what, decades later, Hydra has almost given up the research on super soldier serum and turned to other directions. For example, the Death Warrior project that Clairvoyance is responsible for. It is another direction of the super soldier serum. In this way, the Winter Soldier itself is dispensable. As for the Winter Soldier's military role, that's even more ridiculous. No matter how strong the Winter Soldier is, he is just one person. He can complete the work of 10 people by himself, which is great. But Hydra is short of 10 people? Their human resources are not too sufficient. With a huge organization of S.H.I.E.L.D., they don't even need to open an additional agent training base. So the Winter Soldier is not as important as imagined. After Pierce put aside his special feelings for Captain America and Red Skull, he immediately reacted. Without the bonus of feelings, the Winter Soldier is just a useful agent. I think I know how to do it, Pierce nodded. At the same time, Pierce also knew Whitehall's other meaning, that is, the plan against Wakanda will be led by him. This is considered an exchange. That's good. Everyone, I have another experiment to do, so, goodbye. After speaking, Whitehall went offline. Others didn't say much and went offline one after another. After all, even if they want to do something, there is no reason to say it here. Except for one person. Mrs. Hydra. Madam, what do you want? Pierce looked at Mrs. Hydra with a little surprise. I need you to share some information, Mrs. Hydra said calmly. What kind of information? Superhero information, all, Mrs. Hydra then emphasized. The more detailed a Night King is, the better. It seems that I have shared this information. Pierce raised his eyebrows. What I want is what they don't know. In exchange, I will transfer a part of the blood orchid to you, Mrs. Hydra said very calmly. This really surprised Pierce. Blood orchid is not an ordinary thing. In the 1990s, an explorer named Bill Johnson was employed by a pharmaceutical company and found this plant in the primitive jungle of Borneo. According to local legends, blood orchids have the mysterious power to make people immortal. The rumor that almost no one has ever obtained it has gradually made blood orchids a legend. None of the expedition team that followed Bill Johnson into the jungle survived. They were all swallowed by the giant python affected by blood orchids. Only Bill Johnson returned to civilized society with a limited number of blood orchids. Guess who owns that pharmaceutical company? That's right, it was Madam Hydra. After Bill Johnson was silenced, Madam Hydra led her people to kill those giant pythons and dug up all the blood orchids. Unfortunately, the results were not as expected. The artificial cultivation of blood orchids completely failed. The real blood orchids seemed to grow only in the original place. And that place was very small, just next to a small waterfall. Blood orchids could not be cultivated anywhere except there. Even if Hydra restored the ecology 100%, it could not be cultivated anywhere else. In addition, the growth rate and conditions of blood orchids are extremely harsh, and the output of blood orchids is very touching. However, the effect of blood orchids is also very infectious. The extract of blood orchids has the infinite regeneration ability to make cells orderly. That's why those pythons can grow to more than 20 meters long. This thing can really make people immortal. It is also because of its effect and scarcity that blood orchids have always been Madam Hydra's forbidden food, and others are not qualified to get involved. Of course, Madam Hydra will not leak out at all, but she needs to exchange things. But now, Madam Hydra is willing to take out all the blood orchids in exchange for information. Are you serious? What do you think? Okay. Exchange, why not? Pierce has no way to live forever. Whitehall has his own scientific method. But that thing has too many sequelae. Look at Whitehall. He can only stay in his base and cannot go out at all. He must strictly follow the requirements when eating, and he can't even touch alcohol. That's fine, but he must replace all his internal organs after a period of time. This thing requires a lot of surgery, plus the complications afterwards. It can't be considered alive at all. Barren. His method of longevity cannot be copied at all. Let's not talk about it. Madame Hydra's method of longevity. No one knows. Anyway, before the blood orchid was discovered, others lived for nearly 100 years. As far as he knows, he and Gideon Malik are spending huge resources to exchange blood orchid extracts from Madame Hydra. Madame Hydra, or Madame Viper, sat in her seat alone in a daze after going offline. Ophelia Sarkisian, this is the name of Lady Viper. In fact, she has existed longer than Hydra knows. The reason why she can live so long is that she signed a contract with the ancient evil god Chthon, which gave her the ability to greatly slow down aging and almost keep youth forever. This contract has no time limit, but it has to pay a corresponding price. Soul. She needs a lot of souls to satisfy the evil god's desire. During World War I, in order to create greater death, she created the most terrifying poison gas for Germany. Unfortunately, she was stopped. She fled in a hurry and failed to offer sacrifices to the evil god, so she suffered unprecedented punishment. It was also because of this encounter that Lady Viper made up her mind to get rid of the control of the evil god. Hard work pays off. In World War II, in order to recruit her, the Red Skull helped her find an artifact. This artifact could not touch her contract with the evil god, but it could prevent the evil god from finding her again. This allowed her to be free for decades. This is also the reason why she has been low-key over the years. It doesn't require her to prepare sacrifices for the evil god all the time, like a machine. Unfortunately, things always go wrong. Not long ago, the power of the evil god suddenly became stronger. The artifact used to conceal her existence has begun to work. It won't be long before the evil god will find her. Thinking of the punishment she had experienced, Mrs. Hydra immediately felt a chill that went through her bones. That taste. She would never want to experience it again. But the bad thing is that death can't let her escape the evil god. If she dies, she will send herself to the evil god. She can't even die. So she must save herself. Unfortunately, she can't do it at all. In order to completely get rid of the evil god, she has tried almost all the methods. Unfortunately, they all failed. Now she's on the edge of the cliff. And the last straw that can save her is in the United States. Mrs. Hydra took out a few photos. They are Wonder Woman, Angel Witch and Night King. This is your last chance. The secret base of the Shadow Bureau. Peggy Carter looked at Steve Rogers with a serious expression. Steve, I hope you can calm down. Miss Carter tried to comfort Captain America in a voice as soft as possible. Steve closed his eyes, but the eyeballs that kept moving under his eyelids showed that he was not calm. I have to find him, Peggy. It was my fault that I couldn't save him back then. I can't let this mistake happen again. I know, Steve. But you should understand after seeing this, he is no longer the Bucky Barnes we know. He is a terrorist, Steve. Peggy didn't want to believe this, but facts speak louder than words. No. Bucky is a hero. He is a patriot. You know that. Steve stood up and shouted. But this can't change the facts. Steve, Peggy also shouted back. No. There must be a misunderstanding. I will find him, and I will find out why. Steve stood up and was about to leave. Peggy suddenly said coldly, just like you don't believe Bucky killed Howard. Steve paused. I believe there must be a reason. What reason? Do you think Howard is a bad guy? So Bucky wants to kill him, Peggy shouted. I know you and Bucky are best friends. But Steve, you can't judge things based on your own emotions. Steve stood there. After a long while, he whispered, I will find out. Then he walked away without looking back. Peggy sat back on the chair, covering her forehead. Things were getting troublesome. Then she took out the intercom, closely monitored Steve's whereabouts, and also closely monitor Tony Stark, director. Tony Stark is out. What? Peggy immediately became nervous. She was afraid that Tony would find Bucky. Where did he go? He just flew over my head, and it seems that he found me. He went to the New York Police Department. Please accept my condolences, Prince T'Challa. In the morgue of the New York Police Department, Kai accompanied Prince T'Challa, the son of the King of Wakanda, to claim the body. Originally, according to the custom of the Kingdom of Wakanda, their king must be sent back to Wakanda as soon as possible. The New York Police Department does not have the ability to detain the body of a kingdom, even for investigating a case. But Prince T'Challa unexpectedly agreed to let the New York police conduct an autopsy. For this autopsy, the CIA, FBI, Department of Homeland Security and New York Police all sent their most capable forensic experts to conduct a comprehensive autopsy on the body, and they did it in a way that caused the least damage to the body. In fact, there is nothing to test. He was killed in the explosion. Definitely. No, my sadness is over. Wakandans are not afraid of death. We believe that death is just the beginning of another journey. The king of Wakanda will eventually return to the side of the Black Panther god. I am only full of anger now, and hatred must be settled. This is the best way for Wakandans to remember their loved ones, T'Challa said calmly. If it weren't for the deep sadness and anger in his eyes, Kai would have suspected that this man had a bad relationship with his father. Ahem, although I can understand you. But please pay attention, Prince, this is New York. You don't have the power to enforce the law, let alone kill people, Kai said a little embarrassedly. A prince of a primitive tribe does not have extraterritoriality in New York. T'Challa turned his head and looked at Kai. I know you, Kai Wayne. A superhero in New York. I know all his deeds. Tell me, if you were me, what would you do? Of course, fuck him. What else can I say? But the problem is that his current identity is not suitable for saying this. I personally think that blood for blood is a barbaric custom. Kai's words made T'Challa frown. He felt discriminated against. Well, it's the basic operation of the old black man. He likes to think about everything in this way. But Kai's next words made him relax his brows. But sometimes, isn't this barbaric custom the first practice? This was said very quietly. Then Kai said, but it's better not to. After all, you don't want to cause international disputes, right? T'Challa thought for a while. Of course. We are here to visit. But, what? I heard that there are many vigilantes in New York City, right? Yes, there are quite a few. By the way, have you heard that there is another vigilante recently? Who? Kai asked thoughtfully. His name is Black Panther, T'Challa said seriously. If Black Panther kills the murderer, it shouldn't have anything to do with Wakanda, right? Well, vigilantes are troublesome. Especially the kind that kill people. They will be wanted. Kai could probably hear the hidden meaning in the words. So he said it after thinking about it. The meaning is, don't make trouble, and don't get caught. Black Panther is a cautious person and a principled person. He won't do anything to innocent people. Of course, he is also difficult to catch. Tisk. It's really troublesome. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside. Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark. You can't come in, you can't. Bang. The door was pushed open roughly, and Tony strode in wearing an iron armor. Chapter 915 T'Challa. Facing the aggressive Tony, Kai raised his hand to indicate that he would wait a moment. Tony saw T'Challa, but he didn't care. Instead, he hurriedly shouted, it's that guy, right? It's him, right? It seemed like a question, but his tone was full of certainty. Kai said helplessly, you've already confirmed it, why are you still asking me? And, can't you give the police badges the door a face? Don't just barge in like an idiot without even saying hello. Tony is not a polite and civilized person. This guy has developed a willful personality because of his intelligence and wealth. He doesn't care about this. Then where is he? Fuck. If I want to know where he is, do you think I would stand here? Kai was speechless. This guy was so blinded by hatred that he asked him for someone right away. Instead, T'Challa heard something. Sorry. According to Mr. Stark, what did you find out? Tony only noticed a black brother standing next to him at this time. Who are you? T'Challa ignored Tony. The people of Wakanda actually looked down on the white countries outside. Their technology level was so low, but they were so arrogant, just like clowns. Look at their great Wakanda, which obviously has the highest technology level in the world, but they are so low-key. What is this called? This is called nobility. Blacks are superior. The best race is destined to be black. Yes, that's right, even if T'Challa looks gentle and polite, in fact, he has a very strong sense of superiority. The movie Black Panther is actually a bit like a YIY online article for black people, and the whole article is about how awesome black people are. No wonder black people are so popular, and even got 7 Oscar nominations and 3 wins. How can this be justified? But after watching it, I think this is a high-level black, which really blackened black people. A group of high-tech black people are still in primitive society, and the throne is decided by fighting. So they are high-tech barbarians? If this is not high-level black, what is it? give you high technology, but you are still a barbarian. But the Black brothers are very happy, and their national pride is overflowing, so T'Challa doesn't care about Tony Stark at all. You are rich? Can you be richer than me? There is a mine at home. Are you smart? Haha, you are just a general among short people. Their tribe has started using clean energy many years ago. You have just built the arc reactor now. Rubbish. And the armor, your Iron Man armor is nothing. They had vibranium armor in ancient times. In short, T'Challa didn't want to pay as much attention to Tony Stark as a leader of a small country. He just stared at Kai. Tony was immediately unhappy. It has to be said that, apart from Tony's halo, this guy is definitely not a good person. Those who can get along with him and don't want to beat him either need him or don't care about those things at all. Kai didn't like Tony's personality before, but after getting along, Tony knew what kind of person Kai was. After knowing that his halo was useless to him, he would restrain himself. But T'Challa was no longer within his restraint range. However, Kai stopped him immediately. If Tony was angry with other people, Kai would not intervene. But this person is the victim's family member. For now, we have locked a suspect. But we have not been able to investigate the identity of the suspect clearly. So even if I tell you now, it's useless, Kai explained patiently. It is normal for others to behave like this when their father dies. Put yourself in their shoes. But as to whether Bucky Barnes was the murderer, it was not that Kai did not tell us on purpose, but that he had been ordered not to disclose the information. Although Bucky Barnes was not as dazzling as Captain America, he was also an American hero. His photo and sculpture were also in a very prominent position in the Capitol Hill Museum. If the news that Bucky Barnes might be a terrorist got out, you can imagine what kind of blow the reputation of the United States would suffer. Kai naturally had no interest in maintaining the reputation of the U.S. government. But Bucky Barnes, no matter what he did after his disappearance. But as a soldier, Bucky Barnes was undoubtedly qualified. Kai, who was also a soldier, was willing to retain his last bit of dignity. But that was all. What if I must know? T'Challa asked aggressively. Then you have to go to the Secretary of State. Kai still used diplomatic rhetoric. Although you are a prince, this is not Wakanda. T'Challa took a deep breath and finally calmed down. I understand. I will negotiate in person. However, I also hope that you will keep your word as you said before. Kai shrugged. Then T'Challa asked his female guard to take the king's body away without even looking at Tony. Who is this? So arrogant. Tony was still unhappy with T'Challa's disregard for him. Others are the victims' families. The Wakanda king who was killed in the explosion is his father. What? Are you going to cause trouble for him? Kai said unhappily. After hearing this, Tony stopped talking immediately. Although his personality is not good, he is not so bad. What's more, they are in the same boat. Is a tribal prince so arrogant? And he brings a female bodyguard with him? In Africa, no one will be poorer than those chiefs and kings, Kai said indifferently. This is true. Although African countries are generally poor, that is for ordinary people. The rulers of many poor countries are very rich. Even Haiti, a country with nothing, can make a fortune of more than $1 billion, not to mention African countries. Africa is a good place. Most countries are rich in resources. The poverty of ordinary people has nothing to do with those chiefs. From here, we can see that, in fact, whether it is Tony or Kai, they still discriminate against black people. Even if they have black friends. T'Challa took his guards and his father's body to the hotel where he stayed. Hotels generally do not have morgue services, but T'Challa gave a lot. Wakanda is really not short of money. It can make a lot of money by selling any resources casually. The hotel has been booked by the Wakanda delegation. Soon he brought the female guards to the top floor of the hotel. This place has been transformed and is full of various high-tech instruments. Several black women are operating those things. That was Wakanda's computer. They were hacking into New York's public network to track down possible suspects. Hack the networks of NYPD, FBI, CIA and Department of Homeland Security immediately. I need to know their current progress, T'Challa ordered. The captain of the guard, Okoye, immediately reminded him, Prince, the consequences of doing this, let's talk about the consequences later. I just want to revenge my father now. T'Challa naturally knew what the consequences of doing this were. This was equivalent to an invasion. Once discovered, it would be immediately retaliated by the United States. Although T'Challa didn't want to admit it, He still knew that if Wakanda really went against the United States, it would have a very, very small chance of winning. After all, wars between countries are not just about the level of technology. That is a comprehensive consideration, and Wakanda, which has been closed for centuries, is still far behind the United States in military strength. Can you imagine that Wakanda's technology has surpassed all countries today, but its own army still uses cold weapons, even weapons made of vibranium, which are still cold weapons? Compared with the firepower of the U.S. Navy, Army and Air Force, this is simply child's play. So Black Panther is a high-level black movie, but now he can't care. But Okoye shook his head. Prince T'Challa, I have always been loyal to your family, and I believe I will be loyal to you in the future. But now I must advise you that you must be calm. After all, Wakanda is the most important. I believe His Majesty the King thinks so too, Chaka. My father is dead. T'Challa is the king now. My orders are the king's orders. No, you are not yet. You who have not experienced the trial of the heart-shaped grass are not the king yet. Okoye is the captain of the royal guard. In the system of Wakanda, this position is equivalent to the cabinet and has a high voice. While protecting the king's safety, he will also provide advice to the king. Of course, this is also related to Wakanda's rough and even primitive political system. They are still tribal. The division of powers is chaotic. But Okoye is indeed qualified to veto the prince's order. After all Wakandans are loyal to the king first, and the prince has no power to issue orders. Even if the king died, the prince who had not experienced Wakanda's king trial, the heart-shaped grass trial, still did not have the right to rule. A very unique, but inefficient system. T'Challa waited for Okoye. Okoye did not give in. In the end, T'Challa compromised because he knew that Okoye was right. He could not drag the whole of Wakanda for his anger. The king should be restrained. This is what his father has always taught him. But can I really do nothing? T'Challa wanted to go to the U.S. Secretary of State, but unfortunately, he didn't think that Americans would give face to a small African country. In this regard, Americans have always had a good reputation. They talk about equality and freedom, but in fact, the most unequal freedom is these white pigs. Maybe we, just as Okoye was about to make his suggestion, a member of the guard came in. Your Highness, a man who claims to be the director of SHIELD wants to see you, Nick Fury. Okoye obviously knew SHIELD, and he also knew Nick Fury. Then she said to T'Challa, maybe this person can help you, SHIELD. My father said that they can't be trusted. SHIELD is a secret to many people, but not to Wakanda. Wakanda even has some contact with Nick Fury. However, T'Challa's father, T'Chaka, doesn't think highly of Nick Fury. He thinks that he, like everyone else, is spying on the power of Wakanda. Hydra has always thought that it has everything under control, but in fact, as far as Nick Fury is concerned, there are still many things that Hydra doesn't know. For example, Wakanda, Hydra only knew about it recently, but Nick Fury knew about it a long time ago. There are also the Monarch Organization, and so on. There are too many secrets hidden behind this man. I agree with His Majesty the King's evaluation. But this does not mean that we can't cooperate with him, Okoye said. Okoye actually thinks that Nick Fury is not as bad as the king said. At least this man has kept the secret until today after knowing the secret of Wakanda. On this point, they can still trust him. After all, Nick Fury is also black. T'Challa thought about it. He knew there were risks, but the desire to avenge his father overwhelmed everything. He decided to meet this man. Nick Fury met T'Challa soon. Please accept my condolences, Prince T'Challa. Thank you, Director Fury. T'Challa couldn't wait any longer and said directly, tell me, what is the purpose of someone like you coming to me, about a murderer? Nick Fury's one eye flashed, and he was a little surprised that the prince was so cunning. We need to talk. What to talk about? T'Challa looked at Nick Fury seriously. Nick Fury took out a photo and handed it to T'Challa. Who is he? T'Challa looked at the person in the photo. He was sure that he had never seen this person. Bucky Barnes, a legendary American hero, a comrade in arms of Captain America, Nick Fury said very frankly. Captain America, T'Challa still knew about it. After all, the resurrection of a superhero who was confirmed to have died was a big news that attracted global attention. On the contrary, Bucky Barnes, Captain America's comrade, was not so noticeable. It was normal that he was not recognized. So, T'Challa noticed something. Yes, the suspect is him, Nick Fury rarely played tricks. Are you kidding? T'Challa was still a little bit unconvinced. A man who was declared dead in World War II? In any case, the man in the photo doesn't look very old. Maybe even younger than him. That's the crux of the matter. When Nick Fury learned that Tony suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D. killed his father, he began to re-examine the murder of the Howards. What Kai could find out was naturally not difficult for him. From then on, Nick Fury knew that Bucky Barnes was not dead. He even asked Alexander Pierce about this matter. After all, when this case happened, Alexander Pierce was already a senior executive of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was even Alexander Pierce who was in charge of this case. As a result, the case file was ordered to be sealed by the then director, Ms. Carter. The reason was very legitimate. Bucky Barnes was a hero. The truth cannot be made public. So S.H.I.E.L.D. faked the scene. Like Carter, Nick Fury immediately expressed doubts after understanding the cause and effect. Who exactly wanted to kill Howard, and who was behind Bucky Barnes? In the video footage of the crime scene at the time, it can even be seen that Bucky Barnes remained young, except for the addition of a metal arm. Why is this happening? Who made Bucky Barnes become like that? And who covered up Bucky Barnes' whereabouts, so that S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't even find out? Combined with some previous anomalies, Nick Fury has reason to believe that there is a mysterious force behind everything, and even this force has affected S.H.I.E.L.D. T'Challa may be a little green, but he is definitely not stupid. He knows that Nick Fury came here to tell him these things. What do you want me to do? For some reasons, I need another force to help me find out the truth behind this. I can give you the power to act at your convenience in the United States. But in return, I need you to cooperate with me. I need the power of Wakanda, and I need the power of the Black Panther. Chapter 916 Cooperation. Black Panther, a very special title. Its origin is related to the religion of Wakanda. In Wakanda, there are 5 objects of faith, namely the Black Panther goddess, the white gorilla god, the crocodile god, the lion god and the hyena god. What is very interesting is that 3 of the gods are Egyptian gods. They are the Black Panther goddess Bast, the lion god Malhais, the son of the Black Panther goddess, and the crocodile god Sobek, while the white gorilla god and the hyena god are gods from other places. Legend has it that a long time ago, a star fell from the sky over Wakanda. When the star fell, it changed the landscape, and cosmic radiation also turned many local creatures into monsters. These monsters were extremely violent and clashed with local humans. Humans were almost extinct, and humans in desperate situations desperately prayed for the help of the gods. Finally, 5 gods responded to their prayers, descended to the earth, helped humans defeat those monsters, and restored peace to the ancient land of Wakanda. After that, these 5 gods entered the pantheon of Wakanda. People are also divided into many tribes because of the gods they worship. Today, Wakanda has 18 tribes, of which 5 are the main tribes, namely the Black Panther tribe that worships the Black Panther goddess, which is also the main tribe of Wakanda, and the throne has been passed down in this tribe. The river tribe that worships the crocodile god Sobek lives by the water, presents themselves as fishermen and farmers, guards the longest river in Wakanda, the Emis River, and is the most loyal ally of the Black Panther tribe. The frontier tribe that worships the hyena god settles on the border of Wakanda and presents themselves as ordinary herdsmen, but they are actually well-trained soldiers. It constitutes the first line of defense to guard Wakanda. They raise rhinos and hyenas wandering on the border. They rely on hyenas to find enemies and crush them with rhinos wearing vibranium plate armor. The mountain mining tribe worships Mahesh, the lion god. Legend has it that the lion god brought light and fire to the Wakandans and taught them various crafts. Therefore, the mountain mining tribe is in charge of the mining and manufacturing of various mineral metals, including vibranium in Wakanda. It is the physical strength of the kingdom of Wakanda. The physical fitness of the men in this tribe is as strong as that of lions. Finally, there is the Jabari tribe, ape tribe, an alien among the 5 tribes. They worship the most violent white gorilla god Haruman. The Jabari tribe settled above the snow line of the Jabari Mountains. It is an autonomous tribe in Wakanda. They often wear fur and live alone between the high mountains and snowy ridges. They are extremely fanatical about the worship of the white gorilla god, but the problem is that the teachings of the white gorilla god are too barbaric, which has led to the Black Panther tribe suppressing the belief in the white gorilla god for a long time. This has caused the Jabari tribe to be extremely dissatisfied, so they directly broke away from the rule of the Wakanda royal family and became an autonomous tribe. Although the Jabari tribe has the fewest people and vassals among the 5 tribes, it has the strongest fighting power because of its worship of the white gorilla god. This also leads to their most special status. People fear and even revere this tribe. In ancient times, humans defeated monsters. But as the 5 tribes developed, disputes between them increased, and war was inevitable. At that time, Bishenga, a warrior of the Black Panther tribe, hesitated and couldn't bear to see humans attack each other and bleed, so Bishenga prayed to the panther goddess hoping to stop all this. His heart moved the Black Panther goddess Buster, who guided Bishenga to find the heart-shaped grass and eat the heart-shaped grass. Bishenga was able to establish a spiritual connection with the Black Panther god Buster. Bishenga was protected by the Black Panther goddess, and he therefore gained extremely keen 5 senses, superhuman strength, speed, endurance, reaction, and resistance to magic. Bishenga became the first Black Panther in history, preventing the crisis, and then he further unified all the tribes to form a country called Wakanda. Since then, Black Panther has become the leader of the military, political, and religious state of Wakanda, although it is usually hereditary. However, outsiders can also seize the status and title from the current king through challenges, and they must convince the 18 tribes under Wakanda. Only by meeting the above 2 conditions can they become the new king. Nick Fury came to T'Challa because he saw the power of Black Panther. Nick Fury did not give up the Avengers plan. He has been secretly looking for a suitable candidate to join the Avengers. Aquaman was the first, and the humanoid shark caught by Aquaman and Phil was the second. Shark King Nanus. This is an extremely stupid guy. He ate people in Australia and Atlantis not for any evil purpose, but simply because he was hungry. Aquaman once wanted to kill this fat shark boy. But since he learned the real thoughts of King Shark, Arthur was speechless about this guy. Nanus's view of humans is very simple, just a kind of weak food. In his head, humans are no different from the fish he eats. So Nick Fury took advantage of this and easily subdued this silly shark boy. The third one is T'Challa in front of him. He sees T'Challa as a substitute for Tony Stark and Captain America. First of all, T'Challa has undergone complete Black Panther training and is an excellent hunter and good at tracking. He is also a doctor of physics graduated from Oxford University and an excellent inventor and scientist. In addition, he is a tactician and military strategist. Black Panther himself also has a battle suit made of vibranium, equipped with stealth technology, which can evenly absorb kinetic energy, making him invulnerable. The soles of his boots have vibranium additional pads that can adjust different vibration frequencies, allowing him to run silently on the side of the building or walk on the water. It can also generate energy daggers for cutting and long-range attacks. It is simply a rare good candidate, not to mention that he has the support of an entire country behind him, and has stronger scientific research power and various resources than Tony Stark. Nick Fury thinks this is true. Of course, there is another reason, that is, T'Challa will not be a person of any force, and Nick Fury can be completely assured. Your Highness, do we really want to cooperate with him? To be honest, I don't like the look in his eyes. The way he looks at us is not like looking at friends or fellow tribesmen, but full of calculations and exploitation. After Nick Fury left, the Royal Guard looked at his prince and expressed his thoughts. As mentioned earlier, Okoye is the captain of the Royal Guard and has the power to advise the king. In fact, the Royal Guard has this power. Every king of Wakanda is protected by a group of all-female guards who are good at using various weapons, the Dora Milaje, whose members are all women selected from various tribes in Wakanda. Although they are all women, in fact, each of them is the best warrior. Because according to the tradition of Wakanda, these guards may also become princesses, so to a certain extent, these women are selected as members of the guard not only to be loyal to the king, but also to compete for marriages among various tribes to consolidate their political positions. So each one must be the best, because they are the candidates to give birth to the next generation of Black Panthers, and they will not be selected if they are not good enough in any aspect. T'Chaka, who was killed in the explosion, was actually an open-minded person. After he married the queen, he originally wanted to abolish the guards. It was undoubtedly a waste to keep these young and beautiful girls around. But the conservatives had a lot of opinions about this, so T'Chaka had to withdraw the proposal and choose to keep the guards, but he regarded these guards as daughters rather than candidates for his wife. Every Dora guard grew up with T'Challa, so when facing T'Challa, they would not hide their opinions. We can't ask everyone to be as kind and amiable as our relatives and friends. The outside world is full of conspiracies and calculations. This is also the reason why my father is unwilling to open Wakanda. T'Challa is a young man and has received a complete westernized education, so his mind is full of ideas to fight for more rights and interests for his black compatriots, but at the same time he can understand why his father and elders are unwilling to disclose the secrets of Wakanda. Vibranium is great, but it can also be the source of chaos. Okoye nodded with relief. Okoye is a conservative. She doesn't trust people from outside and thinks that it is best for Wakanda to maintain the status quo. But at the same time, she is not pedantic. She knows very well that they can't avenge their king by themselves, so she is not stingy with some means to achieve their goals. Wakanda is not as closed as imagined. Wakanda not only has rare metals, high-tech weapons and advanced education, but also has its own intelligence agency pride. This intelligence agency is more powerful than the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, of the United States, but slightly inferior to SHIELD, at least that's what Okoye thinks. She knew that this matter was beyond their ability as soon as she saw the murderer. In this case, it is natural to seek cooperation and help. But this does not mean that she will let down her guard. When she saw that T'Challa could look at this matter soberly, she was certainly relieved. Tony carefully stared at the video footage sent by Jarvis from cameras in various corners of the city, trying to find the trace of Bucky Barnes. He couldn't wait any longer. But at this moment, someone he didn't expect found him. "Sir, a friend of yours is visiting you," Jarvis suddenly reminded. "I'm busy." Tony is busy looking for Bucky now, so he doesn't have time to receive irrelevant people. Except for Kai and Pepper, he basically doesn't see anyone during this period, including his Aunt Peggy. As for friends, he has very few friends. Besides Kai, there is Iron Patriot James Rhodes, and then there is no more. James is following the president and protecting his safety during this period. How can he have time to come to him? Therefore, the people who come to visit him during this period are not important characters. "I think you must meet him, huh?" Tony asked a question. Because he is already in the room, following Jarvis' voice, several extremely powerful laser cannons instantly appeared from the roof of the room and locked onto the figure behind Tony. "Sir, I suggest you raise your hands, otherwise I will immediately open fire on you according to the Castle Act." The Castle Act is the legal support for the famous sentence, "If you dare to enter my private territory without my permission, I will open fire." Happy America, shooting every day. This is the so-called unlimited right of self-defense. Oh wow, do you really have to make it so exaggerated, Tony? The figure raised his hand, looking very relaxed, as if it was not a machine gun but a camera that was pointed at him. "Is it you?" Tony turned his head to look at the person who came, and twitched his lips, then said helplessly, "You are not my friend. Don't call me Tony." Hannibal. The person who came was Hannibal, who Tony had met twice. "You owe me a favor, Tony." "That's too cruel." Hannibal always had a perfect smile, not too much, not too little. It was impossible to find any fault with him. But it was also because of this that Tony was a little scared of him. Because his manners were too perfect, so perfect that they were unreal. Instead, it made people feel a chill. Tony put down the work in his hands helplessly. Hannibal was right, he owed Hannibal a favor. Tony was not afraid of any debt, anyway, he had money. But the debt of favor was different. This thing might not be repaid even if you had money. "Tell me, what do you want? Help me find someone, huh?" Tony was stunned. He had heard Kai mention Hannibal and knew that this guy had 2 hellhounds under his command. These 2 dog-like things are the best hunters. Anyone who is targeted by them will never escape their pursuit. "Is there anyone in this world that you can't find?" "I can find them, but they run too fast." Hannibal was a little helpless when he said this. Frank had gathered Logan, Tank, Victor and Wade sent by Kai some time ago, and together with the surviving members of the X-Team, Beast and Darwin, he reorganized the new X-Team to hunt down the Hellfire Club. Unfortunately, the U.S. government's intelligence agencies have never had any clues about the location of Sebastian Shaw and his gang. Frank, who couldn't wait, could only ask Kai for help again. So Kai released the hounds and asked them to track these guys. Unexpectedly, there was more than one mutant who could teleport in this group of people. Although the Red Devil's ability is incomparable, he can only teleport people who have physical contact with him. For small-scale transfer, his ability is simply unstoppable. But once it comes to large-scale transfer, it is much worse. The first time, the Tenderless Lords quickly found Sebastian Shaw and ate several mutants by the way. Then Sebastian Shaw ran away. An Asian female mutant ran away with all of them. According to the FBI's intelligence, the woman's name is Clarice Ferguson, a missing person, and her disappearance case is still listed on the Federal Missing Persons Investigation website. No one knew she was a mutant before. This woman created a portal by distorting space, and could teleport multiple people to the location she designated at a time. She can also teleport over long distances. Last time, she took the people of the Hellfire Club across half the world and ran to the other side of the earth. Then the Tindalus Lords' several hunts were all escaped by them. And they are getting more and more cunning. They can even predict the arrival of the Tindalus Lords in advance and run away in advance. Later, the hounds have no way to deal with them. This made Kai helpless, and after much thought, he could only seek Tony's help, hoping that his strongest brain could come up with a solution. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 917 Gathering. Maybe Tony is a very annoying person, but you have to admit that he has not been beaten to death yet, which means he is really capable. Tony soon saw the clues from the video footage brought by Hannibal. Every time Clarice Ferguson teleports, it will cause space-time distortion. This space-time distortion will trigger a gravitational wave oscillation, which is a ripple in the curvature of space-time. This kind of gravitational wave observation is extremely hidden, but fortunately Tony Stark has a way. Hannibal doesn't understand how to do it specifically, it's too professional. But the general process is that Tony needs to write a program to let the only Stark Group satellite in the Earth orbit conduct global detection, and in for the time and place of the Hellfire Club's most recent teleportation through the global magnetic field and gravity changes. But this is not something that can be completed in a short time. I need a little time, Hannibal shrugged. Revenge is like fine wine. The older it is, the more flavorful it is. Hannibal felt that Frank would not be so impatient. You can contact Kai directly after you finish, and he will notify me. After that, Hannibal began to emerge from a group of shadows covering him. Seeing that Hannibal was about to disappear, Tony suddenly called him. Wait, the shadow on Hannibal suddenly stopped, and then Hannibal's figure withdrew from the shadow. Next time, you can speak earlier. My dogs will be angry if you are interrupted like this, Hannibal said unhappily. What else do you want to say? Tony hesitated for a moment before saying, I remember, your two dogs can track anyone, right? Yes, Hannibal nodded, but he immediately reacted. You plan to use them to track Bucky Barnes. Tony was not surprised that Hannibal knew this. Anyway, this guy is always mysterious and has some inextricable connection with Kai. It's not surprising that he knows these things. Okay, but there's a problem. I have to get something from Bucky. Anything is fine. But it has to be from him. You can't ask a hound to chase prey out of thin air, right? Hannibal pointed out the biggest drawback of the Tindalus hounds. Hounds can chase prey relentlessly, no matter where the prey hides, but the premise is that they must see the prey first. Unfortunately, Bucky was very clean. Apart from being accidentally photographed by a mobile phone, he did not leave any clues that could be used. The hounds were naturally helpless. Tony pursed his lips and nodded. I'll find a way. Bucky is actually still in New York now, and he's hiding in Hell's Kitchen. Although Hell's Kitchen has changed a lot, the number of gangs has decreased sharply, and many gangs have moved away. There is no way. The land price here has skyrocketed since Stark launched the development plan. Doesn't it cost money for gangs to rent houses? These idiots originally wanted to use some dirty means to acquire the land in Hell's Kitchen, hoping to make a fortune. But the result is that they found that they underestimated the actions of the police. Their series of attacks have brought devastating blows to the gangs that have taken action in this regard. This has instantly reduced the number of those who are trying to harm the residents in this regard by half. Why is it half and not all? It's really not Kai's fault. This is the United States, a capitalist country. Capital is the foundation of this country. Kai can deal with gangs. So how can he deal with capital? Capital may not be able to do anything to Kai, but the problem is that it is only Kai that can't do anything. In this country, the police are never the people's police, they belong to capital. The earliest police in the United States were originally created by capitalists to deal with proletarian workers, so don't get their class attributes wrong. No matter how high Kai's prestige is, There is no way to make the police betray the class they belong to. There are people who betray their class, but there has never been a group that betrays their class. There are really too many ways for those capitalists to harm the people. How many can Kai stop? And many of the original methods of cheating people are reasonable and legal. What can Kai do? Therefore, in the process of the rectification of Hell's Kitchen, many people still lost their houses. But as I said, in this capitalist world, people who can own land and buildings are not considered proletarians. So, it doesn't matter. There are too many injustices in this world, and Kai is not a god, so he can't take care of them. Kai's mentality has always been very good. It's as if he knew from the day he became a policeman that he couldn't eliminate all the evil in the world. All he can do is to protect the peace of one side. He will do his best to do what he should do, and as for the extra, he can't do it. He won't blame himself for this. He is not a saint, let alone a great man. This is Kai's consistent idea. Having said that, due to Kai's heavy blows, the number of gangs has been greatly reduced. In addition, due to rising house prices, rents have also begun to increase, and many less wealthy gangs have begun to move out of Hell's Kitchen, which has also promoted the rise in house prices from another aspect. Although it has also affected some civilians, forcing them to move, but in general, Hell's Kitchen has begun to get rid of its former notoriety. But in the magical country of the United States, there is no such thing as eliminating all gangs, so there are still some ghosts and monsters left here. Bucky is now hiding in a secret base of the Italian mafia. Hydra sounds high-end, but it is difficult for people in their line of work not to deal with gangs. Although gangs sound low-level and not up to the level of Hydra, it is precisely because of this that these gangs have become the white gloves of Hydra. Many jobs that Hydra cannot easily intervene in will be completed by these gangs. The Italian mafia in Hell's Kitchen is the white glove of Hydra. Of course, the mafia itself does not know that the people behind them are Hydra. Bucky was hidden by the mafia as a killer. This kind of thing is very common among gangs. The location of this secret base is on the east section of 117th Street, starting from Hell. There is a group of Italian immigrants gathering there. It is a mixed bag, and Bucky is not noticeable in it. This day, Bucky, like usual, went to a small supermarket in a hoodie to buy some basic daily necessities, and then returned to his residence inconspicuously. He is just like all kinds of ordinary people, nothing inconspicuous. Others would not think that this slightly silent and melancholy young man would be a super killer who kills without blinking an eye. Bucky actually didn't know his name was Bucky. In his own mind, he was Fred Davis Jr., a Russian. He was a senior agent of the organization. He had no family, no past. And everything was based on the mission. As for the rest, he had no impression. The organization explained that this was to prevent him from leaking secrets, so the organization cleared his memory. The only thing he knew was that his mission was to dedicate everything to the organization. "Hi, Mr. Davis." When passing by the cafe, a waitress named Jennifer greeted Bucky. Bucky smiled like an ordinary person, which was considered a greeting. Then he waved his hand and walked home with his things. Although he had just moved in not long ago, Bucky seemed to be quite popular. He looked handsome, had a melancholy temperament, and had a Baggio style, so many girls were happy to know him. But Bucky didn't like this atmosphere. He was not used to communicating with anyone. However, he obviously underestimated his appeal to modern girls. You have to know that in this era, everything is fast, even aesthetics. In order to make money, the entertainment industry constantly launches various stars. The speed of renewal is so fast that it is simply amazing. Although those stars are very beautiful and handsome, they often give people a very impetuous feeling and lack of precipitation. Boys like Bucky who seem to have grown up in melancholy have a kind of settled beauty. In addition, he was originally a person from the 1930s and 1940s. Even if he was brainwashed, there are some things that cannot be removed by brainwashing, and these things make him fundamentally different from modern flashy and restless young people. When girls see him, their first reaction is definitely, this man has a story. This is definitely a breath of fresh air in the impetuous contemporary society. So this makes the girls nearby proud to know him. Hydra never thought that Bucky would attract attention in this way. After all, Bucky is frozen most of the time. This makes people subconsciously ignore the impact of the change in public aesthetics on him. Wait, Mr. Davis. Jennifer saw Bucky was about to leave and immediately became anxious. She had made a bet with her girlfriends to see who could get a date with him. For the sake of face, and because Bucky was really attractive to her, she mustered up the courage to chase him out. "Today is my birthday, so there's a party tonight, can you come?" Bucky immediately looked embarrassed. "I have work tonight." Jennifer's face immediately became very aggrieved. She didn't expect it to be so unfortunate. Jennifer's friends saw their best friend being humiliated, and they hid in the corner and laughed happily. Everyone has a few bad friends. One of the girls planned to take a picture of this scene in order to laugh at Jennifer later. There was no malice, just a joke between friends. Bucky was very sensitive to find that someone was filming, but in order not to attract attention, he quietly moved his body slightly so that the phone could not take a picture of him. But he overlooked one point, that is, the current mobile phone cameras have higher and higher pixels, and the pictures are getting clearer and clearer. Just when Bucky quietly avoided the camera, his face was printed on the road mirror not far away. Then Jennifer's friend posted this on her social networking site. None of them expected that such an unintentional action would be captured in an instant. Tony hadn't slept for 48 hours. Jarvis had reminded him several times, but Tony couldn't sleep. Perhaps the reappearance of Bucky Barnes touched the heart disease in Tony's heart that he never wanted to share with others. Tony has always been contradictory to his father. When he was young, he had a bad relationship with his father because Howard was always working and had no time to accompany him. This made Tony always have opinions about his father. But at the same time, he had an immense hope to get his father's attention. On the night when Howard and his wife died, they had another argument. Tony felt that his father never cared about him, while Howard thought that Tony was too naive and always got into trouble. His mother tried her best to ease the dispute between the two men and tried to make up for the dispute between father and son. But in the end, Tony not only did not understand his mother's kindness, but even said some angry words. To be honest, is there a problem with parents and children saying some angry words when they get along? No. What's more, Tony was only 14 or 15 years old at that time, which was the most difficult age. It's not surprising that he did anything to make people angry. But the problem was that the Howards were killed next. This became Tony's lifelong pain. The last words he said to his parents were those hurtful words. This made Tony feel extremely regretful every time he recalled it. He didn't want to say those things. What he wanted was his parents' company. And the reappearance of the murderer made Tony think of that night again, which made him unable to sleep at all. "Sir, Jarvis," I said, "I don't need to rest." "No. Sir, I'm informing you that I found the target." "What?" On the other side, the Shadow Bureau also found the target through social networks a few minutes after Jarvis found the target. "Director Carter. We found the target. It's in Clinton District." Carter immediately stood up. "Dominate Steve. Let him take people." The same thing happened on the SHIELD side. Nick Fury immediately sent Hawkeye, well, now called Green Arrow, Oliver Queen. Hawkeye actually had no problem with the codename, it was just a codename, but what he never understood was why he had to be the Green Arrow. Even the uniform had to be dark green. He didn't hate it, he just didn't understand it. Wasn't Black Arrow good? He liked black. Nick Fury told him that if he made Kai wanted him again next time, he would help Hawkeye become Black Arrow. Hawkeye's face turned black. While Nick Fury was sending Hawkeye, he also secretly notified another person. T'Challa. After T'Challa received the news, Dora's guards immediately sent a box engraved with the logo of the Black Panther tribe. "Your Highness, are you really not going to let us go?" "No. The one who is taking action is the Black Panther, not Wakanda. I can't involve Wakanda. And, as a son, I must settle my father's revenge with my own hands." After saying that, he opened the box. Inside was a black hood, which was made to look like a Black Panther. The black hood had a silk-like texture, but it exuded a metallic luster. This is the armor of the Wakanda Black Panther, which is made entirely of vibranium. It is the ultimate embodiment of Wakanda technology. After putting on the armor, the Black Panther's mobility will not be restricted in the slightest. Instead, the armor will give the user a strong power bonus and unparalleled defense. The texture of vibranium makes this armor indestructible. Any impact or puncture will not cause any damage to the wearer. The armor will absorb all energy, including kinetic energy. This is the exclusive armor of the Black Panther and also the symbol of the Black Panther. According to the laws of Wakanda, T'Challa is actually not qualified to wear it, but due to T'Challa's reputation within Wakanda and the fact that the previous King T'Chaka only has T'Challa as his son, his succession to the throne is basically a foregone conclusion. So it is not an usurpation. When Doris guards saw T'Challa wearing the hood, they immediately knelt on one knee to express their respect for the Black Panther. The Black Panther is more than just a king to the people of Wakanda. A new month requires a new look. Chapter 918, Trap Mine. As everyone was rapidly approaching Bucky's location, Bucky was also in contact with his superior. The mission is over, the recovery is about to begin, destroy all contact equipment. Wait for recovery, this was the message left by Bucky's superior. Bucky frowned, he felt something was wrong. First of all, the recovery was too slow. Generally speaking, after he completed the mission, he would be recovered immediately and then sent to a secret base for freezing. According to the organization, his time was extremely precious and not a single bit could be wasted. But this time it was not, and the recovery procedure was started after a long time. Secondly, the superior had too little contact with him. In the past, every mission, except for the action, everything else was arranged by his superior, and his every move was controlled by his superior. It was very rare for him to be free to move like now. However, Bucky still stayed where he was according to his training, with his hands on his knees, sitting with his back straight, waiting for the arrival of the recovery team. On the other side, after sending the message, Brock Rimlow rushed to where Bucky was under Pierce's secret order. Brock Rimlow is the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces, and is considered one of the best talents among field agents. He is also highly valued by Nick Fury. But no one expected that this guy was actually a member of Hydra. This time, Whitehall was willing to let Winter Soldier go, which really caught Pierce off guard. In the past 2 days, Pierce has been weighing whether to kill Bucky or secretly hide him and make Winter Soldier his own Winter Soldier. Whitehall was also very happy and directly handed over the secret password of Winter Soldier's mental control to Pierce. Pierce can completely control Winter Soldier with a password. But there are risks in the middle, such as Winter Soldier being discovered. It may involve S.H.I.E.L.D.'s layout, so Pierce is very hesitant. But Winter Soldier is too tempting. Although Winter Soldier is not as perfect as Steve Rogers, he is also a rare case of the success of the Super Soldier plan. Unlike Steve, his Super Soldier serum is a defective copy of the Red Skull, and the effect is not as comprehensive as Captain America's. But Hydra carried out a comprehensive biochemical transformation on the Winter Soldier, giving him physical strength, agility, endurance, senses and reflexes that surpass the peak of ordinary people. Overall, it is also a qualified Super Soldier product. What's more rare is that the Winter Soldier is now out of print. The real development of the Winter Soldier project was not carried out in Germany, but in the Soviet Union. A long time ago, Hydra had a branch in the Soviet Union. The Winter Soldier project was indeed hosted by Whitehall at the beginning, and even the serum injection of the Winter Soldier was completed by Whitehall himself, but at that time the German side had already lost. In order to keep the Winter Soldier project, the German Hydra had to transfer it to the Soviet Union to continue research. Whitehall also went to the Soviet Union and set about continuing the Winter Soldier project. But soon Whitehall had a mess, and he was targeted by the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs. The People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs was a police agency of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, during the Stalin era. It was renamed the Ministry of Internal Affairs in 1946. It was the main executive agency of the Soviet Great Purge in the 1930s and the predecessor of the famous KGB. This agency was specifically used to purge domestic spies at the time, and Whitehall was found out because of his German background. In order to escape from the Soviet Union, Whitehall had to flee the Soviet Union with a small amount of information and the Winter Soldier. In the name of political asylum, he changed his appearance and returned to Europe. After that, the Soviet Union seemed to have conducted similar experiments, but Hydra was not very clear about the details. Because the Ministry of Internal Affairs uprooted Hydra from the Soviet Union at that time, Hydra's intelligence on the Soviet Union was basically blank. The Soviet Union was actually very strong in the early days of the intelligence front. A large number of capitalist countries had Soviet comrades, such as the most famous Cambridge Five. Although they were born aristocrats, they were the most solid believers in communism. At that time, there were many fighters who believed in communism in the world, which caused a lot of headaches for many capitalist countries. The United States was even more severely affected. At that time, Soviet intelligence agencies infiltrated the White House, the State Department, the U.S. Mission Abroad, the Department of Defense, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and other government agencies, as well as the leadership departments of various political parties and groups. This also explains why those capitalists were so afraid of the Soviet Union at that time. In short, since then, Hydra's research on super soldiers has fallen into long stagnation, from which we can also see the importance of Winter Soldier. Pierce is very greedy. He wants Winter Soldier, but he doesn't want to be involved in any possible crisis. So Pierce gave Brock Rimlow an order to try to recover Winter Soldier if possible, and if it is not possible, then destroy Winter Soldier. Since Brock Rimlow already knew where Bucky was hiding, they quickly arrived at their destination. Some people would wonder, should Hydra have known about this kind of thing a long time ago? Why didn't they recover it as soon as possible? Things are not that simple. Winter Soldier was transformed into a super agent, and his vigilance was extraordinary. Without secret words and his street, anyone who tried to approach him would be attacked by Winter Soldier. And the secret word has always been in Whitehall's hands. Obviously, Whitehall played a little trick with Pierce on this point. He deliberately delayed time. Obviously, he was not so happy to hand over Winter Soldier. But it doesn't matter, what should be given must be given. Soon Brock Rimlow arrived at the door of the Winter Soldier's room. Brock Rimlow raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop and put down their guns. Then Brock Rimlow gently knocked on the door with more secret rhythm. Indicated to the Winter Soldier inside that they were his own people. In fact, the Winter Soldier was fully armed at this time, wearing combat uniforms and combat masks, pointing his gun at the door. If the person outside did not say the key words within 3 seconds, he would shoot. Zeleny I, Wrzhavchiny, Synopsis, this is Russian, which means desire, rust and 17 respectively. 3 unrelated words immediately triggered the Winter Soldier's mind control mechanism. Then the door was opened. The Winter Soldier stood there motionless. The recovery program is activated, we will take you away, Brock Rimlow immediately said, Vozvashina in Radinu, it is still Russian, meaning go home. The Winter Soldier nodded without any emotion, like a robot. Then Brock Rimlow immediately led the Winter Soldier to the underground parking lot. From there they would evacuate at the fastest speed. But just when they walked to the underground parking lot, Brock Rimlow suddenly stopped. Brock, the Winter Soldier has been targeted, this news was too bad. The Winter Soldier was exposed too quickly. So fast that even Hydra didn't expect it. Brock Rimlow immediately understood that this was the decision made by the higher-ups. It was up to him to decide whether to keep or kill the Winter Soldier. If he felt that he could take the Winter Soldier away, everyone would be happy. If he felt that he couldn't take the Winter Soldier away, he could also kill him to eliminate future troubles. Brock Rimlow understood the importance of this decision very well, because the importance of the Winter Soldier was self-evident, and the crisis was also very great. Once he was exposed, Hydra's hidden actions and shield would be exposed. This was fatal to Hydra at this stage. So no matter what he chose, he had a reasonable reason, but at the same time he had to face the subsequent questioning. Brock Rimlow quickly weighed the pros and cons. Zeleny, Wrzhavchinin, Semnadset, Rasvid, Ogun, Davovit, Hafrosh, Doma, Odin, Goryusevic, Desire, Rust, 17, Dawn, Stove, 9, Kindness, Go Home, 1, Truck. The original agility and light in the Winter Soldier's eyes were all extinguished, and they became dead and dull. Erase all any information, break out freely, and meet at location 11 after the end. Brock Rimlow decided that he could not take the risk of breaking out with the Winter Soldier. But now the intention to kill the Winter Soldier to silence him is too obvious. After all, how could it be so coincidental that if he didn't silence him early or late, when others found out about the Winter Soldier would be silenced immediately? Isn't this equivalent to telling others that they have a traitor in their ranks? It was fine for other agencies, they just suspected it. Hydra's infiltration into those agencies was not strong, and they couldn't find anything. But Nick Fury was not easy to fool in S.H.I.E.L.D., the key point was that there was really Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. So Brock Rimlow could only make this risky move. After all, there was also the risk of being exposed. But thinking about it, Brock Rimlow felt that he was right to do so. Anyway, the Winter Soldier had been staying in Europe, and was not under the jurisdiction of their part of Hydra. Even if he was exposed, it would be a headache for Hydra in Europe. The interior of Hydra was never a monolithic entity. Let's go. Brock Rimlow immediately led his men to retreat from another direction. Only the Winter Soldier was left there. After Brock Rimlow and others left, The winter soldier's eyes gradually regained their agility. He put on his hood, identified a direction and walked out. Not long after he left, a group of fully armed special forces quickly surrounded the winter soldier's previous residence. And the leader was Steve. They were the Shadow Bureau. Behind Steve followed Dum Dum Dugan and Wolf Warrior, both of whom were members of the Howling Commandos. They were also Bucky's comrades. "Bucky is really alive," Dugan said gloomily, holding a cigar in his mouth. Steve was silent for a while and said, "Yes. I won't make a mistake. That is indeed Bucky." Dugan spit out the cigar in his mouth with a pun. No one knew who he was scolding. Maybe it was Bucky, or maybe it was the mastermind who turned Bucky into this. "Heroes shouldn't be treated like this," Wolf Warrior said on the side. When Wolf Warrior didn't change into a werewolf form, he was a blond and blue-eyed strong man with typical Aryan features. But the irony is that Wolf Warrior is not the Aryan that the Nazis pursued at all. He himself is a Jew. Soon they came to the door of the apartment where Bucky was hiding. Enough, enough, enough. A group of special forces quickly broke open the door and rushed in. The house was not big, with a one-bedroom and one living room layout. The situation in the room could be seen clearly at a glance. There was no one else, only the bathroom door was locked. So a group of people blocked the bathroom. A special forces member put his ear to the door. There was a sound of water inside. The member immediately raised his thumb, and everyone raised their guns and pointed them at the door. Then he raised 2 fingers. 2 members immediately stood up, holding doorbreakers in their hands. Steve wanted to stand up, and he wanted to be the first to face Bucky, but Dugan held him back. "There's a problem. Bucky was undoubtedly an excellent soldier. It was impossible for him to be so alert that he was kicked open by someone and still hiding in the bathroom." Just as Dugan stopped Steve, the leading special forces member waved his hand, and 2 members carrying doorbreakers slammed into the bathroom door. Bang! The door was opened. Boom! Then there was an explosion. Several special forces members facing the bathroom were immediately engulfed in flames. On the street not far from the residence. There are many Italian restaurants here, so it is also very lively at night. This is not the Hell's Kitchen of the past. If it were the Hell's Kitchen of the past, at this time, those who dared to hang out on the street were either drug addicts or gang members. However, with Kai in charge of Hell's Kitchen, the public security here has improved day by day. So the popularity has naturally increased. Americans like to go to those exciting places. Although Hell's Kitchen was exciting in the past, it was too dangerous. For ordinary people, walking here at night was basically as dangerous as wandering in a war zone. At the least, they would be robbed, and at the worst, they would lose their lives. Now it is safe, so some idle people who have heard of the Hell's Kitchen like to run here. It is said that Hell's Kitchen has begun to prepare to use its past notoriety as a selling point to develop tourism. It makes money, so it's not shabby. No matter whether it is a good reputation or a bad reputation, as long as it can make money, Americans dare to do it. It was the same today, but at this time, the apartment building not far away suddenly exploded. This scared those idle people. Since September of that year, Americans can't stand the sound of explosions. When they hear explosions, they are scared to death. In the chaotic crowd, a hooded figure looked up at the exploded apartment. Then he immediately lowered his head and blended into the crowd. It was Bucky. He had already placed a booby trap in his apartment. First, it was to prevent accidents, and second, it was also used as a warning. However, when he blended into the crowd, he caught a glimpse of several pedestrians with unusual behavior who were surrounding him unknowingly. There were people outside staring at him. After discovering this, Bucky did not act immediately, but pretended not to know and continued to follow the crowd to leave. In this situation, it was safest to follow the crowd. He believed that those who were chasing him would not dare to shoot and chase him in the crowd. At the same time in the apartment, Steve put down his shield and turned his head to look behind him. Is everyone okay? It turned out that Steve raised his shield and rushed in front of everyone as soon as the 2 special forces broke open the bathroom door. Although Steve moved quickly, 2 special forces still died. Looking at everything in front of him, Steve's eyes were full of sadness. Dugan patted the dust and walked to Steve's side and patted his shoulder. Booze. That's not Bucky's style. That's not Bucky. Steve, placing bombs in residential areas. That's something only terrorists would do. Chapter 919, Bucky. Bucky. Steve tightened the shield on his arm and said with a firm look, no matter what, I must find Bucky and ask him face to face what is going on. Steve looked at Wolf Warrior. Wolf Warrior nodded and growled. Wolf Warrior's muscles began to twitch, and then dense hair grew out of his body. His face began to lengthen, and wolf kisses and sharp teeth grew out. Soon, a werewolf stood upright in the distance. His uniform seemed to be specially made, and his huge body of nearly 2 meters and 5 meters did not break his uniform. The Special Forces members around him dispersed very tacitly and set up control around to prevent anyone from seeing this scene. After Wolf Warrior turned into a werewolf, he lowered his head and sniffed everywhere, and soon he raised his head. Then his body twitched again, and the original hair and beast characteristics began to slowly retract. Wolf Warrior turned into a human form again. Wolf Warrior is not a traditional werewolf, he is more controllable. But correspondingly, many of his abilities have also been weakened. This is also a sip and a peck, there is gain and loss. Although he also has a keen sense of smell in human form, it is not comparable to that of an orthodox werewolf. If he wants to distinguish the complex smells, he must transform into a werewolf mentality. However, in the following pursuit, as long as the smell is not covered by other stronger smells, he can also track in human form. Downstairs. It smells very fresh. Werewolf took the lead and ran out of the house. Steve immediately ordered the Special Forces, Team 1 stays here to evacuate the people and maintain order, and Team 2 follows me. Yes, on the other side, Bucky had already left the crowd. By the way, he got rid of the first few trackers. For a super agent like Bucky, it is too easy to hide in the crowd. Those trackers are still too naive in Bucky's eyes. But what Bucky didn't expect was that there were many people targeting him. After getting rid of the first batch of trackers, he was immediately followed by another group of people. So Bucky changed his strategy. He found a dark alley and walked in directly. The tracker behind him saw Bucky enter the dark alley and immediately said to the headset, "I lost the target, I'm going to chase him." The headset immediately issued an order, "Wait. Don't get too close to him. Wait for the main force to arrive." Unfortunately, it was too late. The tracker moved too fast and got into the alley. As a result, he walked into the alley and found that it was a dead end with no way out. "Wait. The target is gone. This is a dead end." The tracker looked around and immediately shouted into the headset. "Understood. I have asked the surrounding agents to find the agents. Take a closer look to see if there are any clues." "Understood." Just as the tracker let go of the headset, an arm quietly stretched out from behind him and grabbed the tracker's neck. The tracker's first reaction was to struggle. But the next second he heard a click. Then he knew nothing. Bang! Bucky broke the tracker's neck, then threw his body on the ground, and took his communicator from him. Bucky took the communicator and looked at it. Then he tapped his left arm and pulled out a data cable from somewhere. Then he connected the data cable to the communicator and put the headset into his ear. After doing all this, he squatted down and looted the weapons from the agent. A Glock 45 and 2 magazines. Putting away the pistol and magazines, Bucky walked into the darkness again, leaving only a body there. On the other side, Hawkeye, no, it should be Green Arrow, was meticulously paying attention to the reports of various surveillance agents in a command vehicle not far away. The target disappeared. This made Green Arrow a little anxious. As Phil formed his own team to carry out the mission, Natalie was sent undercover to Tony and Kai. There were not many people who Nick Fury trusted the most, so Hawkeye was entrusted with an important task by Nick Fury. He was not just a duty agent, but consciously trained his command and coordination ability. Hawkeye himself was not opposed to this. After all, people in this line of work could not always fight on the front line. He had a happy family and had long-term plans for his life. Now that he was in command, it would be beneficial to his future career. Agents are also human beings. No one will be in battle all their lives. However, it was inevitable that he was a little nervous when he went on a mission as a commander for the first time. But as time went on, Green Arrow suddenly found something wrong. There were fewer and fewer people reporting. And according to the feedback from the trackers on the agents, 6 agents had been staying in place without moving. Unless they were all openly slacking off, this would not have happened. Green Arrow instinctively felt that something was wrong. He immediately contacted one of the agents who had not spoken for a long time. Novik. 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 There was no response. Green Arrow immediately changed the channel and called another agent, but still no one responded. Feeling something was wrong, Green Arrow immediately understood what was going on. Someone was hunting the people. It was Bucky. Everyone, stop reporting your location. And leave your current location. I will send reinforcements immediately. Being hunted by someone in the opposite direction was a shame for the SHIELD agents. But it also showed that the opponent was much more difficult to deal with than they thought. After that, Hawkeye? No, it was Green Arrow who picked up the bow and arrow and planned to personally support. Compared with sitting behind the command desk and remotely commanding, he was more adapted to charging in the front. After all, he had just changed his job and was not used to it. But it doesn't matter, completing the mission is the top priority. At this time, a flash of fire flashed across the sky. Tony Stark. The moment Hawkeye saw Iron Man, he knew he was in trouble. SHIELD knew that Bucky was Tony's father's murderer. But what he didn't know was that it wasn't just Tony who came to find the murderer of his father today. Between the high-rise buildings, a black figure shuttled silently and quickly. Black Panther was here too. Tony naturally went to the apartment where Bucky had been hiding before, but he only saw a mess. Jarvis. Release the swarm immediately. The swarm is a micro-detector designed by Tony for himself. It is only the size of a ladybug and can be used for many exploration tasks. It is concealed and efficient. Following Tony's order, the back armor of Iron Man's armor opened, and two cylindrical objects emerged from it. Then, small black objects were launched one by one. These small objects flew in the sky and immediately unfolded, becoming micro-detectors similar to bees. There were thousands of them. These small objects were very fast. After being released, they quickly shuttled through the streets and alleys. Ordinary people could not notice their movements at all, and thought they were just small insects flying by. Bucky heard Hawkeye's order from the headset and gave up hunting. Instead, he chose a direction to break out. He wanted to leave from the dock area. With his physical strength, he could get out of the encirclement at the fastest speed as long as he entered the water. But at this moment, a flying insect flew past him. Bucky immediately noticed that there was something wrong with the flying insect. Instinctively, he had to speed up. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than Iron Man. Bucky Barnes. Almost in the next second, Tony flew over Bucky. Tony swooped down from the sky, hugged Bucky's body and tried to grab him and throw him to the ground. But Bucky's reaction was beyond Tony's expectation. Bucky directly swung his cheat and punched Tony in the face. Tony didn't even think that this punch would cause him any harm. As a result, he was hit. His visor was directly deformed by this punch, and he himself was dizzy from the huge impact. He didn't hold on tightly and let Bucky escape. Boom. Tony himself crashed into a building in the dock area uncontrollably. When Tony controlled his body, he had already appeared in the restaurant of an elderly couple. The two elderly people held knives and forks and stared at the uninvited guests who broke into their dinner. Tony grabbed the deformed and damaged visor and threw it aside. The holographic display on the visor was damaged. Wearing it would only block the field of vision and was completely useless. After dropping the armor, Tony noticed that he seemed to have trespassed. Sorry, both of you, for interrupting your dinner. I will ask Stark Group to compensate you for your losses. As he walked towards the big hole he had smashed, he pretended to be calm and said to Jarvis, Jarvis, remember to send my request to the Public Relations Department and the Legal Department and compensate them as soon as possible. Yes, sir, I have notified Miss Pepper. Okay, then let's get down to business. Tony flew out after saying that. Jarvis, what happened just now? I thought I was punched by Kai. According to the video data analysis, Bucky Barnes' left arm should be a mechanical arm. Jarvis answered diligently. Mechanical arm? Ha, what a surprise. Tony sneered and appeared above Bucky again. This time he did not rush into close combat, but used his palm cannon to bombard Bucky. But Bucky was not a pushover. He quickly dodged Tony's bombardment while raising his gun to fight back. If it was before, Tony would not care about a Glock bullet. That thing can't even wipe off the paint on his mecha. But the problem is that his visor is destroyed, and Bucky is a sharpshooter. Every bullet is shot at Tony's face, which makes Tony have to be alert to avoid bullets. But no matter what, the performance of the Mark 8 mecha is there. No matter how powerful Bucky is, he is still a mortal body, and it is impossible for him to fight Tony all the time. So Tony still found an opportunity. A palm-arc pulse cannon exploded at Bucky's feet. The huge explosion made Bucky lose his balance, and he immediately kicked Bucky away with one foot. When Bucky wanted to get up, Tony fell from the sky and stepped on Bucky's mechanical arm with one foot, and stepped on Bucky's chest with the other foot, making him unable to move. Go to hell and repent. Facing the murderer of his father, Tony didn't intend to hand him over to the police. Tony aimed his palm at Bucky's head and charged. Bucky grabbed Tony's ankle with his other hand and tried to break free, but it was still in vain. Just when the arc pulse cannon was about to be fired after charging, a round shield suddenly flew over from a distance, opening Tony's arm, and the arc pulse cannon was directly deflected. Taking advantage of Tony's loss of balance, Bucky pulled out his mechanical arm with force, then grabbed Tony's ankle and threw Tony into a pair of containers at the dock. Bang! Tony's body hit the container hard, knocking a big hole in the container behind him. But Tony didn't care, his eyes were fixed on the shield that flew back. Steve Rogers, Tony shouted angrily. Tony, Steve rushed over with his men with a complicated expression. Then he saw Bucky facing him and taking a defensive posture. Bucky, Steve looked at Bucky in disbelief. Although so many years have passed, Bucky's appearance is still exactly the same as before, but he is a little more gloomy and fierce. Don't you even recognize me? Bucky, who was sitting opposite Steve, was stunned for a moment when he heard the name Bucky. He felt a very strange feeling in his heart. But soon, the killer instinct made him suppress his doubts. He saw the wrist of his mechanical arm turned, and a broad-bladed dagger popped out from the back of his hand. Warwolf and Dum-Dum Bullet Dugan also came out. They also looked at their former comrades with complicated expressions. Their eyes were less cheerful than before, leaving only endless gloom and ferocity. He's mine. Don't even think about taking him away. Tony knew that if Bucky was taken away by Captain America, then he would not be able to avenge his father's murder. Steve had clearly stated that he would stand on Bucky's side. Through some previous contacts, Tony knew that the real Steve was not the saintly Captain America promoted in the textbooks. He had his own emotions and his own selfishness. Tony accelerated directly towards Bucky, firing the arc pulse cannon in his hand continuously, one part at Bucky and the other at Steve and the others. Wolf Warrior and Dum-Dum Dugan rushed towards Tony very tacitly. We hold him back, you take Bucky away first, although Dum-Dum Dugan believes that the best outcome for Bucky is to understand him, so that Bucky can always remain in people's minds as a hero. Now Bucky is no longer the warrior who fights for the freedom of people all over the world, he is just a terrorist. This is the greatest blasphemy to Bucky Barnes. But no matter what, they are all comrades in arms. Since Steve always believes in Bucky, why can't he believe it? Anyway, he just needs to believe in Steve. Wolf Warrior didn't say so much. His response was very simple. He turned into a werewolf and pounced on Tony, and used his body as a cover to block most of the arc pulse cannons. The werewolf's strong regeneration ability made him not afraid of the bombardment of the arc pulse cannons. And Dugan drew out his own gun. Double Magnum M500 Modified Growler. This gun is Dugan's signature weapon, a large pistol modified from the Magnum M500, with double barrels, 0.50-inch caliber, or 12.7 millimeters, and 12 magazines instead of the original rotary magazine. With Dugan's homemade dumb bullets, the power is doubled. Ordinary dumb bullets are expanding bullets that do not have penetrating power but have extremely high shallow lethality. The wound caused by this bullet is multiple times the caliber and is proportional to the caliber, which makes the dumb bullet look like it will explode, while Dugan's homemade dumb bullet uses a completely different technology. His bullets really explode. His warhead uses a black gold warhead, and the high explosive is hidden in the warhead, which has both penetration and explosive power. Ordinary dumb bullets have average penetration. Bang bang bang. Under the cover of Wolf Warrior, 3 homemade dumb bullets hit Tony. Boom boom boom. The 3 bullets are like 3 shells, blowing Tony away. Meanwhile, Captain America also rushed towards Bucky. Follow me. Bucky naturally couldn't really follow Steve, he was Davis now. Bucky immediately raised his mechanical arm and slashed at Steve fiercely. Steve had to put up his shield to block. At this time, Bucky raised his other hand and shot at Steve continuously. Steve had to retreat again and again. At such a close distance, he couldn't dodge the bullets. Don't even think about it. Tony was blown up by 3 high explosive bombs, bleeding from his mouth and nose, but he still didn't give up attacking Bucky. When he saw Steve being forced back by Bucky, he immediately turned on the micro-rockets on his shoulder armor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless micro-bombs were launched, and those rockets first rushed into the sky, and then rushed down from the sky to cover the area where Bucky was. The trajectory of the micro-rockets was simply not something that Werewolf and Dugan could intercept. Steve's eyes shrank, and without thinking much, Steve immediately rushed forward without hesitation, even ignoring the dagger that Bucky stabbed at him, and threw Bucky down, raised his shield to block him and Bucky's dagger also stabbed Steve's abdomen. The severe pain made Captain America's face deformed, but even so, Steve only held the dagger with one hand to prevent it from going deeper, and the other hand firmly held up the shield to protect Bucky. Seeing this scene, Bucky suddenly flashed through several unfamiliar images in his mind. The picture was very blurry, and basically nothing could be seen clearly. He could only vaguely hear someone shouting, "Bucky! Bucky! Bucky!" This made his left arm slow down and not continue to exert force. He didn't understand why at all. Aren't they enemies? Why would this person protect him even if he was injured? Boom boom boom. A series of explosions followed one after another. The violent explosion once again made some images flash through Bucky's mind. This time the picture was a little clearer, and several young people with blurred faces were shuttling on the battlefield in the picture. One of them raised his shield and turned around to say something loudly. He seemed to be shouting, "Bucky, Bucky, who is Bucky? Why does he look so familiar? Monthly ticket. Monthly ticket." Chapter 920, Let Down. Seeing that Tony actually used this large-scale killing weapon regardless of Steve's life or death, Werewolf and Dugan no longer held back. Although seriously speaking, they can be regarded as Tony's uncles, in the end, they still have a better relationship with Steve. Werewolf howled to the sky, and his originally clear eyes turned red in an instant. Werewolves are very violent. Once they transform into werewolves, they can't distinguish between friend and foe. Because of the research of the Germans, Werewolf is not affected by this kind of violence at ordinary times, but the corresponding combat power is worse than that of the orthodox werewolf. However, if he actively falls into a violent state, he will be no different from the orthodox werewolf. The only disadvantage is that he will feel tired afterwards. Originally, Tony Stark's arc pulse cannon was not very harmful to Werewolf. That thing is an irradiation weapon, which is more powerful against metal and other things. It is just average for a flesh and blood creature with a regenerative ability like Werewolf. After all, the damage that can be fatal to ordinary people has no effect on werewolves. When he fell into a frenzy, Tony's arc pulse cannon was completely useless. Wolf Warrior stared at the arc pulse cannon and pounced directly at Tony in the sky. At this time, Dugan also fired 3 bursts again and hit Tony again. In fact, Tony was rarely defeated by this routine twice, but now he was too excited and only had Bucky in his eyes, so he was hit again. After being hit by 3 special dum-dum bullets, Tony immediately lost his balance, and Wolf Warrior took this opportunity to pounce Tony from the air. The werewolf's power is not small, especially when Tony still needs to protect his face with his hands. Wolf Warrior is like a husky grabbing a plush toy, frantically destroying Tony's mechanical armor with its claws and fangs. After the explosion here, Steve put down his shield, and he pulled out the dagger stuck in his stomach with force. Bucky seemed to be stupid, and did not resist. Steve thought Bucky was injured, so he quickly grabbed Bucky and looked around Bucky to see where he was injured. It has to be said that 80% of Steve's fighting power is on his shield. If there is no shield, Tony Stark's intensive bombing just now would have killed Steve. But with a shield, it's different. Vibranium has a perfect energy absorption effect, which can perfectly absorb all kinds of energy. In such a serious explosion, he was actually safe and sound, and he also protected Bucky. This is also the reason why Steve can jump down from a high altitude at will in the movie. As long as there is a shield at the bottom, any impact will be absorbed and can't hurt him at all. Bucky looked at the person in front of him with complicated eyes. He didn't understand what was going on. Why should he show mercy? And he didn't understand why there was a voice in his heart shouting, "Don't hurt him. Steve, now is not the time to talk about love. Wolf Warrior can't control Tony for how long. Hurry up." Dugan looked at the 2 bastards who were still there, and he was immediately furious. "Run. What are you waiting for?" Steve also woke up from a dream and immediately pulled Bucky and started running back. "Steve Rogers. You betrayed my father. I will kill you." Tony's hand was bitten by the werewolf, and he had to protect his face with the other hand. After all, the werewolf's claws were no joke. If he was scratched, he would probably have to see his father in advance. But he still saw Steve taking Bucky away. Steve paused, and finally gritted his teeth and ran with Bucky. He would figure out everything, clear Bucky's name, and give Howard justice. He firmly believed. In fact, he didn't think so, and there was no other way to think about it. This scene also meant unforgivable in the eyes of some other people. Bullock and his group, who had been monitoring Bucky from a distance, saw Bucky being dragged away by Captain America without resistance, and immediately suspected Bucky had betrayed. Although it stands to reason that the mental control imposed on Bucky by Hydra would not go wrong so easily, but who can guarantee it? So Bullock immediately reported the new situation to his superiors. Pierce was dumbfounded. I knew Whitehall was unreliable. I didn't expect this old guy to be so unreliable. Kill the Winter Soldier. Now. Don't let him stay with Steve Rogers. But, what's our reason? Bullock was a little worried. He should still be resting in a SHIELD base. Nick Fury didn't give him any orders, otherwise he wouldn't have left the Winter Soldier behind at that time. If he had the order, he could have left with a Winter Soldier in his swagger. Instead of hiding a sight and observing secretly like now. Now you join the pursuit team in the name of support. I will make up the order, but Director Fury? Nick Fury is a person who likes to control everything in his hands. He can't tolerate his subordinates acting privately without his orders, especially in such an important occasion. This is my direct order. Pierce is willing to risk it. The Winter Soldier betrayed too quickly. Who knows how things will develop, so just cut the Gordian knot. Understood. So another group of people joined the hunting operation. Hawkeye was the one who lagged the most behind in the group. If the explosion Tony created was not so conspicuous, he would probably still be running around in circles. When Hawkeye arrived, he saw Captain America running over with Bucky. Director, Hawkeye was at a loss for words. What should he do? So he contacted Nick Fury directly. Captain is with Bucky Barnes. Nick Fury frowned, and it was a bit tricky. It seems that the Shadow Bureau got there first. Ignore him, just arrest Bucky Barnes. But, won't that mean we have to take action against Captain? Hawkeye didn't think Captain would let go so easily. Well, wait a minute. At this moment, Nick Fury received a call from his old boss. After about 10 seconds, Nick Fury suppressed his anger and said, Brock has brought reinforcements over. Pierce gave the order. Hawkeye couldn't understand it for a while. Isn't this a good thing? Why did Director Fury look like he was going to bite his teeth off? The higher-ups asked Pierce to get rid of the Winter Soldier. Well, now Hawkeye understood what Nick Fury meant. Why? Hawkeye knew he was stupid the moment he asked. Why else? For face, for reputation. A Federation hero becomes a terrorist. No one can accept this. So Bucky must die? Nick Fury said faintly. Then Hawkeye knew Nick Fury's plan from the beginning. They planned to recruit the Winter Soldier. Although they had not figured out how to do it, as long as they had the man, they would always find a way. But now, you continue your mission and capture Bucky alive. If then let Bullock do it. Understood? Hawkeye knew what Nick Fury meant. Anyway, it was not the first time that Nick Fury went against the will of the Federation, and he didn't care if it happened once more. But if there was really no other way, Hawkeye couldn't be involved in this matter, and Bullock would take the blame. After this incident, no matter what Captain America was dissatisfied with, Nick Fury could directly shirk responsibility. Originally, Nick Fury valued Bullock very much, but this guy turned out to be Pierce's man. This made Nick Fury uncomfortable. In this case, then take the blame. This is Nick Fury, seemingly mysterious, but actually very narrow-minded. Soon, Bullock appeared in front of Hawkeye to report. Brock. You came so quickly, Hawkeye asked in surprise. As a field agent, Hawkeye knew Bullock. However, unlike Bullock's Special Forces field agents, they were dispatched with a small team, which belonged to Special Operations. Hawkeye fought alone most of the time, and at most there would be a logistics team to provide him with intelligence and other support. I have been nearby. You know, the order from above, Nick Fury's order, although he knew it was impossible, Hawkeye still asked. No, Director Pierce. Hawkeye opened his mouth and felt that Bullock had narrowed his own path. But thinking about it, Hawkeye understood Bullock a little bit. He was not Nick Fury's direct descendant, and there was no concern about other people's orders from above. Could Bullock still disobey the order? Alice, the helplessness of the working people. Hawkeye didn't say anything else, but led his men to meet Steve and Bucky. Steve saw a group of agents appear, and immediately blocked Bucky behind him. Captain. We are from SHIELD. We are not enemies. Hawkeye immediately revealed his identity. Green Arrow, I know you. Steve and Green Arrow have fought vampires together. However, the two sides have never talked. That's good, Hawkeye said as he looked at Bucky. Feeling Hawkeye's gaze, Bucky's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately took a defensive posture. When the other people from S.H.I.E.L.D. saw Bucky's actions, they immediately pointed their guns at Bucky. Wait a minute, Hawkeye raised his hand to stop him. Captain, Mr. Barnes is the suspect in that terrorist attack. This falls under the jurisdiction of our S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope you can hand him over to us. Don't make it difficult for us, Steve immediately refuted. We, the Shadow Bureau, have taken over this case. Now the person is in our hands, so I'm sorry, I can't hand him over. Hawkeye took a deep breath and said seriously, I respect you very much, Captain. Most of us here grew up listening to your stories. If it were other things, I wouldn't make it difficult for you, but this matter. So many UN representatives were injured and sacrificed, and we, S.H.I.E.L.D., must give an explanation to the Security Council. Please don't make it difficult for us. You don't want to cause international disputes, do you? This matter is indeed very serious, and what S.H.I.E.L.D. said is reasonable. S.H.I.E.L.D. itself has the function of counter-terrorism, not to mention that this matter involves the United Nations, and it is reasonable and legal for the Security Council to intervene in the case personally. Unfortunately, the Shadow Bureau is at a disadvantage. They have the law enforcement power for superpower crimes, but they don't have the function of counterterrorism. There aren't too many agencies in the United States that can be related to anti-terrorism, so the Shadow Bureau didn't think about continuing to occupy this function when it was first established. After all, no agency with anti-terrorism functions is easy to mess with. There's no need to compete with those big guys. Steve took a deep breath. He was not good at speaking and didn't know how to speak an official language. In this case, he had nothing to say. For Bucky, he had already let down Howard and even Tony. If he handed Bucky over now, he would not only let down Bucky, but also let down everyone. Impossible. Let Kai. Soldier. I don't want to fight you. Sure enough. Hawkeye sighed in his heart. He picked up the bow and arrow on his back. Captain, this is our duty. Bullock raised the rifle in his hand and aimed it at Bucky. He only waited for an opportunity, and he could kill the Winter Soldier. Get out of the way. Captain America raised his shield directly. Steve didn't want to fight a group of soldiers fighting for the country. But after thinking about Bucky, Steve had no choice. Do it. Hawkeye saw that things were impossible, so he took action immediately. He shot an arrow at high speed. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. also understood that they should attack Bucky directly. Captain America cannot be touched, he is praised too highly. Once Captain America is really hurt, the pressure that S.H.I.E.L.D. will face. Anyway, Nick Fury doesn't want to face that situation. Steve actually doesn't understand what Green Arrow is doing. Bow and arrow? The speed of this thing is much slower than bullets. What era is this? With Green Arrow's archery skills, Steve believes that if he is allowed to practice shooting, he will definitely become the top sharpshooter. Bow and arrow, let alone using a shield, he can catch it with his hands. He used to dodge bullets with his naked eyes. But he still remembered that Green Arrow's arrows were specially made, so for the sake of caution, he still blocked with a shield. Seeing Steve's actions, Hawkeye was happy. He was fooled. Hawkeye's arrow was blocked by the shield as expected, but the next moment, the arrow exploded directly, but it was not an explosion, but a ball of sticky liquid, which poured all over Captain America. Steve was shocked. He didn't know what it was. He was afraid it was poison or corrosive liquid. But just when he wanted to distance himself, he suddenly found that he couldn't move. He looked down and found that the liquid was actually glue. The glue stuck him to the ground tightly. He wanted to break free, but the glue was so sticky and tough that he couldn't break free. Countless bullets were shot at Bucky from the other side. Bucky raised his mechanical arm and kept blocking, and his body also rose and fell a few times and ran to the side. Although his ability was a little worse than Captain America, he could still get more bullets. Don't struggle, Captain. This is a kind of glue specially developed by the research department of SHIELD. Once it sticks, even an elephant can't break free in a short time. The only drawback is that this thing will oxidize and harden rapidly within a few minutes, and then it will become very brittle, and then you can break free. But Hawkeye didn't intend to remind the captain. Hawkeye turned around and said to the agent beside him, "Go, end the battle as soon as possible." Bullock had already rushed up with his men. At this time, Hawkeye ordered the people he brought with him. Nick Fury's order was to bring back Bucky as much as possible. If possible, he didn't want to kill such a veteran of World War II. Chapter 921 Brawl. Hawkeye did not join the siege, but just watched the captain quietly. Green Arrow, you can't do this. Bucky is a hero. An American hero, the captain shouted to Hawkeye while struggling to break free from the glue. Hawkeye twitched his lips. To be honest, after such a long time, he still couldn't get used to the title of Green Arrow. Especially after hearing from May about the significance of green in China. He used to like green, after all, it represents life. But now, he can't face himself who used to like green. Even his view of Hulk has changed. I heard that Bruce's girlfriend Betty has changed to her boyfriend now. It is said that he had a great enlightenment in prison. How pitiful. Captain, we are doing this to protect Bucky Barnes' reputation. No one can accept that a hero who helped the United States win World War II becomes a terrorist. It is the best choice for us to take him away. If he is taken away by others, he may not be able to save his life. Hawkeye hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Steve the truth. The Federation has issued a death order. Major James Buchanan Barnes can only be a federal hero. I think you can understand the meaning of this order. He represents the American spirit and is the spiritual belief of countless patriots. Once his reputation is shattered, it will be a disaster for the Federation. Steve widened his eyes and looked at Hawkeye in disbelief. No. Bucky is innocent. I will prove it. You can't do this. You must treat him fairly. Yes. Captain, this is what we are doing now. We need to take him away. SHIELD is the only one who can convince others to give Mr. Barnes a chance for a fair trial. So, please don't stop me. Hawkeye felt that he had good eloquence, at least the captain's attitude softened a lot. But the next second Hawkeye felt that he had found something to say. Because he saw Bullock flying in front of him like a rag doll. Bullock was covered in blood and had lost consciousness. Hawkeye looked up and found that Bucky was merciless to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It turned out that Bucky had been showing weakness to the enemy before. The combat uniform on his body was obviously not ordinary stuff. Bucky just shook when the bullet hit it, and then he slaughtered the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents like nothing happened. But before that, he had been dodging bullets in a panic. All this was pretended. Obviously, Bullock and S.H.I.E.L.D. underestimated Bucky. They thought they would complete the task easily, but Bucky tricked them. Especially Bullock. He mastered the secret language and could control Bucky at any time. Bucky obviously knew this, so his first target was Bullock. Then Bullock's life or death was unknown. Bullock treated Bucky as a tool, but he ignored how terrible this tool was. No, Hawkeye pulled out the arrow and shot. Captain America's teammates are human, but his teammates are not human? But Steve knew that it was not Bucky. Bucky's condition was obviously problematic, as if he was being controlled by someone. He couldn't go on like this. If Bucky continued to kill people, sooner or later. Before Steve could think of the consequences, a dark voice suddenly jumped down from a building on the side of the road and rushed towards Bucky. Bucky was caught off guard and hit in the chest by the Black Shadow. Murderer! Pay the price for what you did. Bucky was knocked away by the blow, but it obviously didn't make Bucky lose his fighting power. Bucky raised his mechanical arm, and a hole appeared in his palm. A rocket whizzed and shot at the Black Shadow. Boom! The Black Shadow didn't dodge or evade, and was hit by the rocket. Bucky landed and grabbed the ground with his mechanical hand. 5 mechanical fingers drew 5 sparks on the ground, and he finally stopped his body. Puff! Then Bucky spat out a mouthful of blood. Bucky covered his chest, which had 4 bloodstains on it, probably caused by the Black Shadow just now. Bucky! Are you okay? Bucky looked up at the trapped Steve, with a trace of confusion in his eyes, but he immediately stood up and planned to rescue Steve. He still couldn't remember who Steve was, but he decided to follow his heart and save this man. But before he could take 2 steps, a Black Shadow rushed towards him through the flames and smoke left by the explosion. At this time, others could see the Black Shadow clearly. It was a weirdo wearing a strange tight uniform. His whole body was covered with a strange tight uniform, and his head looked a bit like a cat, or a leopard. In short, it was a feline. Bucky immediately raised his mechanical arm and fought with a Black Shadow. The fighting skills of the Black Shadow were very strange, a bit like some strange dance, and the moves were a bit like those of a feline, deadly, and silent. But compared to Bucky, it was obviously weaker. It was just strange that Bucky was still at a disadvantage, Because that weirdo didn't care about defense at all. Even if he was beaten, he was still full of energy. Fighting is about being stupid and not caring about life. Bucky's fighting style is stupid, straightforward, simple and clear, without any fancy moves, just going for life. There is no other reason. On the contrary, Captain America's fighting style is much more fancy, with many gymnastic moves, and the fighting style of the Black Shadow weirdo is more fancy than Captain America. But this fancy is completely not pleasing to the eye. On the contrary, it is extremely violent, the kind of violent life for life, that is, no matter how many times you hit me, I don't care, I will chase you and beat you anyway. But the problem is, no matter what Bucky does, that weirdo is like nothing happened. It would be strange if Bucky didn't lose. Steve immediately became anxious, his good friend was obviously defeated. Let him go. He's mine. But a worse situation occurred. Tony Stark. Tony, who was already in a rage, had completely forgotten Kai's instructions. Others could see that there was a mastermind behind Bucky, but Kai couldn't see it for no reason. Kai didn't mind Tony killing Bucky. Really. He didn't have any feelings for Bucky anyway. But Kai still felt that the mastermind was more hateful than the murderer. Of course, the more critical point was that Kai had always suspected that the mastermind was related to SHIELD. Tony suddenly flew through the air. He didn't use any weapons this time. Sometimes speed is the best weapon. The Mark 8 mecha can reach a maximum speed of Mach 3. At this speed, he is a deadly weapon in itself. Well, it can kill people. Tony lowered his head and let Jarvis operate, and he bumped directly into Bucky. The huge impact force made Bucky fly directly into the sky. Without waiting for Bucky to come to Loki, Tony rushed over again and still bumped into Bucky. Bucky was very good. He used his mechanical arm to resist in the shortest time. But the problem was that his mechanical arm was not made of vibranium and could not absorb energy. Therefore, Bucky had to bear the powerful impact without reservation. Stop. Tony. Stop, Steve shouted loudly while struggling to break free from the glue with bulging veins. Chapter 922, Snipe and Clam. Finally, after Tony's collision, Bucky's mechanical arm could no longer bear it, and it broke away from Bucky's body and fell to the ground. Bucky himself was naturally not that strong. Even with his modified physical fitness, he could only lie on the ground and could not move. Just as Tony flew up and planned to end Bucky's life with a flying kick from the sky, a black shadow rushed Tony out from midair. You can't kill him yet. Tony was rushed down from the air and finally managed to keep his balance. He raised his hands and pointed his palms at the weirdo. Who are you? A circus clown? By the way, your taste is really bad. Tony himself has never understood who started this trend and actually liked to wear tights. But when he turned around and saw Captain America, he understood a little bit. That's where the feeling came from. In order to persuade the people to buy war bonds, the federal government dressed Captain America like a bodybuilding champion and toured the United States. The Federation was still relatively conservative at that time. If it were put in modern times, the federal government would dare to let Captain America sell bonds in his underpants. I am Black Panther. The ghost of Wakanda. I came for the death of the King of Wakanda. Anyway, no one except Wakanda knew that Black Panther was the King of Wakanda. Everyone thought that Wakanda was just a backward country united by tribes in Eastern Africa, mainly engaged in animal husbandry and agriculture. They could not eat for a year and often needed assistance from the United Nations. So T'Challa could naturally show his own title. Wow, I didn't expect that a primitive tribe would have such a master like you, Tony said, not only mockingly but also praisingly. Of course, with Tony's personality, most of these words were mocking. There was no way. Tony was so polite. Are you discriminating against us? T'Challa was very sensitive to such things. Think about it, they obviously came from a country that was more civilized than anyone else, but in the eyes of these white people outside, they were just a bunch of stupid and lazy idiots who could not read, had malaria every day, did not have enough food, and were stupid and lazy. This feeling is not very pleasant. It is because of this that the people of Wakanda do not like to come to the outside world. T'Challa once studied in the UK and was fed up with the seemingly polite but actually superior gazes, which made him a little nervous. Tony was stunned and actually guessed it. Of course he did not dare to say it. After all, even for him, being exposed and discriminated against is a very annoying thing. Since you are looking for revenge on him, why stop me, Black Panther? Tony decided to change the subject. Political correctness is obviously something invented by the ruling class like them for their own interests, but with the proliferation of this thing, political correctness has begun to backfire on them. This made Tony feel absurd. No, although he deserves to die, but not now. I need to know who is behind him. Although Black Panther also wants to kill Bucky, he wants to know who wants to kill his father. Those kinds of things can be investigated slowly, and the murderer must pay the price. Tony doesn't care about this. Anyway, he will have fun first. Captain America was a little surprised when Black Panther stopped Tony, but now it turned out that others were not going to kill Bucky, but would wait until the interrogation was over before killing him. For a moment, the captain was a little sad. What on earth did Bucky go through to have so many enemies? Damn the mastermind. It seems that our communication is not smooth. Tony is an unscrupulous bastard. When will he have the patience to listen to other people's opinions? Except for Pepper and Kai. Pepper is his girlfriend, so he has to listen. Kai is his friend, well, the kind that is stronger than him, and will beat him without hesitation, so he has to listen. Black Panther? Where did the Wildcat come from? Don't you know that there is already a Hellcat in New York? There is no need for a second feline superhero here. Why not change the way of communication? After saying that, he fired 2 electromagnetic pulse cannons. He didn't want to kill anyone, just let this country bumpkin from the primitive tribe get out of the way. But what happened next made him a little overwhelmed. 2 electromagnetic pulse cannons hit Black Panther, but they were absorbed directly. A purple light flashed on Black Panther's uniform, and then nothing happened. How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. Mr. Stark. Then Black Panther punched forward with both fists, and a purple shock wave knocked Tony away. You should take a rest first. By the way, Black Panther never gives up his prey. Black Panther came directly to Bucky, grabbed Bucky and prepared to leave. Put him down, whoosh. Along with a scolding, a shield flew towards Black Panther. Black Panther grabbed the shield with one hand. Vibranium shield. Black Panther's heart was a little rippled. Because of this thing, Wakanda could only hide itself more carefully. Due to the propaganda effect of Captain America, the whole world knows about vibranium. But it must be said that Black Panther still admires Captain America very much. At least he did not live up to vibranium before, but once. Captain, you know, you are betraying this shield. You are protecting a murderer, a terrorist. No. Bucky is my best friend. He is innocent, I believe it. Captain America broke free from the crystallized glue on his body, which became as brittle as glass after oxidation. He killed people with his own hands, including just now. This is not what a hero should do, and he also killed my king. Black Panther threw the shield far away, so that the captain could not get the shield in the first place. Unexpectedly, after losing the most powerful weapon, the captain was not discouraged. Instead, he raised his fists and made a boxing gesture. That is also for a reason. We should believe in a hero. Put him down, Black Panther. Black Panther was too lazy to talk, just grabbed Bucky and ran towards the building next to him. Anyway, Captain America can't fly. Put down Bucky. Captain America rushed up without hesitation, but Black Panther did not intend to tangle with him, and released a purple shock wave again, knocking Captain America away. Give up, Captain. This will only make you look worse. Unexpectedly, Captain America stood up without hesitation and took an attacking stance again. I can fight you all day long. He's mine. Tony also joined the battlefield at this time, and he rushed to Black Panther without hesitation. The captain was not to be outdone. Tony. Let him go. Get out. You old bastard. Tony would not show any mercy to Steve. The 3 of them soon fought in a group. Hawkeye was on the side, and suddenly felt that he seemed to have no right to intervene. After all, 2 of them had a grudge against Bucky, and one was Bucky's best friend, so he had no position. Besides, if he intervened at this time, he might be besieged by 3 people. Director, what should we do now? Should I go? Hawkeye contacted Nick Fury. Humph. Wait and see, don't forget the mission. Nick Fury did not give the order to attack. After all, whether it was Captain America or Tony, they had too much influence, and Black Panther was still his secret ally. He had no reason to intervene, but he couldn't say it openly, so he just let Hawkeye watch. It didn't matter if he couldn't bring Bucky back, as long as Tony and Captain America couldn't succeed. So Nick Fury reminded Hawkeye to remember the mission in the end. Understood, Hawkeye thought that this was just a way for him to be the fisherman and watch the snipe and the clam fight each other. He liked this method. Hawkeye didn't like Tony, and he didn't have any special feelings for Black Panther. He admired the captain, but he had already joined the enemy and had a different stance, so there was nothing he could do. Chapter 923 Arrest. But obviously, they forgot one thing. This is Hell's Kitchen. I have to admit that Kai was a little lax. After all, in the past 3 years, Kai has changed the entire Hell's Kitchen, turning it from a place of crime that everyone fears to an ordinary community. The gangs all know that there are limits to their activities here. If you do some small actions here, maybe nothing will happen. After all, the police can't catch people every time. But once you exceed a limit, you will be hit by a storm. There is a very famous example that illustrates the management of Hell's Kitchen by the 15th Precinct. This is a case from a year and a half ago. At that time, the public security in Hell's Kitchen had improved greatly, which attracted some internet celebrities to explore here. Among them, there was such a little-known internet blogger who ran to the gang range of Hell's Kitchen in the middle of the night to cause trouble. The infrastructure of Hell's Kitchen was very poor at that time. Some of the streets with ideas didn't even have street lights. Don't be surprised. In this country, everything is linked to money and capital. In China, the maintenance and construction of cities are borne by the government. But in the United States, many are done by private companies. For example, the government will sign contracts with private companies to provide public services for power companies. And the scope of such contracts is based on the community, rather than the government coordinating the entire area to provide services. This also results in the fact that areas without money naturally invest less in public services. This is also the reason why the 15th Precinct was so bad back then. How much tax could Hell's Kitchen collect? Even though Hell's Kitchen is in Manhattan, its housing prices are so low that people think it is not New York. So the infrastructure of Hell's Kitchen before was a mess. This also led to many neighborhoods, which immediately became a dark world at night. Except for gangsters, no one wanted to hang out in those dark neighborhoods. A year and a half ago, Star Group did not develop Hell's Kitchen. So generally speaking, no one would go there casually. What's so good about the dark? I don't know if that stupid internet celebrity is mentally ill, but he had to go there to hang out. As a result, he provoked a few drunk gang members. As we all know, these little gangsters can do anything after getting drunk. So the internet celebrity was robbed, which is fine. This kind of case in the United States is really a small case, the kind that the police are not willing to deal with. Being robbed by gangsters has always been a characteristic of the United States. The federal government has stood up to tell the public that when being robbed, just give the money to the gangster honestly, at least that will reduce the chance of injury. But I don't know what that guy was thinking. He actually punched one of the gangsters with his backhand and ran away. Maybe he wanted to show his courage in the video? Didn't he know that gangsters like to have a gun behind their buttocks or in their crotch? Then he was shot and to receive. The impact of this incident was actually not great. After all, the popularity of the online blogger was just like that. The video was also obtained by the police and did not spread. But this made Kai feel embarrassed. Those internet celebrities came to Hell's Kitchen because they trusted their police. But what about reality? Then Kai directly launched a dragnet operation. Clean up the gangs in the entire district again. The momentum was so great that even members of the city council came out to denounce the brutality of the 15th Precinct. Yes, it was so magical. A council member denounced the police for cleaning up the gangs. The reasons were very high-sounding, such as human rights, freedom, etc. But Kai responded to him very strongly. Within 2 days, all kinds of scandals about this congressman were exposed, including a traffic accident case in which an old man was killed by him after driving under the influence. Although his driver took the blame in the end, who is Kai? A policeman. Is it difficult for the police to get the truth from a prisoner in prison? Moreover, Kai also found out that there was something fishy between this congressman and the prosecutor who prosecuted this case. So soon this guy was arrested by Kai himself. After all, this accident case was in Kai's jurisdiction, and the law enforcement power was in his hands. Charges: obstruction of justice, murder, bribing public prosecutors, dangerous driving. Murder was a bit too much, but because Kai pulled out a prosecutor, the prosecutors had to do their best and gave him manslaughter. In addition to other charges, it basically starts at 20 years. The judge dared not give a light sentence. After all, The judge also needed to consider public opinion. This guy just bribed judicial personnel to escape sanctions. If the sentence was light, others would suspect that he bribed the judge. The judge didn't take the money, so he naturally couldn't bear this infamy. So this guy went from being a glorious congressman to prisoner almost overnight. That's not all. When he was released on bail, the 15th precinct obtained evidence from those gangs, proving that this guy was still a gangster's protector, accepted gangster bribes, and even personally participated in some illegal businesses. So the 20-year sentence jumped directly to 40 years, and the court deprived him of the qualification for bail, and the sentence started early. This surprised everyone. The murder of an online blogger not only led to the cleansing of the gangs in the entire area, but also a congressman was disgraced and imprisoned. This intensity is a bit scary. Fortunately, Kai seems to be satisfied with his territory in Hell's Kitchen. Even though he has been promoted to deputy commissioner of the New York Police Department and is also the chief of the 15th precinct, he will not meddle in other places in New York. Otherwise, the upper class in New York City will have to think of a way to deal with Kai. If everyone is like him, no one will have fun. From then on, everyone knew how much Kai cares about his face. Anyone who causes trouble in Hell's Kitchen will be retaliated against. Because of this, the security in Hell's Kitchen has improved at the speed of a beam of light. It was this situation that made Kai relax his supervision of Hell's Kitchen a little. After all, everyone knew not to cause trouble here. He also felt that everyone could abide by it. In addition, he had been busy with things in the inner world recently, so he did not discover the battle near the dock area at the first time. With the explosion and the call from the witnesses, the 15th precinct immediately began to contact Kai. Kai was in the inner world at the time and did not know about it at the first time. It was not until Alfu hurried to the inner world to report that Kai learned about it. Boom! Thunder in the sky was running wild. The night that was originally moonlit was instantly covered by dark clouds. Captain America's face changed instantly. Damn! Hawkeye also thought of Kai's horror at the first time. Damn! Tony was overjoyed when he saw thunder. Kai was here. But when he thought of the rocket he had just launched, his mood immediately became bad. Damn! Black Panther didn't have any direct experience of Kai's existence, so he himself didn't know anything about it. He just saw Tony and Captain America stop, and immediately took this opportunity to grab the unconscious Bucky and prepare to run away. But just as he was jumping between tall buildings, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit him on the forehead. Black Panther raised his hand to absorb the lightning, but the next second a huge hammer hit him hard on the forehead. Even though Black Panther himself was fine, he was still shot down. Black Panther rolled in the air and stood steadily on the ground. He looked up and saw a pitch-black metal giant floating on his forehead. Then the face of the metal giant twisted and deformed, and Kai's head appeared. He looked up and saw a messy street and Bucky, whose life or death was unknown. His face immediately turned livid. Woo! 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 The police from the 15th precinct were dispatched. Various long guns were pointed at everyone present. Don't move. NYPD, that scene, was quite magical. A group of members of a special agency that is superior to ordinary law enforcement agencies were surrounded by a group of local police and were told not to move. But what was even more surprising was that the SHIELD agents, who had always been so arrogant, raised their hands obediently when weapons were thrown to them. There was no other way. SHIELD had suffered too many losses. Even their director had been arrested and almost didn't get out. Hawkeye, this guy faked his death to escape from prison, otherwise his family would have to go to prison to see him. So when he saw Kai appear, Hawkeye decided to be scared. The Shadow Bureau was a little confused about this situation. They were not SHIELD, after all, they lacked experience. Warwolf and Dugan rushed over and saw Captain America surrounded by a group of police, and they were naturally unhappy. They planned to teach these guys who didn't know the revolutionary heroes a lesson, but the 15th precinct didn't hesitate at all and opened fire directly. Warwolf and Dugan were both shocked. Are the American police now so fierce? These guys just shouted a few words to let them put down their weapons, and they didn't listen and opened fire directly? Come on, there are werewolves here. Werewolves. Aren't you afraid? Shouldn't ordinary police officers run around screaming? Wolf Warrior and Dugan don't understand New York. What haven't New Yorkers seen now? Vampires? Aliens? Or some other monsters? You know, Thor was once their colleague. A werewolf is here, who is he looking down on? Kai doesn't know about other precincts, but the 15th precinct is definitely not scared. The 15th precinct has never been scared in several major events in New York. They were all sent out by Kai to perform tasks, and even experienced a small interstellar war like alien invasion, which was a small scene. Besides, who is their chief? It's a superhero. And the kind with explosive combat power. He's really not afraid. Wolf Warrior and Dugan suffered a lot. Wolf Warrior was actually okay. This time, the 15th precinct was not equipped with silver bullets. Although he was shot into receive, it was just a pain. Dugan was miserable. Even with the cover of Wolf Warrior, he was still injured. Stop. Kai? Stop. They are not enemies. Kai actually recognized Warwolf and Dugan. They had seen them in the Tahiti City Witch incident. But Kai still decided to teach them a lesson. This is Hell's Kitchen. Kai slowly fell to the ground. He waved his hand, and the police from the 15th precinct immediately stopped shooting. Several police officers quickly rushed to Warwolf and Dugan and pointed their guns at them. Warwolf saw that his friend was injured and immediately wanted to fight back. But the captain stopped them. The captain knew that Kai was an extremely decisive person. When it really came to the point, he really dared to kill people. Especially the guys who attacked the police. So the two members of the Howling Commandos, who had made great achievements in World War II, were actually subdued by the local police in the United States. After seeing that the police had begun to give Dugan emergency treatment, Kai no longer paid attention to them, but turned his head to look at Black Panther. I remember telling you not to be caught by the police. Black Panther's eyes flashed. I'm only doing this for Bucky Barnes. Other things have nothing to do with me. Although he couldn't quite understand Kai's strength, Black Panther felt that he had no conflict of interest with him. He came for revenge, not to find enemies for himself. But you still violated the rules, Black Panther. Kai shook his head. You can't take Bucky Barnes away. I told you. Kai certainly knew that Black Panther was T'Challa. Not to mention T'Challa's hint before, Kai's perception was not so good that he couldn't even distinguish the breath under the mask. Little Prince, Kai whispered. T'Challa's body stiffened. He didn't expect Kai to recognize him so easily. You, remember not to reveal your identity next time. Since you didn't cause any damage, I won't do anything to you this time. You can leave. But, there won't be a next time, Kai said softly. He said he would turn a blind eye. So he wouldn't do anything to Black Panther this time. But if this happens again next time. Black Panther looked at Kai deeply, then turned and left. The vibranium suit is indeed powerful, but it's not so powerful that it makes people helpless. He was still aware of this. Then, everyone. Because of the damage you caused, you are under arrest. So Captain America was arrested by the police for the first time in his life. Tony wanted to say something. But Kai blocked his mouth in advance, including you, Tony. I'm disappointed in you, Tony pouted. He didn't react much to being arrested. He knew he had gone a little too far. But, what about this terrorist? Tony pointed at the unconscious Bucky. Tisk. What a trouble. Why can't you kill him? Now he has become a trouble here, Kai said unhappily. Then let me kill him now, Tony immediately volunteered. Tony, Captain America roared. Kai waved his hand to shut up Captain America, and then said to Tony, You. I'm a policeman. Are you going to kill someone in front of me? Forget it, since he's a terrorist. That's good, he's arrested. Just as Kai said, Bucky is a trouble. Just when he sent Bucky to the hospital, countless calls came to Kai's mobile phone. There were calls from the New York Police Commissioner, the mayor, the White House, the Department of Defense, the military, and some random calls. In order to prevent Bucky from waking up and running away, Kai directly asked the Special Forces to send an elite team to monitor Bucky, and the police force in the hospital was also too much? I believe that no one will raid the hospital at this time. After all, in addition to the police, it is unknown how many agents from other agencies there are outside. At least SHIELD and the Shadow Bureau will definitely send agents to monitor. Let me interrogate him. After Tony was released on bail, he hurried to Kai's office to make a request. It is so easy for rich people to be released on bail. And there were really not many casualties this time. Except for the sacrifice of agents from the Shadow Bureau and SHIELD, other ordinary people were not hurt much. So Tony can say that he was brave. Is it wrong to see terrorists bravely doing what is right? Anyway, federal law does not stipulate that it is not allowed. At most, Tony could be charged with endangering public safety and destroying private property, and he would just have to pay compensation and do community service. With a good lawyer, he wouldn't even need community service. Tony happened to have no shortage of money, let alone a good lawyer. Do you have the power to enforce the law? Kai rejected Tony without hesitation. Then I'll just stand by and watch? That old Steve will definitely save his best friend. At this time, Captain America just walked to the door of Kai's office. The door was not closed. He was about to knock on the door, but his hand stopped in the air. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 924 Game. The reason why Captain America came was simple. He hoped to persuade Kai to hand over Bucky to him. He thought Kai could understand him and Bucky was innocent. What are you doing here? Tony looked at Steve fiercely. Steve pulled the corner of his mouth. He wanted to say something, but no matter how fair the reason was, it seemed so pale and ridiculous in front of Tony. Could it be that, Tony, Bucky had to kill your father? You have to understand and don't make trouble. Let's forget the past together and be good friends. Steve believed that if he was in Tony's position, he would pick up the shield and flatten the person who said this without saying a word. Even third-rate domestic dramas dare not make up such nonsense. The hatred of killing one's father is irreconcilable. Kai, I hope to talk to you. Steve just wanted to persuade Kai. He knew that although Kai was a friend of Tony, he would not listen to Tony in everything. As a result, Kai raised his hand to interrupt Steve. Steve, we have argued about this several times. Let me say it one last time here. Put aside the position that I am friends with this guy, and the position of you and Bucky. That is too subjective. Let's talk about something objective. Whether Bucky was forced to do so or not, he killed people, and killed a lot of people. And it just so happens that there is no relevant provision in the law that says this is innocent, so I arrested him. It is reasonable and legal. Steve opened his mouth. Of course he knew all this, he just thought he had a chance. Okay, I'll find a way. Steve will not give up Bucky, absolutely not. But it was this attitude that angered Tony. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kai. Watching Steve leave, Tony angrily said to Kai, why stop me? That bastard betrayed my father. He doesn't deserve to hold that shield. Okay, that shield was given to him by your father, not you. That thing is his, you have no right to take it back. Grow up, Tony. Why am I immature? Tony was still indignant. If you were in Steve's shoes, what would you do? Kai asked with his head tilted. That's his best friend, Tony, but my father, that's different. Just like me and Pepper, although we are friends, there will always be differences, right? My Pepper won't kill anyone. Tony could probably understand what it meant, but he still felt uncomfortable, as if he valued love over friendship. Of course, if that extreme situation really happened, Tony would probably still stand on Pepper's side. So, this kind of thing is human nature. 5 fingers have different lengths, let alone people. If you treat every one of your friends fairly and are always impartial, then congratulations, you definitely don't have many friends. The relationship between people is originally close and distant, and there is no point in worrying about this. Steve and Bucky grew up together, and Bucky protected him countless times. The friendship between them is incomparable to anyone. Bucky was in trouble, and Steve rescued him. Is there anything to blame? So, you don't have to worry about it. You have to deal with Bucky and the people behind him, not Steve. Do you understand? He is right, at least emotionally. Kai never believed in saints. How can anyone be selfless? This is not a shortcoming. Although Steve was promoted as a saint, in fact, there are no saints living in the real world. So he can still understand Steve. But as the saying goes, people are close to each other. Kai has a good relationship with Tony, so he will naturally stand on Tony's side. If Kai and Tony have no friendship at all, but have a good relationship with Captain America, he will also stand on Captain America's side. As for the reasons for exonerating Bucky, they are absolutely lofty, but they still cannot change the core of the matter. Then what do you say we should do? Tony looked at Kai. He needed some guidance now. Bucky, I definitely can't stay. You should know this, Kai is the director of our local police station. Bucky's case involves too many people. His arrest of Bucky has made the top New York police officers cry with joy. They have already made the greatest contribution. As for the subsequent handling, the New York police will not care at all. The bombing of the United Nations headquarters is an international incident. It has nothing to do with New York. It is not their turn to deal with such a matter. In the end, it will only be the Federation that will decide, and even other countries in the United Nations will not let go. Anyway, Bucky will not stay in the New York Police Department. So there is no point in you coming to me. As for who to find, don't you know better than me? Tony calmed down. Indeed, Kai is a policeman after all. He can't help Tony kill people. Although Tony is willful, he is not to the point of not knowing what is good for him. And Kai is just a policeman. Judging is not his job. Although he often plays this role, this incident is too big, and Kai can't do anything against the will of the world. I know. The next day, a piece of news came from the White House. Tony Stark has entered politics. This news really stirred up 1,000 waves. Playboy. Entering politics? Many people think it is unreliable. Tony Stark became the White House's scientific advisor. The world has changed a lot now. It's not surprising for the president to add a scientific advisor, and Tony is fully qualified, isn't he? Then one of our Stark advisors' jobs is to join the trial of Bucky Barnes. Hearing this news, Peggy Carter's face suddenly became ugly. She knows this country better than anyone else. Capital controls the country, and it's no joke. Kai would suddenly join President Benjamin's ruling team, naturally not for politics. That would not be good for the Stark group. Even if he can become president, so what? The president is elected every 4 years and can only serve 2 terms. But capital can influence a country's policies for a long time. Who is more powerful? Isn't it obvious? Then the remaining possibility is only an exchange. Tony wants to get closer to the White House, and the White House favors Tony on the issue of Bucky. Will the president disagree with this exchange? Of course not. Tony Stark, first of all, is well known enough. With his support, the president's approval rating will only be higher. Secondly, Tony Stark is Iron Man. If a superhero leans on the government will wake up laughing in their dreams. They don't even need Tony to obey the government. Just a title is enough to help the government. You have to know that the government doesn't like superheroes. The first and most important point is that the appearance of superheroes is in a sense damaging the government's credibility. If your government is not doing well, superheroes will stand up and do what the government should do. If superheroes all lean on the government, doesn't it mean that the government is reliable? It is wise and great. This is also the reason why Kai is treated so well. Do you really think that Kai can do whatever he wants just because he has a good relationship with the president? Of course not. This is the collective will. The entire American political arena needs Kai as a fig leaf. And this is why Kai is not liked by most superhero fans. Now Tony, the Thorn, has also joined the government. Doesn't it mean that the government's work is effective, and those troubles are just a small group of bad elements doing evil? Everyone still lives in a great and wise America. Anyway, it's just fooling the people. So why didn't the president agree? Just because Bucky Barnes is a war hero? Come on, that's all old news from many years ago. If killing Captain America could bring huge benefits, believe it or not, the federal government would dare to chop Captain America into pieces and sell him by the pound tomorrow. Don't overestimate the moral integrity of politicians. They don't have that stuff at all. When Peggy Carter saw this news, she knew that Bucky was in danger. Bang! The door of Ms. Carter's office was pushed open roughly, and Steve walked in hurriedly. Peggy. Tony. Carter looked at his lover and suddenly felt annoyed. That sentence is really good. Distance creates beauty, and the Steve in his nostalgia is undoubtedly perfect. Memories are always beautiful, with natural filters. But when he regained his youth and met Steve again, real problems would inevitably arise. It's like everyone says something like goddess, you can shout like that, because you can't get in touch with a goddess at all. But Mr. Wang is different. Mr. Wang plays your goddess clearly, and Mr. Wang knows what kind of person she is. This is a bit extreme, but it's basically the same. Of course, this doesn't mean that Carter is tired of Steve. On the contrary, Carter cherishes this lost and regained relationship more than anyone else. Steve was frozen in the ice for decades. When he woke up, he felt that everything happened just yesterday, but Carter had been waiting for 70 years. But there is a problem. According to his physical and mental age, Steve is still a young man in his 20s, while Carter is a centenarian after all. The generation gap is inevitable. Calm down, Steve. Carter now sees Steve as if he is a fresh graduate, and many things are very immature. Help Bucky, Peggy, Steve begged. Carter's eyes were sad. She didn't want things to turn out like this. I will go to the White House. You have to go too, Carter said. But there are some things she must make clear. But Steve, you must be prepared. What preparation? Steve asked palely. Maybe Bucky can only stay in prison for the rest of his life. Steve opened his mouth. You have to understand that Bucky did do those things. It's impossible to change it. If we can find him in advance, maybe it's okay. But now, he can stay in prison, which is the best result, Steve. In fact, if Tony hadn't used this trick, Carter would still be sure to rescue Bucky. It's nothing more than redeeming himself for meritorious service. As for those individuals in countries who clamored to confess, there are ways to fool them. But now, Tony got involved. It's very difficult. In an extreme case, Tony exposed Bucky's affairs. That would be a lot of fun. Is this really the only way? Pepper saw Steve's painful expression. Immediately walked to Steve and hugged him. We found him too late. Our people went too late. If it could be earlier, Sitwell was reporting to Pierce about the Winter Soldier. It's useless to say all this. Can we still snatch him from Kai? Pierce rubbed his forehead and felt a headache. Damn Whitehall. Things didn't have to develop into what they are now. It was all because of Whitehall's delay. If he had handed over the secret code earlier, he wouldn't have been caught by those guys. So what are we doing now? Sitwell asked carefully. Pierce narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Is Tony Stark still seeking revenge? Yes, I heard that the Stark Group is lobbying several people on the secret committee. The secret committee is a committee in the Senate of Congress. The U.S. Congress is a committee system. Senators will set up committees, and their subsidiary committees, for various purposes, including reviewing bills and supervising the executive branch. The members of the committee are formally appointed by the entire Senate, but the members are actually nominated by political parties. Generally speaking, each party determines the order of admission based on the preferences of each member of the party and their seniority. The allocation of seats for each party in the committee depends on its overall seat share. The secret committee is a committee that is unknown to the outside world and is composed of the most senior and influential senators from both parties. They will specifically evaluate and vote on secret issues that are not suitable for public disclosure. This committee is very closely connected with the presidential cabinet, and their suggestions are often very important. Then help Tony? Pierce said. Hydra's influence in the U.S. Congress is not particularly large, but it is not without its followers. For example, Senator Stern, who attacked Tony's mecha at the congressional hearing, is a member of Hydra. There is no way. Infiltrating SHIELD has already involved most of Hydra's energy. It is naturally impossible to infiltrate the political arena that strongly. And infiltrating the political arena, this thing is really difficult. How far a person can go in the political arena is subject to too many unexpected factors. After all, the votes are in the hands of the voters, and Hydra may not be able to influence the voters. Sitwell felt that this was a bit unsafe, but if the Winter Soldier speaks, why don't we send someone directly? As he said this, he made a throat-cutting gesture. Pierce pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at Sitwell with an expression of looking at a fool. Do you know how many people are watching the Winter Soldier now? Do you think we are not exposed fast enough? Go and silence the Winter Soldier now? Sitwell quickly lowered his head. Pierce sighed. Damn, I am tired. Because of the expansion of power, Hydra's elite system will inevitably be challenged. Where can there be so many elites in this world? It is natural that good and bad are mixed together. It has developed too fast. Unlike the Red Skull's Hydra, the Red Skull integrated many elites to co-found Hydra, and it is elite from the root. But in S.H.I.E.L.D., they can only develop their power quietly and cannot recruit people with great fanfare. This kind of situation is inevitable. Don't you see that the people in charge of Hydra now are all old guys? There is no way, there is no successor. Sitwell is considered good. Go and do your work. I'm stuck on chapter 925, so I'll update 2,000 words first and make up the rest tomorrow. Please vote for my support. Bucky was taken away quickly by the military. As for where he was taken, Kai didn't know. Anyway, Tony had given up studying the inner world these days and concentrated on politics. It seemed that he was determined to kill Bucky. Kai didn't comment on this, which was understandable. But even so, Tony still made the most important thing in the inner world. The teleporter. Or the Poseidon teleporter. This is a machine designed and built based on the Poseidon trident. The purpose is naturally to connect the surface of the earth and the inner world. Kai didn't know the specific principle, but he knew that it seemed to use Asgard's technology. This huge machine is located in the palace of Camelot. The tool to start the machine is a bracelet. These bracelets are enchanted by the Poseidon trident. As long as the mind moves, the person wearing the bracelet will be teleported to the palace of Camelot. In comparison, teleporting out is much more troublesome, and coordinates need to be set. It's a bit like the fixed point teleportation in the game. It can't achieve global coverage. Of course, if Kingsman and Kai are really bored, it is not impossible to spread the coordinate transmitter all over the world. So far, Kingsman has only built coordinate generators in Kingsman headquarters, New York and Chicago. That thing is a bit big, as big as a truck, and it is very troublesome to install. It is also necessary to consider the confidentiality factor, which makes installation even more difficult, so only these few transmission points are set up. But this is already quite powerful. It is the only one on the entire Earth. The significance of this thing needs no elaboration. Kai came to Chicago that day, and the three ladies couldn't wait to experience the journey to the center of the Earth. For some reasons, they did not go to the center of the Earth before. Or, Kai deliberately separated the three women from Tony. After all, if they met, it would be easy for Kai to die socially. Originally, making vests was just a temporary measure, but I didn't expect that the acting would become more and more intense, and it was like the real thing. Several vests are famous, and if they are really exposed, Kai will lose face. Kai? You're too slow. Hurry up. In the morning, Kai was enjoying Diana's breakfast, but unexpectedly, Kelly couldn't wait. Among the three girls, Diana was the most manly and a feminist. It seemed that she was the least likely to cook. Unexpectedly, Diana not only knew how to cook, but also cooked quite well. When Kai asked her about this, she seemed very surprised. She didn't quite understand what her feminism had to do with cooking. Cooking or not was purely her hobby. You know, she lived in France for a long time, so it's not surprising that she was a good cook. And then again, there were no men on Paradise Island. If women didn't cook, who would? As for Kelly and Catherine, Kelly was a spoiled girl. She could eat, but cooking? Don't even think about it. As for Catherine, she didn't care whether she cooked or not. She didn't have much demand for food. She could eat black bread and French dinner. Wait. There's no rush. Kai couldn't understand why Kelly was so anxious. The inner world was underground, and it was impossible to run. She has a bracelet and can go anytime. I only have 3 days off. Of course I have to make good use of it, Kelly said confidently. Can you imagine a superhero who goes out every night to do good deeds, and still has to go to class every day? By the way, Kelly is in graduation season this year, and she missed too many classes, resulting in insufficient credits, so she needs to catch up on credits like crazy, and she also has a thesis. So this year is a very busy year for her. In fact, American universities can take a leave of absence at any time. Even if you want to go to school after decades, you can continue to go to school, so the so-called graduation season is not a rigid rule of a few years. It's just that most people will habitually graduate at this time. Kelly doesn't plan to take a leave of absence. She plans to finish college in one go. As for the degree afterwards, it depends on her own wishes. Here I am. Really, if you weren't so crazy last night, maybe we could have gotten up earlier this morning, Kai said casually while drinking juice. Kelly didn't even blush when he heard it, and he went straight over. Aren't you happy too? Diana walked by with an empty plate and bowl, looking very embarrassed. It's not that she is shy. It's just, how to say it, although they live under the same roof, she and Kai are the only ones who haven't had sex. If she is not interested in Kai, then forget it. She is not unhappy about such a trivial matter. She still cares about this matter, unlike some tribesmen who are very open-minded about this. But she is really interested in Kai. This is a headache. Perhaps it is because her and Kai's lives are too long, which makes them not in a hurry to break the last window paper. Kai is embarrassed, even if he has some evil intentions towards Diana, but he feels that it is too bad to do it. Although Diana is a feminist, she also feels that it is not good for her to take the initiative. She has been poisoned by human society. So things are stuck. Kelly and Catherine are worried about her. Okay. There is another pure girl here. Don't talk nonsense. Catherine walked over lazily wrapped in a bath towel. She was not wearing anything inside. She had just got up and took a shower. Catherine doesn't have the habit of eating breakfast. She only eats 2 meals a day. Oh, here, being a pure girl at the age of 18 will be despised, humph. In Paradise Island, girls are the symbol of holiness and purity. Only girls like me are qualified to serve the gods in the temple. The ancient Greek gods did have this problem. For example, Medusa was once a priestess of the temple of Athena. It was because she was violated by Poseidon, the god of the sea, that she was cursed by Athena to become a monster. Some Greek legends make people feel that the Greek gods are all psychopaths. Diana glared at Kai fiercely and said angrily. Kai touched his nose. This is forcing people to be scumbags. What should I do? Give in or give in? Just when Kai was thinking whether he should be a scumbag, the doorbell rang at the door. Who would come here at this time? The 3 female heroes of Chicago are very privacy conscious. They will not reveal their residences to others. This apartment is a high-end apartment. 1 apartment is a floor. The most important thing is privacy. No one would be so idle as to come and visit. The staff of the building would call first before visiting. Kelly jumped over and opened the door. Who? Miss, who are you looking for? When Kelly opened the door, a woman wearing a green tights and a green hoodie was standing at the door. This dress is quite non-mainstream. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.